My father, the head of a wealthy conglomerate, merely scolded me as a scoundrel, before being cast out of the family by Grandpa Uno, who simultaneously stripped him of all inheritance rights. All because I was swapped at birth and had my life traded with a fake young master. Grandpa Uno spent many long years searching, and today Grandpa Uno brought me back to our homeland aboard a private jet. All along the way, Grandpa Uno kept looking for a chance to talk to Riku. He didn't know how to tell his grandson that your biological parents and 2 older sisters might not be all that welcoming. Still, the old man didn't really care. They might not care about his grandson, but he certainly did. Today was just about checking out their attitude, to see if they had any sense of propriety, or rather to see what their family's decision would be. Your parents have been busy, which is why they didn't come to pick you up in person. Riku just smiled when he saw the old man acting like that, though the smile looked a bit forced. I'm not a little kid anymore, and my past experiences have made me much more mature. It's been several months already. If they really wanted to acknowledge me as their son, they could have flown over to see me beforehand, but they never did. What does that tell us? It tells us they care more about that fake son, and they probably didn't want to upset him. They wouldn't want to make him sad. Anyway, they had plenty of excuses, but I don't want to hear a single one of them. Having a grandfather like you is already more than lucky enough. I won't expect anything else from anyone else, and besides, I'm pretty petty. I hold grudges, you see. It's even better if they don't show up. He had no mood to play happy families with them anyway. He was a busy man, after all. Grandpa had given him a huge stack of pocket money, saying it was allowance for all these years, along with New Year money. Looking at all the zeros on the bank book, Riku told his grandfather he wanted to spend it all on real estate. Traditional townhouses, regular apartments, buying everything in sight. Buying like crazy whenever he could. The excuse Riku gave was natural enough. I want to own lots of houses, because it feels like having a home means I won't be lonely anymore, and I won't be scared. Grandpa Unu's heart ached so much. How could his precious grandson be so pitiful? He had to protect his grandson more than ever. Wasn't his grandson just wanting to buy houses? Buy, buy, buy! Grandpa Unu took him straight to look at properties, buying him an entire building right on the main commercial street, giving the old man quite a little fright, plus 5 or 6 traditional courtyard homes. All registered under his own name, with a key ring so long it was absurd. I bought you some of those too. At that, Riku was a little curious about how many some was. How much is some? Oh, just 5 or 6 buildings. As long as he was happy, Grandpa was happy. Riku was completely stunned. Grandpa, you're treating me way too well. I was planning to work hard on my own. Grandpa Uno looked at his grandson. In truth, his grandson's efforts. He had seen everything all along, and he more or less understood his grandson's mindset. He wanted to prove himself without relying on him, but he was his grandfather. He was supposed to be relied on. Riku, using capital to invest and turn it into more money, that's a skill in its own right. If you had to slave away just to earn pocket change before trying to make real money, wouldn't that be far too slow? Grandpa's money is your money, or you can just treat this money as a loan from Grandpa. How about that? Grandpa wants to see how far you can go. Grandpa believes in you, Riku. You have vision. Besides, what did it matter if a child of their family lost? They could just move on to something else. His grandson could start as many businesses as he wanted. Riku snapped out of it. He shouldn't be thinking like that. Relying on his own efforts was fine, of course. But having a higher starting point meant he could step out into a much broader world. That was what mattered most. Grandpa, I understand. From now on, whatever ideas I have. I hope Grandpa will support me. Seeing his grandson figure it out, Grandpa Unu was delighted. It was wonderful that his grandson could see the big picture. Grandpa looked at his grandson with excitement. Whatever you want to do, Grandpa will definitely help you. My grandson is always the best. They went out to eat together before having someone pick them up to head back. Meanwhile, the Unu family on the other side had been waiting for a long time. 2 months ago, Yua and Yumo had been furious upon learning that their younger brother wasn't biological, feeling that someone had stolen their brother's place. They both comforted their younger brother Unshu, telling him that he would always be their only brother. That was Unshu, who kept saying he wanted to leave so he wouldn't be an eyesore to certain people here. Sora naturally disagreed, and even Unhei felt the same way when he learned Unshu wanted to leave. They told Unshu, "Your biological parents are dead, and you have an epileptic grandmother. This is your home. We will always be your dad and mom, and absolutely nothing can change that, even if Riku comes back. We are still your mom and dad. Both of you are equally important in our hearts. Sora hugged Unshu tightly at that moment. In Mom's heart, Unshu is the most important. It was Unshu who gave Mom the courage to keep living. Yua and Yumo also nodded repeatedly, telling Unshu, "Unshu, you are our only younger brother. No one could ever replace you." Therefore, instead of picking them up at the airport as planned, they had just stayed home waiting. Figuring waiting at home was fine enough, except they waited until 3 in the afternoon. And still saw no sign of anyone. Sora was extremely displeased. What was the meaning of this, Riku? Not daring to blame Grandpa, Sora naturally took it out on Riku instead. Sora glanced at Unhei and told him to quickly call Dad and ask what was going on. "We've been waiting here for ages. This shows a complete lack of time management." She declared that a child raised in that kind of environment couldn't possibly be any good. "And another thing, the school you arranged. Make sure he isn't in the same class as our Unshu. Don't let him drag our Unshu down." Hearing this, Unshu quickly grabbed Sora's hand. "Mom, don't say things like that. Being in the same class is fine. That way I can take care of older brother. I've always known that because of me, older brother had to grow up in the countryside. It's all my fault. When older brother comes back, I'll apologize to him. Please don't be upset because of me, okay?" Unshu's eyes carried such genuine concern that it made Sora's heart ache fiercely. "Silly child, what are you saying? What does this have to do with you? Back then, you were just a baby. You didn't know anything about what was going on. Don't go pinning the blame on yourself, you hear me?" Unshu nodded obediently. "Thank you, sisters." The 3 of them were overjoyed. Unhei placed a call to Grandpa. The assistant answered the phone. "President Una, where's my dad?" The assistant glanced over at the old man currently treating the young master to a styling session. "President Unu, since you all didn't come to pick them up, then there's no need to come at all. They can get by just fine without you." Grandpa Unu was currently furious that they hadn't shown up for the airport pickup as promised. If they had shown up, Grandpa might have given them a little leeway. Grandpa had already frozen their credit cards. As for the money Unhei earned himself, that hadn't been touched at least. "Then where is my dad?" Uni felt his heart sink at that moment. Was the old man angry? If the old man was angry, how on earth was he supposed to smooth things over now? The old master is taking the young master to attend a charity banquet. He told me to tell you that before he returns. Unhei's heart skipped a beat. "Dad, I really did have matters to attend to today, which is why I couldn't make it to the airport." "Sir, there is no need to report your whereabouts to us. He only looks at results. It's not like he can't afford to hire professional managers." Unhei fell silent, and the assistant promptly hung up the phone. Unhei was so angry he slammed his phone down, though the phone was sturdy enough to double as a brick and survive just fine. "Where are they?" Sora rushed forward to ask for details, knowing instantly from Unhei smashing his phone that things couldn't be good. "My dad has already taken him to the charity banquet. And my dad said we have to leave here by tomorrow." Sora and the 3 children understood instantly. What was Grandpa doing? Why were they being kicked out? Why does Grandpa want us to leave? If anyone's leaving, shouldn't it be that kid? Didn't you talk to Grandpa about this? Unhei was immensely frustrated by now. "I told all of you to go to the airport to pick people up. But what happened? One by one, you all refused to go. Now look, your grandfather is furious. Are you happy now? Did you really think I'm the one calling the shots in this household? Your grandfather is the one in charge." Seeing Unhei say this, Unshu hurriedly stepped forward. "Dad, Mom, it's all my fault. If it weren't for me, Grandpa wouldn't be doing this. How about this? I'll leave right now. You just tell Grandpa I'm gone. As long as I'm gone, older brother will be happy, and then Grandpa won't hate you guys anymore." Unshu made as if to walk away, only to be grabbed back by Sora. "Don't you dare move! You are Mom's child. How could you leave? Since your grandfather wants us to leave, can't our whole family just go together? No matter what, our family stays together. Of course, before that, I certainly want to take a look at that Riku, to see what on earth he's trying to accomplish, making you and me go through all this. He's deliberately turning our family upside down." Since that was the case, she naturally had to go see for herself. When they rushed to the charity banquet, Grandpa Uno had already bid on several items under Riku's name and was introducing Riku to everyone as his true grandson. There were plenty of media outlets outside, and the reporters were full of curiosity. Elder Uno, you say Riku is your grandson. What's the story behind this? Grandpa Uno made no attempt to hide it, answering their questions directly. Back then, human traffickers snatched away my grandson and returned their own child 2 years later, using my child's hair to fake a paternity test. Ever since then, our 2 children were swapped. Now I've uncovered the truth and found my biological grandson, and I've already called the police, asking them to investigate the truth of what happened back then. I will never let those traffickers go. Thanks to the police's hard work, several other girls were rescued as well. That family specialized in trafficking. As for my grandson Riku and me, it's truly a matter of fate. As everyone knows, a few years ago I had an accident. At the time, I had returned to my hometown, and when I fell, nobody would help me up because people around were terrified I'd scam them. Only my grandson Riku wasn't scared of me scamming him at all. He took me to the hospital and then called the police. When he realized my mind wasn't entirely clear and that I'd forgotten certain things, he stayed by my side the whole time, encouraging me and giving me confidence. Later on, he kept coming to visit me. Back then, I never imagined such an exceptional child was actually my own grandson. I kept thinking I had to help him find his biological parents. Never did I expect he would turn out to be my own flesh and blood. You could say it's destiny between my grandson and me. Everyone broke into applause. When the Unhei family arrived, Sora ground her teeth in fury. This father-in-law was truly ruthless, spilling the truth of the past right to the reporters like that, without any regard for their feelings whatsoever. Unhei and Sora walked over, flanked by their 3 children. In the past, wherever Sora went, people would praise how sensible and well-behaved her sons and daughters were, which always made her so happy. But now, all the spotlight had been stolen. Grandpa Uno glanced at Unhei and didn't even want to spare a word. Don't call me Dad. I don't want to talk to you. I've already arranged with my friends to throw a welcome party for my Riku in a few days. Come if you want. If you don't, I'll just assume he has no parents. Sora and Unhei were completely dumbfounded. How could the old man be so cold-hearted? Didn't he care about them at all? And he looked at Grandpa in utter despair. What on earth do you want? At that moment, his gaze finally fell upon the boy standing next to the old man. He looked clean and seemed to take care of himself well. Uni hadn't felt much at first, but with Sora talking so much lately, Grandpa Uno looked at the furious Unhei, then glanced at Sora beside him, his face dark with displeasure. Why did you people come running here? The old man counterattacked before Unhei could even start, driving Unhei to near breakdown. Dad, you were supposed to come to this charity banquet first. You should have told us beforehand. We waited for you at home for so long and you never showed up. Do you know how hurtful that is? Not to mention how impolite? Grandpa Uno swung his hand and slapped him right across the face. With a sharp crack, everyone around turned to look. Since you've thrown away your shame, I'll spell it out for you. I told you to pick us up at the airport because today is the first day I'm bringing Riku back. It's the first day you should be meeting your biological son. I don't care if you dote on that fake son or care about his feelings. But right to my face. You still dare to come question me? Who gave you the gall? Everyone around thought, holy cow, is this really stuff we're allowed to hear? So what the old man said earlier was true. Their family really did have a real vs fake young master drama playing out. It was genuinely shocking. Their whole family seemed to care more about the fake young master, failing to even pick up their real son. Hearing this, Sora hurriedly grabbed Unshu's ear. Grandpa Uno didn't care about them in the slightest, pulling his grandson along. Let's go back. Grandpa Uno took Riku away, leaving the rest of the family standing there feeling like everyone was staring at them, whispering behind their backs. They scrambled away in a panic. Upon returning home, they discovered that Riku wasn't staying there at all, but rather in the old ancestral estate at the back. That was where the old man always lived by himself. He had claimed he preferred living alone, yet now he had welcomed Riku to stay with him. Uncomfortable in their hearts, they hadn't bothered to prepare a room for Riku anyway, expecting him to just make do with any random guest room. Following them to the ancestral estate, Unshu rushed in first and dropped to his knees before Grandpa. Grandpa, whatever wrongs were committed, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have stayed in the house. Mom and Dad didn't make it to the airport on time because of me. I suddenly fell unwell then. Mom and Dad were worried about my health, so they took me to see the family doctor first. If Grandpa doesn't believe me, you can ask the doctor. Eunhee hurried over as well, joining in. Dad, there's no wrongdoing here. Today's incident was really a misunderstanding. We wanted to rush over, but we got stuck in traffic. We're all family. There's no need to take it this seriously, right? As long as you're back safely, that's what matters. Besides, what you said at the banquet made us lose all face. So can we please? Grandpa Unu just laughed at Eunhee's pleading. Your family is really something else. You sure know how to lie. Earlier, you called me saying he came to visit me and that he fell sick just trying to find me, right? Yet I never once saw this son of yours. Grandpa Unu remembered the day they suddenly called, claiming Unshu had come to see him, hoping he would come back, claiming how extraordinarily filial he was, when, in reality, he hadn't laid eyes on the boy once. Hearing this, Sora couldn't help chiming in to defend her son. That was because Unshu took the wrong turn. Plus, he happened to run into the daughter of the Zhou family, and the two of them became good friends. In the future, an alliance through marriage would be wonderful too. It would be a huge asset for our son. Grandpa's face turned as dark as pitch as he fixed his gaze directly on Sora. The children are still too young. You shouldn't be spouting nonsense like that just to avoid making both families unhappy. I live at a specific address. I refuse to believe that the people accompanying him wouldn't know it. If you want to go out and play, just say so. There's no need to use an old man like me as an excuse. We've spent all day flying and driving. We're exhausted. You lot go back first. Frankly, we don't wish to see any of you right now. At that, they hurriedly looked toward Riku, hoping this son would put in a good word for them. But no, Riku simply stayed right by Grandpa Unu's side without uttering a single word. Naturally, Riku wasn't going to help them speak up. Everything this family did was utterly sickening. What were they trying to pull anyway? Did they think he'd feel wronged or that he'd be sad? Unfortunately for them, none of that applied. He wouldn't feel a thing. We haven't even had a chance to talk to Riku yet. So much happened today. We'd like to have a few words with Riku. Grandpa Uno looked down at his precious grandson. What do you think? Riku looked up at his grandfather with an obedient expression. I'd like to have a nice chat with my family too. After all, we'll be living under the same roof from now on. Riku followed them outside. As soon as they reached the courtyard, they instinctively glanced back at the ancestral estate to see if the old man had followed them out. The moment they saw he hadn't, their expressions shifted entirely, turning deeply impatient, their eyes filled with disdain and revulsion, especially Sora's, who looked at Riku with hatred clear down to her bones. So you were the one who made your grandfather pull this stunt today. You got him to drag you to the charity banquet and let everyone know your identity, a kid fresh out of nowhere. You really act like someone raised in that kind of trashy place. Riku's lips curved into a faint, detached smile. I have no idea what you're talking about. And pray tell, who might you be? After all, you never introduced yourselves, so I haven't the foggiest who you are. Riku's words darkened their faces instantly. Sora reached out with a hand, itching to strike Riku. Riku caught her wrist mid-swing. You have no right to hit me. Sora was fit to explode. I am your biological mother. Why wouldn't I have the right to hit you? A cold sneer touched the corner of Riku's mouth. A biological mother, ready to resort to violence at the drop of a hat. What a fine biological mother indeed. I'm someone who was used to being bullied in the past. Now, I won't let anyone bully me anymore. I haven't done a single thing wrong. I haven't eaten a single grain of rice from you, nor have I drunk a single drop of water provided by you. What on earth makes you think you have the right to hit me? Besides, my household registration is under Grandpa's household. Just as you put it, how can you even prove I'm your child? For all we know, you lot might be the imposters. Sora was driven mad with rage. How could Riku say things so infuriating? Seeing the situation escalate, Unshu hurriedly grabbed his mother's hand to comfort her. Mom, don't be angry. Maybe older brother has been in that kind of environment for too long, which is why he developed this personality. You have to understand him. He didn't want to grow up in that environment either. When it comes down to it, it's still my fault. Sora hugged Unshu tightly. Her precious Unshu had suffered far too many grievances today, people looking at him with those kinds of eyes, and the root cause of it all was this unmanageable Riku standing right before them. Take a look at yourself. You've done so many wrong things, yet your younger brother is still defending you. Don't think that just because you're back in this house, you're a real part of our family. I will never like you. In my heart. I only have one son, and that is Unshu. Don't you ever dream of stealing Unshu's place? These were word for word the exact lines from his past life. Only back then in his past life. It had happened many years later. Yet now, even though he had no flaws whatsoever, even standing right here in front of them, their eyes still held not an ounce of affection. Not that he needed their affection anyway. He had his own plans to slowly pay them back. Why would I want to steal his place? What place does he even have? The first sentence left them incredulous, while the second filled them with fury. What was he implying? Yua and Yumo couldn't stand listening any longer. Without a moment's hesitation, they stepped in front of their precious younger brother. Shielding their precious brother behind them, Yua spoke first, glaring fiercely at Riku as she delivered her threat. You might be straight from the countryside. Don't even think about hurting my brother. My brother will always be only one person, and that's Unshu. Yumo chimed in right behind her, glaring at Riku. Look at how hideous you look, and those tacky clothes you wear, especially your hands. So rough, you can tell at a glance you've done tons of manual labor. With that uncouth look of yours, you still want to be our brother? Let me tell you, don't think a change in status changes anything. It's impossible. You can never be family with us. In our hearts, our brother has always been and always will be only one person. And that is Unshu. You'd better not pick a fight with Unshu, or we won't let you off easy. Riku chuckled upon hearing this. Why did every single one of them act like they couldn't understand human speech? You people are truly bizarre. I should be asking you, what on earth would I be competing with him for? If you mean competing for your affection, you can forget about it. I don't have the habit of forcing myself on people, nor do I like you lot anyway. Isn't that simple? The only person I care about is Grandpa. As for you lot, in my eyes, you're nothing more than complete strangers. Their faces turned pitch black at that. Sora made another move to strike him. I advise you not to throw punches. I heard you were a lady of high social standing, but seeing how easily you lose your temper and resort to hitting people, Riku pivoted his tone slightly. Your emotional regulation leaves a lot to be desired, wouldn't you say? Sora and Unhei both took a sharp breath before Unhei addressed Riku. I am your father. I was hoping our family could get along well after you came back, but why do you have to be so difficult? We've already explained everything to you. Today's events were a complete misunderstanding. Besides, there were reasons for what happened today. You should try to understand us. Your grandfather misunderstood, so you should have helped us explain it to him. That's what you should have done. But what did this child do instead? He just stood behind the old man in silence, and now he's even saying such horrible things to his own mother and sisters. Pardon me, and who might you be? I really can't keep up with you people. It's clearly you who've been threatening me this whole time, spouting a bunch of messy nonsense, claiming you'll never like me and telling me not to compete with him. How on earth did it flip around to being my fault now? What did I do wrong? Was I not supposed to be born? You should have aborted me back then. Was I not supposed to end up drifting outside and being abused? But wasn't it you who lost me in the first place? Riku looked at them with sudden, dramatic realization. Ah, is it that I shouldn't have come back and interrupted your family's blissful life? I suppose I should have stayed rotting away in that place forever. I should have been abused until I died and never been found at all. That way your family could go on living happily and harmoniously, keeping up appearances, acting like nothing ever happened. At that moment, Riku ripped away their final fig leaf, spelling out their deepest, truest desires right to their faces. Their expressions shifted wildly, like a spinning color palette. Quite a laughable sight. Scoundrel! Unhei roared. Who the hell are you calling a scoundrel? Grandpa walked up from behind, his face dark as he glared at him. Who the hell are you calling a scoundrel? Unhei didn't dare make a peep after that. Now that you're grown, have a family of your own, and children to look after, you can take them and go live your own lives elsewhere. Move out of here by tomorrow. If you don't move out, I will have all your belongings tossed out the door, and I'll take back everything I previously gave you. If you pack up and leave obediently right now, then the property's under your name. I won't touch, and your position in the company won't change either. But if you push your luck and displease me, you know very well. I'd rather donate every last cent of that property to charity than leave you a single penny. Unhei felt his chest tighten. The old man was really going all out to protect this Riku. Sora couldn't listen any longer. Gritting her teeth, she spoke up. Father-in-law, rest assured we will definitely move out tomorrow. As long as our family stays together, no matter where we go, we'll be happy. But as for this son, I will never acknowledge him. She was absolute in her refusal to recognize this disobedient Riku. Riku just smiled upon hearing that. Oh, wonderful, because I don't particularly care for parents either. Yua and Yumo couldn't take it anymore. How can you say something like that? These are your own mother and father. Why are you such an obnoxious person? Get out of here! Grandpa Uno snapped at them, leaving them with no choice but to hurriedly pack their belongings. As they packed, Sora was fuming with rage, ranting continuously. Look at your father. What on earth is wrong with him? Just because of some brat, he's kicking all of us out. Does your father think we'll still want to take care of him when he's old? And he felt deeply awkward, knowing full well the old man didn't need anyone to take care of him. The man had money. What's wrong with living in a high-end nursing home when the time comes? Besides, once his wealth reached a certain level, he certainly had the means to hire plenty of people to serve him. When my dad makes up his mind about something, it's never going to change. Let's just pack our things quickly. Once my dad is in a better mood, we can move back in. You know how it is. My abilities are limited, and my work isn't anything special either. Normally relying on the family dividends lets me live very comfortably. If my dad gets upset and decides to cut off my shares, what are we supposed to do? He knew his own limitations all too well, aware that he had been living his current lifestyle entirely thanks to the old man and the company. If the old man pulled the plug, their whole family would be finished in a minute. But just the thought of having to move out because of this Riku makes me furious. I'm his mother. Can't he show me a little respect? Can't he put in a good word with his grandfather? Can't he just be sensible for once? Look at our son Unshu. How sensible he is. We can't actually let Unshu suffer like this. I'm telling you, you have to make your dad see reason. Unhi really didn't want to deal with this headache-inducing problem anymore. Their two daughters walked over as well, equally reluctant to leave. Are we really moving out of here? Where are we even supposed to live after we leave? Dad, can't we just stay here? This place is great. Plenty of our classmates live around here. If they find out we moved out and got kicked out, they'll definitely laugh at us. They thought Grandpa was acting completely absurd. How could he chase all of them away just for some Riku? In truth, even Sora herself didn't want to leave. At her social circle, everyone envied her. People always said marrying into a wealthy family usually brought misery, but she was different. Her husband treated her wonderfully. It was something everyone looked up to. Yet now, she was actually being thrown out. Still, the words were already out of her mouth. All right. Do you expect us to throw a tantrum and refuse to leave? Pack up quickly. Your dad and I still own a couple of apartments outside. We can figure things out in a few days. No matter what, they had to move out first and assess later. They relocated to a 4-bedroom apartment. Ordinarily, such a place was already quite decent, but having grown accustomed to a massive mansion, being suddenly forced to move here left every single one of them deeply unhappy. On top of that, they were hungry, and there was no housekeeper to cook for them. Ultimately, they ended up ordering takeout. As they ate, complaining that the food wasn't good, Unshu dropped to his knees before them once more. Our family got kicked out because of me. As long as you drive me out of the family, I'm sure Grandpa won't hold on to this grudge anymore. Then you'll be able to go back and live much better lives. By this point, Unshu was already sobbing uncontrollably. Dad, Mom, sisters, meeting you all has made me so happy. Spending all these years with you feels like the most wonderful time of my life. I know happy days are always short-lived. So now the time has come for us to part ways. If holding you back because of me makes things exceptionally difficult for you, that is the absolute last thing I would want to see. Please, I beg you, accept my request. Cut ties with me and don't worry about me ever again. Unshu spoke with utter earnestness as his tears fell unceasingly, leaving the others' hearts aching fiercely. This was their Unshu, the Unshu who always thought of them. Unlike that Riku, who opposed them from the very first day, he returned and showed no intention of speaking up for them. They couldn't stand children like that. The whole family felt an immense pang of sympathy for Unshu, and Sora pulled him straight into her arms, speaking with profound heartache. Mom is telling you, you will always be Mom's son. You must never think like that, you hear me? Mom won't allow you to use a method like this. To force us to go back, we cannot compromise. We cannot just listen to your grandfather like this. If we do, Won't we be at Riku's beck and call from now on? Yua and Yumo nodded repeatedly. Mom is right. Just wait until next semester starts. See how we handle Riku. The family resolved to ignore Riku altogether. In any case, they refused to compromise. Meanwhile, Riku and Grandpa were discussing the matter in the study. Grandpa was somewhat worried, afraid his grandson's mood would be affected by their attitude. Riku, your dad and mom aren't in their right minds right now. After some time, once they clear their heads, I'll let them come see you. Riku smiled upon hearing this, his gaze remarkably tender as he looked at his grandfather. There's no need. What attitude they hold toward me is crystal clear, and I have no desire to wrong myself. Just to curry favor with them. They don't like me, and I don't like them. Isn't that simple? Why must I go begging for their concern? Or force them to like me? That kind of forced fake affection would only disgust me even more. If only things could always be like this. Grandpa stood firmly on his side, and he could use the money Grandpa gave him to do whatever he wanted. Seeing how clear-headed his grandson was, Grandpa Uno felt immensely gratified. As long as his grandson could see it that way, everything was fine. He had been afraid his grandson would be sad. In truth, not at all. He had long since stopped caring about that family. Grandpa really didn't need to worry, though he was certainly glad that Grandpa had kicked them out. Good. Then Grandpa can rest easy. Let's get a good rest today, and tomorrow Grandpa will take you out to have some fun. He planned to introduce his grandson to all his old cronies and arrange an unprecedented welcome party for his grandson, letting everyone know that his grandson was Riku. On his very first night back here, Riku found it a bit hard to fall asleep. He remembered when he first arrived here in his past life, feeling like the place was unimaginably huge, as grand as a royal palace. Especially since his legs were already gone when he arrived here, he always felt he didn't belong. He had once believed his biological parents would offer him a shred of warmth, making him feel that this world was still beautiful and worth living in. But their looks of disdain and disgust had wounded his heart deeply. They locked him away in a tiny attic, not letting him out under the guise of looking out for his health and helping his legs recover, when in reality, they were terrified anyone would know a biological son like him existed. Even when they later learned the truth, a few pleas from Unshu were enough for them to drop the matter regarding that family. To them, he was simply that insignificant. Even if they harmed him, it apparently didn't matter. Now that he had returned once more, the ones getting chased out were their entire family. There were still plenty of showdowns ahead with them. As for him, he was going to watch that family lovingly tear each other apart. Riku recalled that his biological father, Unhei, seemed to have been right around this time, when he ran into his first love, striking up a passionate affair while Sora was merely a fallback option. He then forwarded the photos he dug up straight to Sora's inbox. Since Sora was a teacher, she always had plenty of work to keep her busy at school. Upon noticing a new email in her inbox, she instinctively opened it. The moment she saw the intimate photos of Unhei with another woman, Sora lost her mind, storming straight to the company like a madwoman, rushing into Unhei's office and grabbing her handbag to smash it over his head with all her might. Word had it that his old flame had returned, still unmarried, and he had been helping her and doting on her in every possible way. Unhei was beaten black and blue, drawing the stares of everyone in the office, which only served to enrage him. He swung his hand and slapped Sora across the face. What are you doing, coming to the company to throw a tantrum? Don't you see everyone watching? Don't you have any shame left? Clutching her face, Sora went even wilder. You hit me? I gave birth to so many children for you, and you dare hit me? I'll fight you to the death! By the time Grandpa brought Riku along and arrived to witness this farce, it had already been going on for a while, with everyone gossiping about it. What are you two doing? Grandpa roared, causing them to freeze instantly. Catching sight of his father-in-law's arrival, Sora grew even more furious. This fine son of yours is out finding a mistress behind my back. He actually cheated. You have to uphold justice for me and give me an explanation. What kind of explanation do you want me to give you? Grandpa Unu's words implied asking Sora what she wanted to do about it, but Sora took it as Grandpa trying to shield his own son. Are you trying to cover for him? The whole family is ganging up to bully just me, aren't you? Grandpa was utterly speechless, prompting Riku to step in directly. Grandpa means to ask how you want to deal with him. Sora blinked in surprise, finally looking over at Unhei. She had no idea. Her mind was a chaotic mess right now, Consumed by blinding rage, she just wanted to hit someone, and even wanted to go skin that cheap woman alive. Grandpa shot Eunhae a single glance. Just one. And Eunhae instinctively cowered like a frightened turtle. "Eunhae, get your ass out here and explain what the hell is going on. You dare!" Eunhae glanced outside. Naturally, the surrounding employees had already quietly scurried back to their workstations. The chairman himself was here, and if they didn't get back to work now, they'd have to be blind. Even so, they kept their ears pricked, hoping to catch even a scrap of gossip from the scene. "I didn't cheat. My relationship with that girl is completely normal. I just made a mistake that any man would make, and it's not like I neglected my family because of it. Nor did this matter ever reach the point of divorce. Why must you make such a big deal out of nothing?" In Eunhae's eyes, he considered himself a successful man, and wasn't having a female confidant the most normal thing in the world? Why was Sora making such a fuss? Sora was fit to burst. By his logic, even if she found out, she was just supposed to swallow her grievances and turn a blind eye. "So you mean, I should just pretend I don't know? Pretend you didn't cheat? Pretend you didn't betray me?" And he didn't answer. But that was precisely what he thought. He felt Sora was just being unreasonable. "I haven't done anything to let you down, nor have I abandoned the kids. As for what I do during work hours, you don't need to stick your nose into it." Sora snapped again, lunging forward to exchange blows with Eunhae. Seeing the two of them escalating the brawl, Grandpa had no choice but to have people pull them apart. "What kind of spectacle is this? If you want to fight, go outside, or go fight at the police station entrance and see how you like it." Only then did the two of them halt. Sora burst into endless tears, feeling terribly aggrieved. "Then why won't you stand up for me?" Grandpa felt completely exasperated. What on earth was he supposed to do? "Fine then. I'll strip him of everything and throw him out penniless. All his money goes to you. As for the kids, keep whichever ones you want, and I'll toss you a random allowance each month." Surely that was fair enough. Instead of defending his son, he was leaving him penniless, yet Sora certainly wasn't willing to agree. And what happens if that dog Eunhae stops giving money? I can't just hand my position over to the mistress. Over my dead body. As long as I'm breathing, that woman will forever be a home-wrecking mistress. Grandpa fell silent. "Then how about I give him a beating? Beat him until he can't get out of bed and lock him up at home every single day from now on. Would that work? Surely beating him half to death would satisfy her. Without divorcing him, just crippling this son so he has no way to run around straying." "That won't work either. If you do that, won't he be crippled for life? How humiliating would that be? You're being completely unreasonable. That won't work either." "Then what do you want?" "Since my suggestions don't suit you, figure it out yourselves. I'm washing my hands of both of you. Whether you want to scream, shout, or kill each other, it has nothing to do with me." Grandpa refused to deal with it anymore. "Sort it out amongst yourselves. As for you, get lost and go deal with your domestic mess. If you can't handle it, don't bother coming back." Eunhae was kicked out as well. After the two of them walked out, they found another spot to have one more fierce shouting match. Finally, realizing what time it was, they cleaned themselves up and returned home, acting as if nothing had happened, though each of them knew deep down. This incident had left a permanent scar on their hearts. Whenever wrongdoing occurred, lifelong misery followed, reminding them of this exact day. Upon returning home, they found the three children playing happily and behaving obediently without any fuss, prompting Eunhae and Sora to reach a temporary truce. 2 days later, Sora took her children back to her maiden home. Upon learning of the whole situation, her mother grew immensely anxious. "Sora, what on earth has been going on with you lately? Why am I hearing rumors that your biological child has returned? What is the meaning of this?" Because she despised that child. She had never planned on telling anyone, so how on earth did her mother find out? "Mom, I never told you a thing. Where did you hear about this?" Seeing her daughter's expression, Grandma Sora knew she was overthinking things again. She always loved imagining that the whole world was plotting against her. The old lady let out a sigh and poked her on the forehead. "I'm only asking because I care about you. Your family's affairs have already spread everywhere." The old man of your household sent out formal invitations to everyone, announcing that 3 days from now he will officially introduce his true grandson to society. That's why I'm asking you, what is actually going on? Who is this so-called biological son? And what about Unshu? Hearing this news, Sora felt an even worse headache coming on. What kind of chaos was this? Neither her husband nor her son gave her a moment of peace. How could they introduce Riku at a time like this? Even I haven't sorted this out yet. All I know is that the kids got swapped back then, and Unshu isn't my real child. That Riku is. My father-in-law is being completely unreasonable, claiming he only acknowledges that one grandson. You're a mother too. Tell me, how could I possibly abandon Unshu? Everyone is blaming me, saying I was the one who lost the child. Do you have any idea how much agony I went through just to track Unshu back down? Hearing this, the old lady pulled her into an embrace and validated her feelings. My daughter, you're right. Unshu has shared so many years of deep affection with you. Even if you found some so-called biological son, you can't just throw Unshu away. Besides, look at how obedient Unshu is. The most sensible child ever. Finally finding someone to validate her, Sora was overjoyed. Clinging to her mother and weeping for a long, long time, she felt that truly only a mother could understand her heart. Seeing her daughter cry so sorrowfully, the old lady felt a pang of softness, patting her daughter's back continuously. You don't need to care what your father-in-law thinks. As long as Une doesn't say otherwise, you don't need to worry about the rest. As long as the two of them formed a united front, there wouldn't be any real problems. But Sora grew even angrier, furious enough to kill. Don't even get me started on him. He's an absolute scoundrel, a total piece of trash. He actually went out and found a mistress. Though it hasn't turned into physical cheating yet, he and that woman, he's been flirting with her, saying she's gentler than me. I want a divorce. Sora's eyes couldn't tolerate a single grain of sand. Right now, she wanted a divorce, wanted to cut ties with Unhei, and wished she could ditch him immediately. Mother Sora froze, failing to react for a moment. After all, their relationship had always seemed wonderful, and that son-in-law had doted on her daughter profusely, always picking food for her, helping her with her clothes, showering her with attention, while her daughter basked in the smug glow of it all. How could that be? Isn't your husband good to you? He cares about you so much. What more could you want? Aren't you just misunderstanding things? Or maybe you're just being too overbearing? You had to know everyone around envied their family for having such a wealthy son-in-law, which even brought good jobs to their whole extended family and gave her sons a comfortable life. Mom, would I lie to you? Highly displeased that even her own mother doubted her, Sora protested. How could she possibly make up something like this? Precisely because it was true, she was fit to burst with rage, seeing her daughter like this. The old lady finally realized it must be true. Well, considering it, men wandering off isn't entirely abnormal. Still, since her daughter was this agitated, she couldn't afford to provoke her further. She had to soothe her properly. If it's true, then you must throw a tantrum even less. If you get a divorce, what will happen to the 3 children? Sora flared up again. Mom, what is that supposed to mean? Does what I want not matter at all? I'm ready to kill out of anger right now. My heart is battered and bruised. How can you not care at all? I'm the victim here. My feelings are what matter most. Of course the 3 kids are coming with me. I'm going to strip him of everything and make him regret it for the rest of his life. Unlike her naive daughter, Grandma Sora was fiercely pragmatic. I know you're hurting, but calm down. Your father-in-law already knows about the Unshu situation. Your priority right now is the kids, not Unhei. Sora certainly knew that, which was why she had temporarily made peace with Unhei in the first place, but she was still miserable. Coming back to her maiden home was supposed to provide validation. She wanted her mother to help her curse out Unhei, so she could feel a little better. Instead, her mother told her to bite the bullet and endure it, which naturally drove her nuts. Seeing her daughter quiet down temporarily, Grandma Sora continued. Think about how massive their family fortune is. What you should be focusing on is how to secure all their assets in the hands of your children. Instead of wasting tears here over a man like Unhei, just take the out your father-in-law handed you and don't make things too difficult. Let's be realistic. If you really divorce him, do you think the 2 of you would still move in the same circles? Your teaching job is respectable, but your standard of living would plummet drastically. You wouldn't even be able to afford to send your 3 kids abroad for studies. Those are his children by blood anyway, so he's obligated to provide. Who cares what he does on the side? As long as his money stays in your hands and you keep living this lifestyle, what does he even matter? A man is never as important as money, wouldn't you say? The old lady spoke the hard truth. If Sora wasn't her own flesh and blood, she wouldn't have been this blunt. Yet her pig-headed daughter lacked any flexibility. clinging stubbornly to sentimental notions. I can't just let it go. I always expected a man to remain devoted to me forever. Oh, enough. Stop dwelling on it and think about the kids. Since your father-in-law is dead set on introducing that child to everyone, then you need to get that child firmly under your thumb as long as you make him obedient and submissive to you. That's all that matters. You need to get him to persuade the old man to transfer company shares to you kids. Only once you hold the shares do you truly wield real authority, and once you do, how you treat that brat will depend entirely on your mood. To put it another way, once you hold their company shares, Eunhee would have to think twice before ever daring to wrong you again. You have to admit, Mom makes sense. So what should I do next? After their recent brawl, the old man had banned them from coming to the ancestral estate for meals. Grandma Sora naturally had to brainstorm for her daughter. After pondering for a moment, she said, "It's simple. No matter what, you are that boy's birth mother. As long as you soften your attitude and coax him properly, he's bound to obey. Just have him speak to the old man, won't that solve it?" Reluctant at first, Sora listened as her mother slowly talked her through her stubborn streak until she finally agreed. The old lady privately thought her daughter was a handful, constantly stirring up trouble and whining about everything, being in her 30s yet still needing to be coddled. If not for Sora's generous financial gifts, she wouldn't have bothered humoring her, though she kept those thoughts to herself. Having spent 2 days at her maiden home, Sora finally went to seek out Riku on the eve of the banquet. Riku was busy with his studies. He took an interest in numerous subjects, particularly languages. He had asked Grandpa to hire multiple language tutors so he could master several tongues simultaneously, well aware that without multilingual fluency, navigation in the future would be impossible. Despite having to learn so much at such a young age, Riku handled it with effortless poise, which prompted Grandpa to set the plan in motion. Sora had called ahead, telling Grandpa she came to apologize to Riku. Grandpa had consulted Riku, who wanted to see what kind of scheme she was cooking up this time. After all, her previous actions were one absurdity after another, as she seemed perpetually convinced of her own infallible righteousness. When Sora reached the exterior of the room, Riku had just finished his English lesson. She assumed Riku's academic foundation must be abysmal. Otherwise, why would he need tutoring? Furthermore, he hadn't even bothered to call and check in on them during this period. As Riku opened the door and caught sight of her, he sidestepped to let her walk in. Taking in the room and Riku's current attire, Sora opened her mouth with her habitual chill, pausing to clear her throat with a couple of coughs before speaking. "I came this time to apologize to you. My emotions were somewhat unstable earlier and made you upset. I'm apologizing for that. But back then, I had just learned the truth and my mind was in complete chaos. I didn't know how to face you. I hope you can understand." "Can you?" Riku met her gaze with an indifferent expression and replied, "No." Sora's smile froze on her face. "What should I do? I'm itching to hit him. How can someone be this infuriating? Why not?" Sora forced back her boiling rage as she spoke. "Mom has simply never been able to accept the fact that the two of you were swapped. Besides, hearing that the environment you grew up in wasn't good made me worry your personality might be eccentric. Your younger brother has stayed by my side all these years, accompanying me through every high and low. I simply cannot just send him away." Riku had already heard this speech once before, and hearing it again was still nauseating. "That's your problem. What does it have to do with me? If I hadn't been abandoned back then, I would have been the one staying by your side. People always say no mother dislikes her own child, but your dislike was never hidden, was it? You're free to dislike me, and you're free to dote on your precious golden boy, but you can't expect to keep him and demand my forgiveness. Why did you really come here today? You might as well just drop the act. Putting on a fake show of concern while failing to mask the disgust in your eyes is genuinely sickening. Besides, I never harbored any expectations for you to treat me well." The woman seemed to think remarkably highly of herself, imagining that a casual softening of her tone would force him to fold. Sora grew even more irate. It wasn't that she disliked him, it was that he kept provoking her. What kind of child was this, entirely devoid of filial understanding? Seeing her hopping mad, Riku chuckled. "What, you're angry? Are you mad because I spoke the truth instead of letting you play the saintly mother?" Sora fell silent. If you have something to say, why not just state your real purpose instead of playing games? Since she didn't want to coddle this ungrateful son nor wrong herself any further, she blurted out, "I'll spell it out then. Your grandfather is planning to introduce you to high society. I want you to persuade your grandfather to announce that you and Unshu are twins, and that both of you are my sons. Can you do that?" This was the brilliant solution Sora had concocted. In their social circle, everyone bowed to the powerful and looked down on the lowly. Plenty of sycophants had tried to cozy up to her, though she usually brushed them off with disdain. After all, she was an academic, different from those housewives who relied entirely on their husbands, families. She had always relied on herself. Riku was dumbfounded, marveling at her quick turnaround. In his past life, she had dismissed him as a deadbeat rustic relative, yet now, for Unshu's sake, she was willing to pass them off as twins. "You're quite something? Twins? Then how do you plan to explain why I've never lived at home?" Riku asked with genuine curiosity. "Simple. We'll tell everyone your health was frail, so you were sent to the countryside to recuperate, and that every year your grandfather traveled there just to visit you. That covers all the bases. I'm willing to accept you as my son, and I'll welcome you to live with us going forward, and have your two older sisters slowly accept you and introduce you into their social circles. Surely you find that appealing, don't you?" Sora felt their family had already made massive concessions, even forcing their two daughters to help integrate him into elite circles. He should know when to quit and avoid pushing his luck, otherwise she wouldn't stand for it. She thinks she's being clever, and logically it almost holds together, but on what grounds? Because of that Unshu, he had suffered immensely over the years, abused by their family to the point where not an inch of his skin was unmarked. If they wanted him to agree to this farce, why on earth should he? Why don't you have your precious darling son endure the exact same suffering and hardship I went through? Then I'll consider it. What a pipe dream. He would never agree to this in a million years, and they could forget about ever pulling it off. Sora's eyes widened in shock, unable to fathom how Riku could be so venomous. "How can you be so vicious?" Riku found it hilarious. "This is considered vicious? What about when your whole family was abusing me? Where was your motherly love then? Now that you need my help, you expect me to play along? You put me through hell, so let your precious son taste it too. If you aren't willing, then leave. The door is right there. Don't let me keep you. You're entirely capable of asking Grandpa yourself, so why haven't you? Because you're scared of incurring his displeasure and disappointment, so you dumped the dirty work on me, hoping to cast me as the villain and make Grandpa disappointed in me too. You really are." Riku threw the word, vicious, right back at her. It suited her far better. Sora flew into a rage, raising a hand to strike him, only for Riku to catch her wrist mid-air. "Weren't people saying you were an exceptionally gentle lady? How come you're always itching to hit people? That's a terrible habit. I was beaten far too often in the past, but now I won't let anyone lay a hand on me. I am not your son, nor do I have any wish to be." Sora froze for a split second, failing to grasp his meaning. "What do you mean by that?" "Simple. Grandpa recognizes me as his grandson, so I am strictly his grandson, sharing a household registration with him alone. I can live without parents, and Grandpa has made his stance clear." Since they refused to acknowledge Riku, Grandpa saw no reason to force the issue. If they didn't like it, they could pack up and get lost. Riku was undeniably his grandfather's grandson and nothing else. "Sora, please leave. I have no desire to see you anymore." The moment Riku finished speaking, the butler stepped in, looking at her apologetically. "Miss Sora, please leave." Sora was practically shaking with fury. The day of the banquet arrived, and her family was naturally in attendance, having specially commissioned custom-matching family outfits to project a united front. Sora was determined to steal the spotlight while hypocritically pretending otherwise. Yua and Yumo each held one of Unshu's hands, signaling to everyone that they were an unbreakable unit and that their family would never acknowledge that Riku. Upon arriving at the ancestral estate, they were ushered inside. They half believed the old man had calmed down by now. Over this period, they had at least learned one crucial truth. In this household, Dad didn't call the shots. Grandpa did. Winning the old man's favor was imperative for their future. By the time their family arrived, a sizable crowd had already gathered, whispering amongst themselves. Word had leaked that the couple had fallen out with the patriarch over a fake young master, an utterly baffling prioritization. How could an imposter ever eclipse one's own flesh and blood? Rumor had it they treated that fake like the apple of their eye while spurning their real son. Had it not been for that, the old man wouldn't have banished them and frozen Eunhae's job. It was proof positive that the true young master, Riku, held immense favor. The moment their family entered, they drew immediate stares from the assembled guests. Decency required maintaining surface pleasantries. Eunhae, you're here. I was just looking for you earlier. Did you guys go out to get styled? Your matching family outfits look wonderful. Hearing this, Sora beamed with satisfaction. The kids insisted on wearing matching outfits with us, so we ordered them a while back and just picked them up today. It's just a pity Riku hadn't returned yet, so we didn't make one for him. I hope he isn't petty about it. Such phrasing was masterfully crafted to sow seeds of doubt. Coming from a mother talking about her own biological son, it reeked of cold-hearted alienation. At that moment, another arrival caught the crowd's attention. Zhao Jin, father of the female lead, Zhao Jiaoya. Approaching Eunhae first, he greeted him, "Why are you so late? My girls has been looking for Unshu forever, whining about wanting to play with her Unshu older brother." Zhou Xiaoya had accompanied her grandfather to the countryside back then, only to suffer facial scarring in an accident, leading to endless tears, until Unshu sought her out and comforted her for hours. Hearing this, Unshu hurried over. Knowing his current standing was precarious, he hoped leaning on Uncle Joe might make his parents value him more. "Uncle Joe, I've missed Xiaoya too. Where is she?" Sora was more than happy to encourage this, with the patriarch holding them in contempt. Elevating Unshu's standing was their only play left. "Mr. Joe, where is Xiaoya? Our Unshu has been missing Xiaoya so much." Joujin gestured toward a distant corner. Over there stood a young girl wearing a red dress adorned with a pink diamond necklace and a tiara, though a prominent, jarring scar marred her cheek and extended down to her foot, visible even from a distance. The sight gave Sora a jolt. She knew the broad strokes of what had happened, having heard the tale when her son first returned. How Xiaoya had fallen into a trap and suffered facial injuries. Even Unshu had been startled the first time he saw how hideous the scar looked, though he managed to conceal his revulsion behind a practiced smile as he looked at her. Unshu walked over and extended a hand toward Zhou Xiaoya. "Xiaoya, I've missed you." Delighted that Unshu didn't recoil from her disfigurement, especially given how many people had been staring at her lately. Zhou Xiaoya beamed. "Unshu, older brother, you haven't called or come to visit me in ages. Did you think my scar was ugly too?" she asked with a pouting, aggrieved look in her eyes. Unshu hurriedly grabbed her hand to reassure her. "How could I? You'll always be my best friend." Dropping his head with a crestfallen expression, he looked thoroughly heartbroken. "It's just, I feel like I no longer deserve to be your friend." As he lifted his face, his expression radiated sorrow, though he forced a brave smile. "Xiaoya, you must have heard. I'm not my mom and dad's real son. Through some mix-up, Riku and I were swapped at birth, and I ended up getting trafficked. I don't know why fate played out this way, but if I could, I wanted nothing more than to stay with my family. I thought we could all get along once he came back, but I was wrong." Yua and Yumo rushed over to join him, crying out indignantly, "That Riku is a total pest." The moment he came back, Grandpa started favoring him exclusively. "And even kicked us out of the house," Yumo added bitterly. "We simply hate him. He's even trying to bully Unshu and chase him out." Hearing that Unshu might be cast out, Zhou Xiaoya grew furious. "In my heart, Unshu older brother is my only real friend. What gives him the right to bully Unshu older brother? Why aren't Uncle and Auntie doing anything about it?" Zhou Xiao looked at Unshu with eyes swimming with sympathy. Yua and Yumo stomped their feet in rage. "Mom and Dad are furious too, but in our family's hearts, Unshu is the only family we recognize, that Riku is a nobody." Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaoya stormed straight over to her father. "Dad, I like Unshu older brother. When I grow up, I'm going to marry Unshu older brother, and I hate that Riku person." Such a ridiculous declaration, as if Riku had any interest in her. Zhou Jin scooped his daughter up with a chuckle and told Eunhae, "Eunhae, you heard her. My girl only has eyes for your Unshu. They grew up together, and obviously Xiaoya prefers him. If you try to send Unshu away, I certainly won't stand for it. If you don't want him, hand Unshu over to my family instead. How about letting the two kids stay together? Before Eunhye could reply, Sora chimed in eagerly. Naturally, in our hearts, our precious son is Unshu. Even though Unshu and we share no blood ties. Blood doesn't define everything. Unshu is obedient, sensible, and has always been a good boy. We will never let him go. The surrounding guests chimed in with echoing praise for Unshu, basking in the glow of collective validation. Zhou Xiaoye slid down from her father's arms and grabbed Unshu's hand. Unshu, older brother, don't worry, I'll protect you forever. Unshu smiled happily in response. Just as their family was soaking up all the attention, the venue lights dimmed. Up on the nearby staircase, Riku and Grandpa Unyu made a high-profile entrance. Grandpa wore a traditional Chinese tunic suit, while Riku wore a custom-tailored suit embroidered with traditional dragon motifs. The attire not only highlighted Riku's commanding presence, but also left onlookers thinking what an exceptional young man he was. Descending step by firm step beside his grandfather, Riku was led to the center of the second-floor balcony, where Grandpa addressed the crowd with a smile. Thank you all for gracing my old home as guests today. I wanted to introduce my grandson, Riku. He is my sole grandson and will inherit all property and assets under my name. The moment Grandpa Unyu dropped that bombshell, the crowd exchanged stunned glances. It seems the old man has truly disowned Unshu then. What happens to Unshu now? Even Zhou Jin felt a tremor of hesitation. The patriarch's words made it crystal clear. Riku was his designated successor, inheriting his entire estate. Kneeling down, he urged his daughter, "Look how handsome this older brother is. Go make friends with her, all right?" Zhao Xiaoya cared nothing for that. She only knew one thing. Ever since that Riku appeared, Unshu older brother had looked utterly miserable, terrified, and insecure. She was determined to stand resolutely by Unshu older brother's side. "I won't! I only want to play with Unshu older brother, not him!" Zhou Xiaoya shouted loudly enough for everyone present to fall silent, drawing the sharp gazes of both Grandpa Unyu and Riku. Though a momentary panic flickered across her face, catching sight of Unshu nearby bolstered her resolve to protect him. "Why are you all staring at me? I didn't say anything wrong. Unshu older brother is the best, and this person is awful. I'm going to be friends with Unshu older brother." Grandpa Uno's expression darkened, forcing Zhu Jin to quickly crouch down and quiet his daughter. He knew better than to butt heads with the patriarch right now, as the Unyu household belonged entirely to him. Zhou Xiaoya stomped her foot in protest. "Dad, why are you helping that person? I won't apologize because I didn't lie. This guy is hateful. If it weren't for him, Unshu older brother wouldn't be crying. I hate him, and I have the right to dislike whoever I want." Making a scene and crying in front of a crowd left Zhou Jin utterly mortified. With a darkened face, he raised a hand to discipline the child, but Riku spoke up first. "Mister, there's really no need for that. This young lady isn't wrong. She has the freedom to dislike me, just as I have the freedom to dislike her." Incensed by this response, Zhou Xiaoya spun around to glare furiously at Riku. "What gives you the right to dislike me?" Riku smiled lightly, as though humoring a toddler throwing a tantrum. "I don't know you. Besides, why should I like someone who starts bad-mouthing me the second we meet?" Zhou Xiaoya rejected this logic entirely. "Everyone has to like me." Zhou Jin was equally displeased. "Such harsh words will break a little girl's heart. How can you be so petty with a child?" Before Zhou Jin could finish, Sora elbowed her way forward. Glaring darkly at Riku, she snapped, "Riku, how can you speak to your sister like that? Hurry up and apologize to her and Uncle Joe." The surrounding guests were flabbergasted. What was the meaning of this? Everyone had eyes. The Zhou father and daughter were clearly in the wrong. So why was the blame falling on Riku? Sora's utter lack of pretense made it painfully obvious how much she despised Riku. Riku, however, showed no intention of backing down. "Am I not a child too? Wasn't I just matching her energy? She throws a tantrum claiming she hates me, and I simply tell her the feeling is mutual. Is there a problem here? This was originally just a matter between kids, so why must you adults insist on dragging yourselves into it?" Riku's rhetorical question left both adults looking thunderstruck and deeply embarrassed. Unshu hurried over to comfort Zhu Xiaoya. "Xiaoya, I'm sorry you were wronged on my account." Riku watched him with a cool smile. "What grievances did she suffer? She's been standing here whining and throwing a fit that I bullied you. I'd like to ask you both, how exactly did I bully you?" Everyone here witnessed it. My demeanor was entirely stable and my tone moderate. I certainly didn't coerce anyone, did I? Frankly, I'm terrified. My so-called biological parents are bizarre. Any casual remark I make gets twisted behind my back into vicious threats. And they even tell everyone I chased them out of the house. How could a kid who just returned today possibly pull off something like that? You're giving me way too much credit. As Riku finished his calm rebuttal, murmurs rippled through the crowd. That's right, she was clearly in the wrong. It was just kid stuff anyway. Even if the girl claimed she disliked Riku, Riku acknowledged it and moved on. He's so well-mannered. What a good boy. Grandpa Unao stepped forward as well, surveying the scene with a frown. What is going on here? Every wrong committed is my fault. It was I who angered Riku's older brother. But my mom and dad did nothing wrong. Please don't be angry with them. If you really don't want me here, I can leave and go to an orphanage. Unshu excelled at playing the victim. Grandpa shot Unhei a glacial glare, thinking, is this your good son? Coming to spoil the mood and upset Riku on such an important day. Riku stepped up to support his grandfather, turning his gaze toward Unshu. He talks about leaving constantly. Every time he claims he provoked me or made me mad, as if our grandfather and I are the ones who can't tolerate them. He's threatened it so many times, yet I've never actually seen him leave. Don't you find that strange, Grandpa? Grandpa Uno chuckled darkly. Indeed, talk is cheap. With the patriarch's endorsement, the guests caught on quickly. The old man genuinely detested this Unshu. Hearing this, Unshu's eyes welled up with instant tears, prompting Sora to rush forward and pull him into a protective embrace. Snapping at Grandpa, how can you speak to a child like that? Grandpa Uno fixed her with an icy, unblinking stare, his voice dropping an octave. Then you'd better properly educate your son to stop parading in front of me with the exact same routine. Do you want me to explicitly order him thrown out so you can tell the whole world that I drove away your precious darling son? Repeating it over and over. Is that his own idea? Or is it what you taught him? That chilling rhetorical question struck a chord of genuine fear in them. Unshu stammered quickly. No, Grandpa. It was my own idea. It has nothing to do with Mom and Dad. I just felt like my presence ruined everyone's happiness. I don't know what I did wrong or what happened. I don't understand why Grandpa dislikes me, and I understand even less why you hate me so much. Sobbing pitifully, he put on a masterclass in playing the victim. The crowd's attention was fully captured, and Zhou Xiaoya immediately stepped in front of them to shield the family, declaring to Grandpa Uno, Grandpa Uno, my dad says you're an amazing person, but I think you're mean. How could you make Unshu's older brother cry? I'm going to marry him when I grow up, and I will never like this other guy, so stop daydreaming. Grandpa Uno let out a cold laugh. Little girl, how old are you? Do you even know what liking someone or marrying means? Since you dislike my Riku so much, please leave. The Uno family doesn't welcome you. Unwilling to retreat in disgrace, Zhaojin hurriedly placated him. I apologize, it was my fault. Parental bias got the better of me and made Riku feel wronged. I offer my sincere apologies, Elder Uno. Riku stood obediently by his grandfather's side in silence. Grandpa Uno waved dismissively. No need to explain. I heard every word you said. You should head back now, as I won't be keeping you. Zhaojin had no choice but to drag Zhou Xiaosa away, muttering apologies about returning later to make amends. Very few guests remained who dared side openly with Unhei's family. Realizing how poorly things were going, Unhei rushed forward to salvage the situation. Look, it's all a misunderstanding. We actually wanted to announce to everyone that while he is our son, Unshu is as well, and both children will remain in the family. Isn't that wonderful? Unshi figured the old man would at least spare him some face in public. To his horror, Grandpa Uno scoffed, What family of 2 children? Our family has only 1 grandson. I have 2 granddaughters, Yua and Yumo, and simultaneously only 1 grandson, Riku. Unhei's face drained of color. Back then, the mix-up was an accident. Everyone knows Unshu went missing unexpectedly. We were both in absolute despair, and after searching for 2 long years, we finally brought Unshu back. To us, he is a hard-won child retrieved from loss. He is our precious treasure, and we will never abandon him. Can't you understand our hearts? Eunhee attempted to appeal to his father's paternal empathy, while also gambling, hoping the public would view them as deeply loyal and righteous parents rather than villains, and accept Unshu despite everything. Unshu's return gave us new hope, and back then, before Eunhee could finish, Grandpa cut him off with a wave. As for what really happened back then, I will make a formal public statement shortly. I've invited several media friends here today to witness something. I originally planned to announce it later, but since you've brought it up this far, let's start right now. Both Eunhee and Sora broke out in a cold sweat. What was happening? The guests were equally on edge with curiosity. Amidst the baffled murmurs of the crowd, representatives from the notary office and legal counsel walked in. The old man took Riku by the hand and stepped up to the podium, gesturing toward Yua and Yumo. Yumo, Yua, come up here too. Instinctively looking toward their parents, the 2 girls saw Eunhee nod, prompting them to step forward. Completely bewildered as to what was transpiring, they whispered to Grandpa. Grandpa, don't think calling us up here means we'll like this Riku, Yumo even added defiantly. Grandpa, no matter what you say, I will never like Riku. Looking at his 2 granddaughters, Grandpa couldn't entirely mask his disappointment. The twin granddaughters were already 13 years old. Surely they ought to possess some independent judgment by now, but since they insisted, very well, stay right there while I announce the distribution of my estate. The moment those words echoed, the 2 sisters abandoned any thought of leaving, standing obediently by the side. Grandpa, Yumo piped up sweetly, we aren't leaving. Grandpa Unu let out a cold grunt and addressed the assembled gathering. Welcome everyone here today. I've invited you to witness a matter of grave importance, namely the division of my personal assets. Before anyone speaks out of turn, let me remind you, this is my money, and I'll spend or discard it however I please. It is my absolute prerogative, and none of you have any right to point fingers or meddle. Eunhee's heart skipped a beat, and Sora grew rigid with tension. The couple sensed an impending disaster. They were powerless to stop. Forcing a strained, unnatural smile, Eunhee addressed the crowd. Dad, your assets are entirely yours to command, of course. Sora hastily released Unshu's hand. Standing straight and fixing her gaze rigidly on the stage, Grandpa Unu ignored them entirely, scanning the faces of the guests before speaking slowly. As everyone knows, I've toiled for half my lifetime to build this estate. While I don't know how many years I have left, I intend to settle my affairs today. To those who show me genuine loyalty, I shall be generous. As for that ungrateful wolf of a son, I harbor 0 expectations left. Not only does he defy me, but he suspects me of plotting against him, so he won't be getting a single penny of my wealth. I will allocate a dowry of 30 million to each of my 2 granddaughters. Half of my real estate and immovable assets will be transferred to Riku in advance, with the remainder transferring prior to my passing. As for company shares, 5% goes to each granddaughter and 50% goes to Riku, with 25% transferring immediately. The entire venue erupted into stunned gasps. Good grief, the old man is handing the lion's share of his empire directly to Riku. There's definitely massive drama unfolding here. Are we actually going to witness a total disinheritance today? Pausing for a moment, Grandpa Uno added, naturally, until Riku turns 18, these assets remain in trust. The funds allocated to my granddaughters will go directly into their personal accounts. Furthermore, because you refuse to acknowledge Riku, he bears no relation to you whatsoever. Everything I have stated and done today is notarized by legal counsel and fully protected by law. With those final, crushing words from Grandpa Unu, the entire hall stood frozen in sheer disbelief. Unexpectedly, the family head had already begun dividing the family assets, and right in front of so many people too. This was simply too much. Ren's and his wife's expressions turned extremely ugly. The old man wasn't giving them an ounce of face. He was letting everyone know that Ren wasn't favored anymore, and at that moment, he couldn't help himself either. Saying these kinds of things in front of all these people, what are you trying to accomplish? I also very much want to ask you why. Grandfather Ren looked at him with a cold face, his eyes filled with disappointment. I have always held high expectations for you and trusted you completely. Even though back when Renmo went missing I felt there were numerous suspicious points, I still trusted the two of you. But how did the two of you handle it? You claimed you were going to look for the child, but you only searched for the first few months. Afterward, you each went back to your respective jobs. Your so-called search for the child just amounted to telling the people around you how much pain you were in, and telling the people around you that life still had to go on. Later on, Renjo came back, and the two of you spoiled him rotten. I told you back then that children shouldn't be spoiled to that extent. What needed to be taught had to be taught. But what did the two of you say? You said that was a child you had finally managed to reclaim, that you didn't care how great of an achievement he attained, and that you only hoped he could live in peace and safety. As parents, don't you just hope your children can live a little better? If you could think that way. At the time, Grandfather Ren thought that since it was their child, they truly weren't anxious at all. Everyone knew about what happened back then. Even then, people considered this couple to be formidable figures. Their child had been missing for only 2 months, yet they adjusted just like that and went right back to business as usual. If it were anyone else, wouldn't they have gone out of their minds and kept searching until the child was found? Dad, Ren frowned, looking somewhat displeased. Why are you acting like this? I'm asking about matters of today, so why bring up things from the past? I'm still standing right here. Yet you've given all the assets away to the children. Even to Renmo. Even to Renmo. Aren't you basically telling everyone right to their faces that you are dissatisfied with me as your son? How will everyone look at him from now on? How will they get along with him? Will they look down on him? Did you, an old man, not consider any of this? Grandfather Ren let out a rare laugh. It's truly a wonder that this son of mine even has a brain. The fact that you could realize this actually brings me some relief. Ren fell silent. Everyone was watching. If he hadn't even realized that, how foolish would he have to be? Why on earth are you doing this? Ren simply couldn't understand. How old is Renmo right now? What can he possibly rely on? Dad, why must you be like this? We've brought Renmo back. Can't our family just live our lives properly from now on? They had already brought the child back and stated their willingness to accept him. So why on earth was the old man still stirring up trouble? Wouldn't it be best if the whole family could just get along ordinarily? Why must they be forced to accept this child? No matter what, people should at least be given some time. When he said this, it sounded as though they were the ones who had been deeply wronged and wondered why anyone would force them. This made Grandfather Ren extremely angry and furious, which was precisely why he wanted to make things crystal clear in front of everyone. This couple was simply too devoid of human decency. They were always able to act like they were deeply aggrieved in front of outsiders, pushing all the blame entirely onto Renmo. You still don't know where the problem lies. More than a month ago, I already told you that Renmo is your child. I had already informed you. Back then, that human trafficker swapped the two children and, just to pull off the swap, even abused our family's Renmo for 2 years, letting that child learn about Renmo's childhood experiences. I also told you when we would be returning, instructing you to prepare the house and go pick us up at the airport. And the result? Grandfather Ren recounted the entire sequence of events. Right to my face, you talked about how you disliked Renmo, completely unabashedly displaying your true thoughts before me. Is this how parents are supposed to act? Your own biological child suffered years of hardship outside, yet for the sake of a fake son, you disregarded your own flesh and blood. I am not like you. The child Renmo is my very life. He is my true grandson. There is one thing the two of you seem to have misunderstood, Grandfather Ren said with a cold face, letting out a cold snort and casting an icy gaze at them. That is my property. How I choose to distribute it has nothing to do with you. You have no qualification to meddle in this matter. Today, having everyone here to act as witnesses is to let everyone know just how cold and merciless a person you are, and how much I value our family's Renmo. From now on, Renmo is my grandson, and you, Ren, are no longer my son. Since they refuse to acknowledge Renmo, let's sever ties entirely. From now on, having no relation whatsoever is for the best, isn't it? Well. Everyone was stunned, thinking it was utterly absurd. Since they hadn't said anything yet, they just watched. Anyway, it wasn't their place to comment on a family dispute between a father and son. They naturally couldn't say anything at all. Ren was completely dumbfounded. The old man had spoken in front of so many people, meaning he had already made up his mind. I am your son, and he is only your grandson. How can you be the kind of person who discards their son for the sake of a grandson? Hearing this, Grandfather Ren looked at him very calmly. Aren't I just that kind of person? What, you have a problem with it? It's useless. I've already made this decision. The lot of you should hurry up and leave. From this moment on, you have nothing to do with me anymore. As for Renya and Renmo, once you both turn 18, a lawyer will naturally seek you out. Until then, you don't need to come back either. Since you can't even tell who your own blood brother is, you don't need to return. Ran Tsukiko hadn't spoken a word the entire time. Her eyes remained fixed on Renmo. She kept expecting Renmo to say something, but he didn't. He just stood obediently and quietly by his grandfather's side. She felt truly furious. After listening to it all, she once again chose to drop to her knees. All of this is my fault. I can leave. Grandfather Ren couldn't be bothered to entertain her and had her thrown out. You can come carry Renjo out, Ran Tsukiko said as she hurriedly chased after them. Ren wanted to follow outside as well, but Grandfather Ren spoke up. Ren, I've always known how much you cared about that fake son, which is why I never demanded that you send him away. But you insisted on playing favorites, and weren't willing to put on even the slightest facade of civility. Naturally, I'm no longer willing to keep up appearances with you either. Once you walk out this door today, you are no longer my son, and you are barred from styling yourself as my son from this day forward. I will hold you accountable. Upon hearing these words, Ren's face flushed bright red, and he bolted out the door. Once they had all cleared out, Grandfather Ren turned his attention to everyone present and began to speak. Perhaps some people don't understand why I've done this. It's because their entire family played favorites to an extreme degree and never took my grandson seriously, always feeling that the fake one was their real son. They favored him right in front of my face. Heaven knows how they would bully my grandson in the future. Why should I sustain someone who has no blood relation to me whatsoever? Grandfather Ren turned his gaze back to Renmo, reaching out to take his hand. Back then, missing my late wife, I returned to my hometown and accidentally took a fall. At this point, a look of lingering fortune crossed Grandfather Ren's face. At the time, absolutely no one was willing to help me up because everyone was afraid of being scammed by a fake accident victim. Only Renmo helped me contact an ambulance and accompanied me to the hospital. Afterward, worrying that there was no one to look after me, he secretly brought me food to eat every day, even though he didn't have enough to eat himself. Fearing I had nowhere to live, he went and begged a nursing home by himself, pleading with them to take me in. Grandfather Ren spoke with tears streaming down his face, a tale heartbreaking enough to make anyone hearing it grieve, and any witness weep. So this grandfather and grandson shared such a bond of fate. No wonder the old man was willing to risk his life to uphold justice for Renmo. Every single day he would come to visit me and bring me things. I knew very well that he traded countless flattened cardboard boxes just to get them. Life hasn't been easy for him either. Such a good child. How could my heart not ache for him? Renmo also stood firmly by his grandfather's side. He understood why his grandfather was doing this today, and with tears in his eyes he said, "Thank you for giving me a home. In the past, I felt like nobody in this world would ever be good to me. I was like discarded trash. Someone worthy of hatred." Hearing Renmo speak up, the crowd turned their attention toward him. Soon after, footage of Renmo's past was played on screen, wearing ragged, patched clothes, going out to dig up wild vegetables, along with the injuries on his body. Together with the words spoken by the village chief, Grandfather Ren made all the truth public. Everyone saw how miserable my life in the videos had been. I had been beaten and abused by that family. I had to wash the family's clothes down by the river, frequently suffering from frostbite. All of the family's chickens, ducks, and pigs were fed by me, and even the farm work in the fields. I had to handle entirely by myself. At first, I thought that since I was the older brother of the household, doing those things was my duty. But later on, I learned the truth. That wasn't it at all. They hated me simply because I was loathsome. No matter how obedient I was, no matter how hard I tried, No matter what grades I scored, no matter if I ranked first in my grade, and no matter if I could bring glory to them, it was all useless. They simply hated me. They hated me to the core, and they wished they could beat me to death. But every time, they held back, because they still needed me to do the chores around the house. Often, in the middle of the night, I would sneak out and hide outside to cry. A helpless smile crossed his face, as if he felt that his past self had been somewhat foolish. Actually, what good was crying back then? It couldn't change a thing. Later on, I figured I had to make money, or else they were going to send me off to work in some electronics assembly plant. Cutting off my education. I couldn't let that happen. I still wanted to see the world outside, and I wanted to see the ocean. I worked so hard to collect scrap materials, walking along mountain paths for a long time, just to get people willing to sell their recyclables to me. I had already saved up 100 yuan. The tuition for my next semester was finally covered. I was so happy. But the very next day, my money was stolen. That family beat me, claiming that I had stolen their money and said a thief like me deserved to be thrown in prison. I often wondered why my life had turned out this way. Renmo's voice dropped very low, yet it carried clearly to everyone's ears. It was hoarse, and his expression was grave as he seemingly tried his utmost to suppress his emotions. He spoke of these things using as calm a tone as possible. Later on, I met Grandpa. Grandpa gave me warmth and made me feel that there were still people in this world who cared about me. I figured I should take better care of Grandpa. At the time, I didn't know we shared a familial bond. Speaking of this, a trace of a smile finally touched the corners of Renmo's mouth, and a glimmer of light returned to his eyes. It was clear that he truly cared deeply about the old man, treating him as family. Moreover, as the photographs showed, the old man had actually dressed quite plainly back then. He was a major figure. At the time, having lost my memory due to injuries, I also believed I was just a helpless, lonely old man. The two of us often chatted together, and I found it all very comforting. Later, after my memory returned, I thought about helping this child and bringing him back here to live. This child gave me warmth and allowed me to survive. I felt that no matter how well I treated him, it would still not be enough. At this moment, everyone finally understood. Grandfather's devotion to this child wasn't merely a matter of blood ties, but also because the child had saved his life. Later on, when the family troubles arose, I also learned that I wasn't their biological child. But I never thought about looking for my parents. I figured that perhaps I was just someone born without parents in my fate, lacking that kind of connection. Otherwise, why would that family have treated me the way they did, despite how hard I tried before? When Renmo said this, a bitter smile played at the corners of his mouth. To anyone watching, the child appeared thoroughly wronged. It was clear that even with such deep grievances bottled up inside, he had been reluctant to speak of them, perhaps out of fear, fearing that even after finding his biological parents, he would still be spurned. And abandoned once more. That's why I didn't want Grandpa to help me look. Grandfather Ren knew it was his turn to speak, so he stepped forward and addressed everyone. I knew the child was afraid and reluctant to seek out his biological parents, but I figured that no matter what, he deserved to know what his true background was. Without the child's consent, I went ahead and investigated the matter. To my surprise, the final investigation results showed that this child was my very own grandson. Goodness, isn't that far too dramatic? Everyone felt it was as absurd as a television drama. When the grandfather reached this part, old tears streamed down his face. Along with profound relief, he said, "You have no idea." When I saw the results, I thought to myself, goodness. Right from the start, I had felt a deep affinity for this child, and I felt a special warmth from him. This child is my precious grandson, yet someone harmed him back then. As soon as I learned about this, I couldn't wait to tell Renmo. Do you know what this child's reaction was? Everyone looked over. Some shook their heads to indicate they didn't know, while others tentatively guessed. Did he not believe it? Did he think you were only saying that for his benefit? The reason they guessed this was because they discovered that the child truly had it hard. For this child to make it to where he was today was no easy feat. Furthermore, the video also showed pictures of the child selling rice balls. He was genuinely working hard just to stay alive. The child simply couldn't believe it. He was terrified that it was all an illusion. At the same time, he didn't know how to face any of it. Clearly, by that point, he was already supporting himself entirely on his own. He went out to sell rice balls every single day, having to wake up past 4 in the morning, and had to prepare a multitude of things the night before. One could say that earning money was truly arduous for him. Back then, he felt deeply unsettled and terrified. The very first thing he said to me was that he hoped we could go get a DNA test together so that he could truly believe we were related by blood. Many people listening to this had already started wiping away their tears, never imagining that the child had endured so much hardship out in the world. They believed that if they had been in the know, they undoubtedly would have favored this child as well, even without the life-saving element. A family's own child is, of course, always more important than anyone else. What did outsiders have to do with them? Only that couple could possibly think such a child didn't matter. The things they did simply couldn't bear the light of day. Even if they disliked the child, on the surface they should have happily welcomed him back, even if it meant locking the doors and grumbling in private, but they didn't do that at all. They valued themselves far too much, plastering all their dislike and aversion right across their faces. That was what drove Grandfather Wren into a direct rage. Even after getting the test results, the child still dared not believe it, while worrying excessively that his biological parents wouldn't like him. The child acted remarkably tough, saying it wouldn't matter if no one liked him, yet Grandpa could still sense his cautious, walking on eggshells demeanor. Grandpa pulled Renmo close and looked at him gently. "Wherever Grandpa is, that's your home. Don't worry." Renmo looked at Grandpa, flashing a smile, and then turned to face everyone. "I'm not afraid of being a laughingstock to all my uncles, aunts, and older cousins. Back then, I put on a tough front, telling Grandpa that I didn't care about them at all, and that I had no need for their affection. But in the dead of night, I would still wonder, why am I so unlovable? Why did they hate me the moment they laid eyes on me without even looking properly? Just because I was dumped in a place like that? Just because they assumed I lacked education, or because they thought I had too many bad habits? Were those reasons enough to hate me so deeply? Their attitudes left my heart ice cold, so I hardened my own heart and told myself, if they don't like me, fine, I'll just like myself. I'm not money. How could I possibly expect everyone to like me? When the child spoke these final words, his expression was particularly poignant, tugging deeply at everyone's heartstrings. How could such a child fail to melt one's heart? The old man's tears became uncontrollable once more as he pulled his grandson tightly into his embrace, turning to announce to the crowd, "You tell me, after seeing everything this child has been through and then witnessing their attitude, how could I not be angry? All I wanted was for them to treat this child well, to be earnest and responsible, and to show some accountability by realizing they are parents. I didn't even ask them to favor Renmo excessively. I only hoped they would give the child the impression of being good parents. But they were unwilling. What did they tell me? They told me the child grew up in the mountains, so who knows what bad habits he might have picked up, and claimed they had already grown attached to the other child and would never compromise. They even tried to threaten me by running away from home. That's why I chased them out. I honestly thought they wouldn't come back today. Yet, who would have guessed they'd scamper right back and ruin this banquet, completely spoiling my mood? From now on, I ask you all to act as witnesses. That family has no relation to us whatsoever anymore." At the very end, Grandfather Wren naturally told everyone to enjoy the food. But after witnessing such a massive piece of family drama, it was hard for anyone to linger, so they began to take their leave. As guests departed, Grandfather Wren even prepared parting gifts and had people personally drive them home, instructing them to spread the word back to their respective households that there was no need to associate with Wren's family anymore. They were finished. Everyone left. The lawyers and notary personnel also cleared out, leaving only the grandfather, grandson, and the housekeeper. Looking at his grandson with immense delight, Grandfather Wren said, "You did wonderfully today. Grandpa is truly proud of you." In truth, Grandfather Wren hadn't known Renmo would say those things, assuming the boy would swallow his grievances and stay silent. They hadn't coordinated this beforehand at all, but the child was truly sharp and caught on instantly, carrying the conversation brilliantly. This made the old man exceptionally happy. Furthermore, there were reporters present today. Who knew their family's affair might even make tomorrow's newspapers? Renmo, you can finally stay by Grandpa's side." The old man was overjoyed, and his grandson echoed the sentiment. "Grandpa, I'm also glad to be able to stay with you. How could I watch you handle everything for me all by yourself? Besides, everything we said was the absolute truth without a single ounce of fabrication. You don't have to worry about others looking at me strangely. I won't mind at all." After today's events, that family of 4 must be absolutely out of their minds with fury. From now on, they have no connection to the old man whatsoever. At best, it's just the relationship of a company superior and subordinate. Meanwhile, that family had been ignominiously driven out and wanted to find a nearby hotel, but searched for a long time without success. In the end, they had no choice but to take a taxi back. Upon returning, they were still seething with rage, constantly cursing out the old man and accusing him of playing favorites. "Your dad is simply too biased. He only has eyes for that Renmo, yet you are his actual son." Hearing this, Ren frowned, deeply displeased. "Enough! Can you stop talking? Every single time it's because of your loud mouth. If something bugs you, can't you just grin and bear it? I already told you how much my dad favors Renmo. Why on earth do you insist on hating him?" Ren was boiling with anger. Originally, as long as they had humbled themselves, apologized to Renmo, and gotten along well moving forward, everything would have been fine. But the old man was displeased, resulting in them losing their right to ever return. "You're blaming me?" Ran Tsukiko was equally furious. "Is this matter my fault? Did I swap the children? Did I make your dad kick us out of the house? It's not my fault, so why on earth should I admit fault? I won't do it? Never. And what about you, Ren? You flirted with other people. How could you do this to me?" Like a mad woman, Ran Tsukiko lunged at Ren, scratching deep claw marks across his face, a sight that left the siblings terrified. They realized their mother was terrifying. Renya hurriedly pulled her younger siblings backward, while Renjo rushed forward at that moment to hug Ran Tsukiko, crying, "Mom, Dad, stop fighting! I don't want you guys to fight. It's all my fault." Seeing Renjo act this way, naturally they couldn't keep fighting. Letting out a heavy sigh, they turned their attention toward Renjo, and Ran Tsukiko even squatted down to tell him, "Mom and Dad aren't fighting because of you. It's because of your grandfather's attitude toward this matter, and because of Renmo's attitude." Fearing the child might misunderstand, they hurried to explain. To them, Renjo was very important, and right now, there was absolutely no way they would humble themselves. If they lowered their heads now, wouldn't that be telling everyone they were in the wrong? Absolutely not. They could never do that. In the end, Ran Tsukiko declared, "If they kick us out, then let them kick us out. We'll show your dad that even without his help, we can still live very well. From now on, every penny of your monthly salary must be transferred to me. We don't have much money in our hands right now. Your dad wants to give money to those 2 girls, but instead of giving it now, he's just handing it over to the 2 girls. He's just too petty." Not knowing what else to say, Ren simply shut his mouth. Meanwhile, after returning home, Zhou Shouya constantly nagged her father about wanting to play with Renjo and attend school with him. Zhou's father simply sent Shouya over to Renjo's side so the kids could play together. Every day they just played around, and someone even helped them write their homework. Pampered and spoiled by their elders for too long, Ran Tsukiko and Ren, having hired a nanny, saw their positions shifted. Ren was no longer that lofty manager, and now he actually had to do manual work. If he didn't work, his pay got docked. Every day he was chewed out by his supervisor. Whenever he tried to talk back, the supervisor would retort, "Ren, if you're unsatisfied, you can go find the chairman. You can ask the chairman." Whether the things you've been doing deserve to be scolded, Ren finally understood. This must have been orchestrated by the old man on purpose. Yet when he looked, he found Grandfather Ren busy reviewing documents, assisted by a hired professional manager. The old man no longer needed to stay in the office constantly. He only needed to drop by at appropriate times to audit the accounts and check on the company's status. Nowadays, the company was smoothly managed by professional executives. How is Renmo doing lately? Pondering it over and over, he finally managed to bring up this topic. Casting a glance at this foolish son, the old man hadn't expected him to show a spark of cleverness for once. He's studying various forms of knowledge and learning various skills. He wants to enrich himself while working hard. Did you just come here today to ask about this? Ren's expression turned slightly awkward. Well, since it wasn't the end of the month yet, their family expenses had already been completely spent, leaving them cash-strapped. So he had figured he'd come ask the old man to borrow some money. With the old man being so wealthy, surely he would agree, right? Look, that whole incident happened so long ago. Ran Tsukiko also knows she was in the wrong and has been talking about wanting to see Renmo lately to have a chat with him. He figured that as long as he praised that son of theirs, the old man wouldn't object anymore, right? Little did Ren know, the old man saw right through his intentions. I have no time to see you. I already said we have no relation. You can leave now. Ren was kicked out, truly driven out by force. Meanwhile, Renmo had indeed been extremely busy these past 2 days. Grandpa had helped him secure a factory and hired numerous workers. Upon arriving there, he began teaching them how to make beef jerky. He was also preparing to make chili sauce, chopped pepper paste, authentic Sichuan fermented bean curd, kimchi, and shredded spicy rabbit, building an entire Sichuan-style food processing factory. Every single day, he tasted and tested products, experimenting endlessly just to nail down a satisfying flavor profile. During this period, several managers spent all day eating beef jerky, rabbit, and various sauces. Delicious as they were, nobody could withstand eating them every single day. Their hearts were practically breaking. When they first arrived here, they had assumed they were just accompanying some wealthy young master playing house. Thinking that a rich young master simply wanted to set up a factory for fun, they had harbored that exact mindset when they came. Only after arriving did they realize this young master was deadly serious. He constantly experimented and searched for the optimal ratio, working from early morning to late at night every day just to finalize the formulas. He also made sure to bring home the tastiest sauces and beef jerky daily for Grandpa to sample. Grandpa liked them a lot too, but eventually there were simply too many, prompting him to complain that he was getting quote-oat inner heat from eating too much spice. Consequently, the leftovers fell to the nanny and the housekeeper, who would always praise them. Extremely delicious, truly fantastic, extolling the flavors even before the food crossed their lips. Still, he knew that was only because they had eaten far too much of it. Fortunately, before the holiday ended, Renmo successfully finalized the recipes. As soon as the first batch was produced, Renmo rushed to tell Grandpa the good news. Hearing this, Grandpa was pleasantly surprised that his grandson had finally succeeded. Upon tasting it, Grandpa nodded repeatedly in praise. Not bad, this flavor is quite good. But is this beef jerky moist? The semi-dry kind? Renmo hurriedly produced another variety and placed it before his grandfather. Grandpa, look at this kind. This one fits the description too. Grandfather Ren took a bite. The flavor was indeed exceptional. So where do you plan to market these? Are you taking them to sell on the streets or somewhere else? Grandfather Ren wanted to test how far his grandson had thought this through and whether he had considered how these items would actually be sold. Of course, he intended to help his grandson handle everything anyway. Grandpa, I've already thought it through. We're going to place them in supermarkets, hotels, and restaurants. We've already sent people out to pitch them. Naturally, all our certifications are fully prepared from the start. We have safety certificates and quality compliance certificates. We put safety first and flavor second. Our chili paste comes in several varieties, along with dry chili paste, which goes wonderfully with rice. There are many lines of products. The reason I've been so busy these past 2 months is precisely because I was researching these items. I hope that one day, whenever people see these goods, they'll immediately think of our Ren's chili sauce. If this brand is managed well, it will definitely be everyone's top choice, and can even evoke a sense of home and nostalgia. Renmo personally led teams out to pitch the products. How do you plan to pitch them? Are you bringing samples for people to inspect, or what? Tell Grandpa quickly. We can also use them for cooking, and I'll prepare some sample dishes for everyone to taste. At the same time, I'll provide a bowl of rice so people can sample our chopped pepper paste and dry chili paste. All the empty talk in the world is useless. Only by letting people taste and experience it for themselves will they know whether we're telling the truth. Hearing this, Grandpa nodded approvingly. You've done well. You can try introducing them to nearby supermarkets. It might be quite exhausting at first. Will you be able to persevere? Grandpa felt a slight urge to step in and directly recommend the products to his old friends, establishments. How about this? Grandpa will recommend a few places to you, and you can take the chili paste over there. He was actually worried his grandson would refuse. To his surprise, his grandson agreed. Looking at him with utmost sincerity, Renmo replied, "First of all, thank you very much for your trust. Please rest assured I will never let down your trust. And I will definitely make people eager to cooperate with us after tasting it." Then go ahead. But I'm also a bit curious. Didn't you always dislike Grandpa helping you out before? Back then, Grandpa had felt rather defeated. He desperately wanted to help his grandson, yet his grandson had stubbornly refused. "Grandpa, you misunderstood. It wasn't that I didn't want your help. It's just that when it came to the matter of my biological parents, I didn't want you to waste your efforts lowering yourself into the dust for nothing. Since they didn't want him as a son, so be it. He wasn't all that keen on living with them anyway." He refused to lower his head. "Grandpa, I refuse to bow down to them. I refuse to compromise or swallow my grievances. They loathe me, and only like that Renjo, so why should I bother trying to please them? They wouldn't give me a second glance anyway, and would likely subject me to all sorts of sarcastic remarks. I don't like that. However, the chili sauce business is entirely different. I have absolute confidence in our chili sauce and our products. I believe that once you introduce me to those friends of yours, we can secure these orders and make them see that they can trust Grandpa." Hearing this, Grandfather Ren understood Renmo's intent. "Then go ahead." Accompanied by workers from the factory, Renmo prepared numerous boxed meals packed in aluminum lunchboxes. Inside were dishes flavored with their chili sauce, accompanied by dry chili paste containing peanuts and chili peppers, yielding a truly superb flavor. Naturally, they also prepared other varieties, such as shiitake mushroom paste and enoki mushroom paste. Their very first stop was a restaurant owned by an old friend of Grandpa's, a massive establishment. Naturally, only the first 3 floors operated as a restaurant. Seeing his old friend arrive, the owner first exchanged greetings. Renmo obediently followed his grandfather's lead in addressing the elder. Seeing how sensible the child was, Grandpa Wang was delighted and handed over a hefty red envelope. "You never visit unless there's a reason. Today you even brought your grandson to see me. What brings you here?" Grandpa Wang sat down alongside Grandpa Ren, then looked toward Renmo with a smile. "My grandson here says he wants to bring out something to impress you, hoping you'll agree to introduce these items into your kitchen's ingredients." Hearing this, Grandpa Wang grew curious. "Well, that sparks my curiosity. Tell Grandpa, what do you plan to use to impress me? You should know that your Grandpa Wang is a chef who has seen countless ingredients. Making my heart skip a beat is actually quite difficult. Having seen all sorts of ingredients and crafted innumerable culinary masterpieces, ordinary delicacies could no longer move him." Renmo pulled out a large bag and opened it to reveal individual lunchboxes inside. Seeing this, Grandpa Wang was dumbfounded. Furthermore, there were quite a few varieties, each accompanied by a side of chili paste. "Grandpa Wang, these are the items I've brought. Our family's Ren chili sauce. We have many different chili pastes, and every single one has a unique flavor. Grandpa Wang, you can inspect them and see if there are any issues." Renmo brought out a sample of every chili sauce flavor, along with the beef jerky. It seemed he had nearly forgotten something. Seeing such a grand array, Grandpa Wang finally believed the grandfather and grandson meant business. Straightening his clothes and settling back down, his inner boss persona instantly surfaced. "You expect me to eat these things? I don't see anything appetizing about them." Grandpa Wang felt slightly dizzy seeing so many chili peppers. "Grandpa Wang, what I'm recommending to you is our chili sauce, our various pastes, and..." Renmo flashed a smile at Grandpa Wang. "Don't think a smile will win me over. I intend to strictly guard our restaurant's reputation." Hearing this, Grandpa Ren laughed outright, immediately firing back. "What does your son's company have to do with you? Just say whether you're going to try it or not. If you don't want it, I'll take it to someone else. Let me tell you, it's solely because of our good relationship. Then I brought my grandson to you first. The chili sauce and beef jerky he makes are explosively delicious. Previously, plenty of people placed advance orders. If the two of us weren't close brothers, do you think I would have thought of you? Let's go somewhere else. If people aren't willing to try it, so be it. Don't force anyone as if we couldn't sell them ourselves. With that, Grandpa intended to stand up and pull his grandson away. Seeing this, Grandpa Wang hurriedly grabbed his hand. I'm just joking. Of course I know your stuff is genuinely good. I'll certainly give it a proper taste, all right? Naturally, since this was produced by Old Man Ren, he doubted a mere kid could concoct such things on his own. Picking up one of the boxed meals, he began to eat, figuring that even if it tasted terrible, he would at least give face to this old friend. After all, they had been through half a lifetime together, and he had never asked them for anything. Accepting a bit of chili sauce was the least he could do. At worst, he could just use it for staff meals. But the moment he took his first bite, he was utterly astonished. The flavor was truly extraordinary. The chili paste not only failed to overpower the dish's flavor, but instead elevated it to new heights. Moreover, these items were genuinely appetizing. Paired with rice, it made him want to finish the entire bowl. Under these circumstances, he naturally had to keep some on hand. Renmo, the chili sauces you've made are fantastic. Do you have quality compliance certificates for these? Water. If so, I'd like to collaborate with you. I genuinely love these chili sauces. Seeing Grandpa Wang's reaction, Grandpa Ren thought about how irritating his earlier words had been. How could he have the nerve now? It's too late to talk about collaborating now. I'm telling you, if you want to partner up now, you don't get the old friends discount anymore. We do business strictly by the book. Grandpa Wang choked. Watching his grandfather like this, Ren Mo felt a mixture of helplessness. He knew Grandpa was trying to protect his feelings, but he also worried that his presence might create a rift in their friendship. Grandpa Wang, I'd like to leave a case of each sauce here with you. A month from now, if your sales are good, we can formally discuss a long-term partnership. Grandpa Wang agreed readily and paid on the spot, purchasing a case of each variety at 3 yuan per bottle, with 24 bottles per case, totaling 10 cases. Alongside beef jerky priced at 90 yuan per caddy across 3 flavors, 10 caddies each, the payment was settled immediately. After bidding farewell to Grandpa Wang, Ren Mo and his grandfather moved on to their next stop, while Grandpa Wang pondered whether he could invent some new dishes utilizing the chili paste. They visited several more of Grandpa's old friends, leaving samples at each. They weren't solely relying on personal connections either. They also brought quantities of chili paste to bustling shopping malls and wet markets. The beef jerky and beef bites were distributed as free samples to build momentum before pitching. Everyone worked hard. Their factory had a total of 18 workers, plus Ren Mo and the managing grandfather, making 20 people in all. Everyone was putting in maximum effort. Coincidentally, while Renya and Renmo were out window shopping with friends, they actually spotted Renmo promoting his products on the street. Renmo nudged her older sister Renya. Did you see that? Isn't that annoying jerk over there the one we hate? Renya looked over and sure enough, spotted Renmo. Both of their faces darkened instantly. Renya gritted her teeth, forcing a few words through her clenched jaw. That's him. Let's go see. If it weren't for this guy, how could our family have fallen to such a miserable state? Recently, their standard of living regarding clothing, food, housing, and transportation had plummeted by several tiers. Seeing newly released dresses and crystal shoes, they could no longer just buy them on a whim. Now, locking themselves in their rooms every day under the guise of studying hard so their parents would see their efforts, they felt heartbroken. If not for Renmo, their family wouldn't be suffering like this. Strutting over, the two sisters began shouting and hollering at Renmo. Lifting his head, Renmo spotted them, cast a single glance their way, and immediately withdrew his gaze, never looking in their direction again. Finding themselves completely ignored, the two grew furious. Marching up, they tried to knock over his display table, only for Renmo to catch both of their wrists. With a dark expression, Renmo stared at them. "What do you think you're doing? If you try this again, I'm calling the police." The two tried to yank their hands free, but no matter how hard they struggled, it was useless. How on earth could Renmo be this strong? This only angered them further. "Let go of me. If you don't let go, I'm calling Mom and Dad." Renmo let out a cold laugh upon hearing this. Those two were truly a riot. Did they honestly think he'd be scared just because they threatened to call those people? Not a chance. "You'd better tell whoever you call what kind of stunt you just pulled." If I hadn't caught your hands just now, you two would have flipped this entire table. You will pay for every single item on here at full price. Furious, the two girls refused to compensate him. What are you talking nonsense for? We just wanted to come take a look and you grabbed us. Yeah, what even are these disgusting things? They look foul and probably taste awful. And who knows what kind of filthy ingredients you put in them. As they made these accusations, bystanders nearby began to look concerned. Every box of chili paste here is unopened, and we keep designated open samples on hand, all tested and certified safe before being sold. Meanwhile, your uncle's family's products, now those are truly problematic. Relying on the Wren family backing, they opened a spicy gluten snack factory whose products failed safety standards entirely, using the cheapest materials imaginable, alongside substandard dried tofu. Ren Mo was preparing to report them in the interest of consumer health. If you two continue to slander our products, the sisters were on the verge of exploding with rage. This bastard was simply too outrageous. Call the police. Your vocabulary seems limited to just those 2 words, doesn't it? Seeing the two of them boil with anger, he added, "What can I do? A pitiful outcast like me with no one to love can only rely on Uncle Police Officer for help. After all, unlike you two, you have parents who adore you unconditionally, yet they can still hesitate to attack and blame me. In their hearts, I, their biological son, am like an extra burden, someone they desperately want to shake off. Your whole family wishes I had stayed away in the countryside, wishing I had never appeared at all. Because you despise me, you want to sabotage my business, claiming all my products are defective. Is this what you call being kind-hearted? Everything you say is fake. Your kind are truly malicious." His words left them utterly speechless. Having never encountered such a tongue-lashing, they didn't know how to retort for a moment. But soon enough, Renya recovered her wits. "Are you just jealous of us?" Thinking of this, how could Ren Mo possibly be jealous of the 3 of them? They were pampered in the palms of their parents' hands, whereas he had been loathed from day one. Regaining a sense of righteous confidence, Renya looked at Ren Mo, triumph radiating from her eyes. Smiling, she looked at him and said, "It's only natural that Mom and Dad dislike you. Just think about it. The very first day you turned the whole household upside down. What on earth did you say to Grandpa to make him treat us with such disdain? A child like you deserves to be disliked by our parents." Ren Mo also snapped back to reality, deciding that must be the case. Ren Mo was simply envious of their parental love, which was why he had poisoned Grandpa's mind against their parents. Furious, Ren Mo put her hands on her hips and pointed at Ren Mo, shouting, "Ren Mo, if you want Mom and Dad to forgive you, you better hurry and tell Grandpa that you lied. Before you came back, our family lived happily and peacefully, and Grandpa treated us well too." Hearing this sounded exceptionally absurd. A happy family? Grandpa treated them well? Her family had never once thought of Grandpa. If they had, why hadn't they visited him all these years? He visited Grandpa every single week and had never run into them once. If, as they claimed, their parents deeply respected Grandpa, why wouldn't they go visit him? It was precisely because one felt no familial warmth around them. What they cared about was how much money he gave them monthly, not the man himself. Even during the half-year Grandpa went missing and lost his memory. Didn't that prove it? As long as the money arrived each month, whether Grandpa was here or not didn't matter in the least. They never worried about him. Money was paramount. With Grandpa out of the way, no one interfered with their family harmony. They had cash and zero supervision. What a wonderful life. How dare they ask why Grandpa disliked them? Listening to Ren Mo spell it out, naturally, they refused to admit it. Of course they hadn't gone. Who would willingly visit such a remote, backward place? Grandpa was recovering in his hometown, so as grandchildren, naturally they couldn't go disturb him. They certainly wouldn't admit they skipped visiting him because the place was too remote. Besides, Dad had said they didn't have to do things they didn't want to. Whatever the reality is, you know it deep down. I don't want to look at you right now, so you can leave. If you stay any longer, I'm calling the police! Glaring at Ren Mo with fury, the two shouted, "Ren Mo, you're just an annoyance!" Unfazed, Ren Mo replied, "Better than ungrateful wolves like you." Renya and Ren Mo fell silent. "Let me tell you, don't ever dream of winning Mom and Dad's affection. They despise you too much for that. You're just an unwanted kid. Hearing this, Renmo simply laughed. These two seemed incapable of uttering any other insult. You two aren't little kids anymore. You're in middle school. How can you be so terrible at insulting people? You keep repeating the exact same line. I couldn't care less about them. Do you honestly think I need their love? Just like the two of you, the moment I look at you, I find you irritating. I genuinely don't care about your opinions of me. As for us, keeping our distance is best. This only fueled Renya and Renmo's anger further, though they refused to believe it. We know you're just green with envy and eating your heart out. Since you can't win Mom and Dad's affection, you're just pretending not to care, right? They desperately wanted to prove this point, as it was the only way to soothe their bruised egos. Are you guys completely incapable of human speech? Or is my message just not getting through? I genuinely do not care about you, nor do I care about your so-called tight-knit family. The ones who actually care are you lot, hoping to see me suffer and grieve. Well, you're barking up the wrong tree. My schedule is tight and I have no time to waste on unimportant people. Finishing his piece, Renmo went back to attending to business, leaving the two sisters even more enraged. Seeing that Renmo genuinely didn't care, they were utterly baffled as to what was going on. Meanwhile, their friends called out, "What are you guys doing?" "We need to go," prompting them to leave. Returning to his tasks, Renmo organized his paperwork. That food processing plant near their factory failed every single standard and was actively polluting the environment. After filing an official report, Renmo returned in high spirits. Without hiding it from Grandfather Ren, I reported the Lan family's food factory. Grandpa choked. His grandson truly held nothing back against his biological mother's family, reporting his own uncle's plant. Still, what his grandson did was the right thing. Factories like that deserve to be reported. You've been working hard all day today. You shouldn't overwork yourself. Coming back at 8 or 9 every evening is hurting your health. Worried for the boy who had been returning late nightly due to factory matters, Grandpa fretted over his well-being. The results these past 2 days have been fantastic. We've sold batch after batch. For our next step, I'm thinking of opening a restaurant ourselves, so we can feature our chili sauces prominently. Hearing this, Grandpa offered his full support and asked where he wanted to open it. Examining a city map, Renmo looked puzzled, noticing numerous triangular markings scattered across various locations. What are these triangles, and why are there so many? Beaming broadly to reveal 2 rows of pearly whites, Grandpa replied, "Any location marked with a triangle is yours to use however you like." Glancing at them, Renmo realized there were too many to count. I figure we shouldn't stray too far from the factory, otherwise we might face logistical delays. I'd like to choose this spot. After careful evaluation, Renmo selected a location close to both their current base and the factory, surrounded by office buildings and schools, a guaranteed hotspot for booming business. Convinced that there are no failed locations, only failing operators, Grandpa gave his enthusiastic backing, telling him to pursue whatever he set his mind to. After dinner, Renmo returned to his room to draft a business plan. With the location secured, the proposal had to follow swiftly to set the next phase in motion. Starting early the next morning, Renmo whipped up steamed buns and wontons. Grandpa praised them endlessly upon tasting. Anything made by his grandson was automatically delicious. Watching Grandpa's unconditional praise left Renmo dumbfounded. "Grandpa, please taste this objectively. I want genuine feedback." Wontons, noodles, and braised pork trotters with white beans, paired with chili sauce. That flavor is peerless. And we also have this Sichuan-style mouth-watering chicken, balancing numbness, spice, freshness, and fragrance with a hint of lingering sweetness. "Grandpa, try them all carefully." Grandpa sampled each dish thoroughly. The flavors were genuinely exceptional. Looking earnestly at his grandson, he said, "Renmo, I'm not just blindly praising you. These flavors are genuinely top tier, just like the ones back in the county town. Renmo, you need to have faith in yourself." In truth, Renmo did struggle with self-doubt occasionally, always suspecting Grandpa's praise was biased. Yet he retained firm confidence in his recipes. Having worked every odd job imaginable, he had initially learned numerous culinary skills working in restaurants, before picking up other trades to survive, long having stared starvation in the face. Now, with Grandpa's backing, all his once impractical dreams could actually come true. How wonderful was that? Therefore, he refused to act coy or reject Grandpa's provisions. Instead, he would simply execute every task to perfection as the best repayment to his grandfather. Then thank you for the glowing review. Following that, Renmo sought out others to taste test his dishes. Garnering unanimous approval, Renmo proceeded to take the exam for his professional chef's certification, determined to ensure every endeavor he undertook was ironclad against any criticism. While handling these matters outside, he spotted Ran Tsukiko pacing back and forth. The moment Ran Tsukiko laid eyes on Renmo, the disdain in her eyes was palpable. Striding straight up to him, Ran Tsukiko demanded, "Let's find a place to talk." Believing she needed a proper heart-to-heart with this son to make him understand his exact social standing and cure him of any delusions of grandeur, Ran Tsukiko glared at him for a long time. Glancing at his watch, Renmo noted, "I only have half an hour." Frowning in deep displeasure, Ran Tsukiko retorted that there was no need for half an hour. 10 minutes was plenty. "There's a pavilion over there. Let's go sit for a moment." Leading Renmo to the pavilion under the blazing midday heat, Ran Tsukiko's face darkened when Renmo went and bought 2 bottles of mineral water. Seeing the water, she sneered, "Don't think buying me a bottle of water will make me treat you nicely." Finally, understanding where the sisters' narcissism came from, Renmo replied, "If you're not drinking it, leave it there. I'll take it back to drink myself. Consider this my foolish moment. I certainly won't buy you anything next time." Was Renmo someone who let himself get taken advantage of? Absolutely not. This only infuriated Ran Tsukiko further. This insolent wretch didn't place her as his mother in his heart at all. "I am your mother. I came here today to tell you that what happened back then was an accident. None of us wanted it to happen, but since it did, it's unalterable. Furthermore, Renjo has kept me company for years, so I cannot abandon him. Back when you went missing, everyone blamed me and I suffered a mental breakdown thinking I didn't need to shoulder the guilt anymore." Renmo caught the drift. She was blaming him for getting lost in the first place. So getting abducted and trafficked was somehow his fault? Ran Tsukiko nodded matter-of-factly. "Naturally, but there's no use dwelling on the past. I'm just here to tell you that since you're back, you should behave yourself and avoid harboring bad intentions, or else I won't let you off." Renmo stared at Ran Tsukiko. Her attitude had been bizarre from the outset. "Could it be that you—" Ran Tsukiko froze, refusing to admit, "I never said that." Fleeing in a flustered scramble, she left Renmo standing alone. In truth, the mere fact that they never uttered those words spoke volumes. They consistently evaded doing a DNA test as if terrified of learning the truth, using their attachment to the other child as an excuse. But if they were truly attached, they could simply keep him around while bringing their biological child home. Yet, they hadn't shown an ounce of urgency. Renmo couldn't help but laugh inwardly. What on earth was Ran Tsukiko trying to accomplish? Acting so eccentric, first lecturing him, then rambling nonsense for ages. Whatever her goal was, since she chose not to spell it out, he would just wait and watch. Most likely it had to do with her brother's factory. Meanwhile, after bolting away, Ran Tsukiko instantly regretted it. How bizarre. Why should a mother be intimidated by a little brat like Renmo? Yet for her brother's sake, she had no choice but to return. Plucking up her courage, she began banging on the door. Earlier that morning, Ran Tsukiko had received a phone call from her maternal home. Initially fearing her aging mother had suffered some disaster, since her mother was sobbing uncontrollably on the line without speaking coherent words, Ran Tsukiko panicked and hurriedly asked, "Mom, what's wrong?" "Don't panic. Whatever happened, our family will face it together." Hearing this, the old woman wailed even louder. "Mom has no choice. Who told Mom to be so useless, unable to back you children up, or take care of you and your older brother? Now I can't help at all and can only sit here crying, 'Your brother is in deep trouble. Tell me, what on earth are we supposed to do?'" Hearing this, Ran Tsukiko's heart skipped a beat, followed instantly by a wave of helplessness and exhaustion. How many irresponsible disasters had this older brother of hers caused, leaving her to clean up the mess every single time? She was human too. She felt pain and fatigue as well, yet her mother seemed forever oblivious to it. "Mom knows that out of all your siblings, you've always been the most successful and capable. But your brother and sister are currently in deep waters. Their families are in crisis right now. You can't just stand by and do nothing, can you? You're their sister. Your household has so much money. Spare a little bit from your hands. You can't just watch your brother go to die. The old lady continued her non-stop monologue, weeping continuously, while cutting off any chance for Ransukiko to interject, driving the old woman to mourn even more bitterly. This is simply lacking in heavenly justice. I'm a useless old woman who can't protect her own children. I might as well go die. I'll go find a rope and hang myself. Hearing this broke Ransukiko's heart. Every single time in the past, her mother had resorted to this method to coerce her into absolute obedience. Did you ever give me a chance to speak? From start to finish, I haven't been able to get a single word in. At least tell me what actually happened. How much trouble has my brother stirred up this time? Indeed, even without knowing the details, Ransukiko knew it had to be the fault of her good-for-nothing older brother. Look at you talking. How can you say your brother stirred up trouble? Your brother hasn't done anything wrong this time. He's just honestly working hard to earn a living at home. Your brother even said he's always appreciated your care over the years and didn't know how to thank you, planning to give you a dividend cut this year if business went well. He wants everyone to know that previously it was just bad luck preventing him from caring for his sister. See how good your brother is to you? He thinks of you in everything and hopes you have the best. Hearing this, Ransukiko found it thoroughly unconvincing. Was this really her older brother they were talking about? I've heard these empty promises so many times my ears have calluses. Every time you draw me a grand blueprint, you claim success is right around the corner. And what happens? Every single time you end up landing in a giant mess that requires me to bail you out. You tell me, how much money have I poured into your family over the years? I beg you to consider my position for once, okay? I have children of my own to look after too. Didn't you tell me not long ago that as a woman, one must strive and have a career of one's own? Well, shouldn't the same apply to men? Why has Mom's tune changed in less than a few days? And why did Mom suddenly rush over here out of nowhere? What on earth happened? Just tell me straight. In truth, Ransukiko had always known. Her mother didn't lack love for her, but that love was shallow. Compared to her brother and sister, her existence was trivial. When their interests weren't threatened, her mother loved her and looked out for her. But the moment a conflict arose involving the others, her mother would choose them without a second's hesitation. Seeing her daughter's anxious expression, the old lady finally began to speak slowly. Daughter, Mom truly has no other option. If Mom had any alternative, I wouldn't come to you. Plus, I know you've had financial strains lately, compounded by your father-in-law situation. I really didn't want to trouble you. Hearing this, Ransukiko knew immediately that the situation must be grave, or her mother wouldn't talk like that. Panic surged anew. Hurry up and tell me what's going on! Halting halfway like this only makes me worry more. Besides, if you don't tell me, I won't know how to handle it. You have to tell me the facts so I can help. At that moment, anxiety churned in Ransukiko's stomach, dreading whatever disaster had struck. Seeing her daughter agree to listen, the old lady hurriedly spilled the truth. Your brother got set up by someone. Some malicious person reported his factory for failing environmental standards and health codes. Anyway, your brother has already been taken away by authorities, and the facility has been sealed off. And you know payday is right around the corner this month. All those workers haven't received their wages yet, and they've swarmed our doorstep to riot, threatening to smash our house to pieces if they aren't paid. Ransukiko was struck dumb with shock, suddenly understanding everything. Her brother's factory, wasn't it producing spicy gluten snacks? Whenever she asked previously, he always claimed everything complied fully with regulations. Why had disaster struck all of a sudden? Didn't you tell me everything my brother did adhered strictly to procedures and regulations? Why is it non-compliant now? What on earth is going on here? Who took my brother away? Was it the Administration for Industry and Commerce, the Urban Management Bureau, or the Food Safety Bureau? You have to tell me the specifics so I can ask around. Ransukiko's head was pounding furiously. Her eyelids had been twitching all week, signaling impending doom, and now catastrophe had landed. Urgency overwhelmed her. The old lady had no clue either, as she had never visited her son's factory. "I don't know what happened. I never went to your brother's plant. Your brother just said that following regulations strictly made costs too high, and insisted their products were guaranteed safe. Besides, they had sold them for so long without incident, so who could have guessed someone would report them? Whoever that shameless rat is, I hope I never find out, or I'll go curse their entire family until they're afraid to step outside." Ran Tsukiko now understood. Her mother had known all along that the products failed standards. "Then what do you expect me to do?" "I'm helpless here. At best, I can go check on my brother." Ran Tsukiko felt overwhelmed with irritation. This brother of hers did nothing but court disaster, never once choosing to walk a steady path. The old lady hastily pressed forward. "Get your brother out quickly. And another thing, can you fork over some funds? To settle the workers. Wages first. Otherwise, they're going to demolish your brother's home. You know your sister-in-law and nephew are living there. If we don't produce the money, she'll pack up and leave with the child." Hearing this left a bitter taste in Ran Tsukiko's mouth. Staring hard at her mother, she demanded, "Tell me the truth. Did you come here on your own accord today? Or did my sister-in-law send you? That's their factory. I'm sure they've accumulated some savings over the years. Since the factory crashed, they should figure out a solution themselves. Where am I supposed to get money for them?" Even if Ran Tsukiko had spare cash, which she didn't, she wouldn't willingly hand it over. How much money could it possibly take? The old lady grew displeased, arguing that a wife's money belonged to her husband, which would eventually pass to the children, meaning it shouldn't be withheld. Your brother and his wife bought a house and a car these past 2 years. How could they have any money left? You've been married to your husband for so many years. You two must be loaded. If not, just ask your father-in-law. Didn't you say he plans to give your 2 daughters 10 million each? Unable to even fathom how staggering that sum was. If she possessed that kind of wealth, she'd never worry again in this lifetime. Ran Tsukiko suddenly felt a pang of deep regret. She shouldn't have blabbed about that detail to her family. She really shouldn't have run her mouth so fast. My father-in-law clearly stated that money is conditioned on them turning 18. I have no way to help you. I don't have that kind of cash, and our household expenses are exorbitant. Between our modest salaries and raising 3 kids, I simply cannot bail out my sister-in-law. I'm sure she can figure out a way on her own. Besides, you need to clarify the facts before acting. I'll go check into it first." Displeased, the old lady felt this daughter cared nothing for her maternal family. Otherwise, she wouldn't speak so coldly. "How can you turn a blind eye to your own brother?" These words pierced Ran Tsukiko deeply. When had she ever turned a blind eye? If she truly didn't care, she wouldn't be standing here right now. "If I didn't care, would I be discussing this with you? Won't you let me go ask around first?" After having a friend investigate, Ran Tsukiko discovered her brother's situation was severe. His food products drastically violated regulations, posing safety hazards while utilizing the cheapest subpar ingredients. Consequently, legal penalties were unavoidable, worker wages had to be paid out, and massive compensation claims awaited. With these scandals exploding into the open, facing massive product recalls and damages, Ran Tsukiko arrived accompanied by a lawyer to visit her older brother, Lan Bing. The moment Lan Bing caught sight of her, his opening words were, "Ran Tsukiko, you have to find a way to get me out of here immediately. I can't stand another day in this wretched place. It's utterly sickening." True to form, this brother of hers was simply, "Big brother, why on earth are you doing this? Do you have any idea how serious your situation is right now? You're telling me to get you out? Do I have that kind of ability? How much savings do you and your sister-in-law have? Hurry up and have her take that money out to pay the compensation and wages that are due. Otherwise, who knows how many years you'll end up serving in prison?" Blue Soldier suddenly flew into a rage, the extremely furious kind. "I am your older brother. How can you just ignore me? You heartless girl. If you refuse to help me out, I'm gonna tell everyone." "You deliberately abandoned your son back then." Blue Moon's expression shifted drastically, and she stared at this older brother with intense fury. "Big brother, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? When did I ever intentionally abandon a child?" Blue Soldier looked at Blue Moon with a cold sneer curving his lips. "Blue Moon, I know the kind of person you are better than anyone. Back then, you two were having a fierce argument. and you suspected that he was seeing someone else outside. In a fit of rage, you insisted on taking the child and leaving. Later on, he came looking for you, and during your dispute, neither of you paid attention to the child. But that's only what everyone else knows. I, on the other hand, know the truth. At the time, you were consumed by anger, and your mindset was dangerously extreme. You felt that since he had wronged you, you would make him lose his son. You just never expected their family's reaction to be so extreme. They searched tirelessly for the child for years, making you realize just how crucial the child was to them. That was precisely why, after Cloud Continent returned, you finally started treating Cloud Continent like the apple of your eye. But they are siblings after all. And he understands what this younger sister of his is thinking better than anyone else. This sister is exceptionally stubborn and desperate for her husband's heart and eyes to hold only her. She felt that since her husband had wronged her, she would make him lose his most precious son. As for this younger sister of his, her mind is full of schemes just to monopolize her husband entirely, to the point where she was willing to cast aside even her own son. Blue Moon's expression turned terrifyingly ugly, and she spoke with blazing fury. "Big brother, please stop spouting nonsense. I love my son dearly, and I will never let anyone harm my son." Blue Soldier laughed once more. "This little sister of mine really refuses to shed a tear until she sees her own coffin. There's no point in keeping up the act anymore. Why don't you love your biological son?" It's simply because you know that once your biological son returned, it would force you to remember what happened back then. It would remind you that you originally tried to throw him away, only for him to return completely unscathed. And on top of that, he became a favorite of your father-in-law. You just can't stomach the resentment. Blue Moon grew even more furious. She stood up, ready to leave. She shouldn't have bothered with this person in the first place. "Big brother, if you continue talking nonsense like this, I'm leaving." Blue Soldier made no move to stop her. "Go ahead and leave then. I'll just take all of these words straight to your father-in-law and let everyone know exactly what kind of person you really are. Besides, I know plenty of other things about you as well. I'm sure they'd be deeply interested to find out what kind of existence you truly are. What do you think?" Blue Moon fell silent. Blue Moon trembled with rage, but ultimately forced out an ugly smile before looking at him and speaking, "Fine, just tell me what you actually want." Blue Soldier knew it. This younger sister of his was simply feeling guilty. "I already told you. You have a way." Blue Moon was left completely speechless. "What way could I possibly have? I don't have any way." "In that case, I'm washing my hands of it. You'll just have to figure out how to get yourself out. As for the debts our family owes, you've been living the life of a wealthy corporate housewife for all these years. You must have plenty of money saved up, right? Why don't you just sell off all those jewelry pieces and designer handbags of yours? Let me tell you, if you don't save me, you will definitely live to regret it." Blue Moon's fingernails dug deeply into the palms of her hands, yet she couldn't feel a shred of physical pain. This older brother of hers truly was merciless. He was determined to drive her into a dead end. Looking at this big brother of hers, she found him repulsive in every possible way. "Big brother, do you really hate me this much? Must you force me into such a corner? You're well aware of what kind of situation your sister is in right now. My father-in-law has chased us out, and neither your brother-in-law nor I have high salaries. With so many monthly expenses piling up, I simply don't have the funds to patch up this bottomless pit of yours. Besides, you must have made a small fortune from all those shady dealings of yours, right? If you had even an ounce of conscience left, you wouldn't have ended up in this state. If you wanted to run a business, you should have done it honestly. Instead, you had to resort to opportunistic shortcuts. Isn't this just asking for disaster to strike? Look at yourself. How could the cooking oil you used, the raw materials you relied on, and the machinery you operated possibly be that filthy? Why were those materials completely unsafe? Of course something like this was bound to happen to you. She simply couldn't fathom it. What harm would it have done to use slightly better ingredients? How could anyone bring themselves to do such things? It was utterly outrageous. Blue Soldier, however, didn't feel like he had done anything wrong at all. "I don't think there's anything wrong with what I did. If we followed strict safety regulations for everything, how on earth would anyone make a profit? If you want to make money, you have to be bold. Right now, I'm just having a string of bad luck and got framed by someone. If somebody hadn't reported me, I would have made a huge profit. To make money, you had to be daring. If you cowered and hid like a turtle, you might as well forget about making a living altogether." Blue Moon was so angry she could barely breathe upon hearing this. What kind of absurd nonsense was that? And look at yourself now. What state have you ended up reduced to? Now that you've been locked up inside, you won't be coming out anytime soon, and the things you've done are set in stone. The absolute most I can do is help you hire a defense attorney to shave a couple of years off your sentence. No way! Blue Soldier instantly flew into a rage. Glaring at Blue Moon, he barked, "You have to get me out! If I have to serve time in prison, I'll broadcast every single one of your dirty little secrets to the entire world. I'll let everyone know what kind of person you really are and expose every single thing you've ever done. I'll make sure you never know a moment of peace for the rest of your life." His voice faltered. True panic was setting in. If this younger sister of his really abandoned him to his fate, was he actually going to spend years rotting behind bars? He absolutely could not go to prison. He had to get out. "Hurry up and have Mother come visit me. I have something I need to tell her, and make sure my sister-in-law comes too." After hearing this, Blue Moon walked out, leaving Blue Soldier sobbing hysterically to the elderly matriarch. "I was only trying to earn a little extra money so you could live a comfortable life. I never imagined things would turn out like this. Mother, you simply have to save me." The elderly woman felt her heart break seeing her son in such a state. Wiping away her tears with one hand, she assured him, "Don't you worry. I will definitely make your sister refuses to agree. I'll disown her as my daughter. She will surely save you. I'll make sure she agrees to rescue her brother no matter what. What will happen to your grandson if those creditors come after him? You have to understand that you'll definitely be living with me in the future. I'm the one who will be taking care of you in your old age. Besides, your grandson is your precious baby boy. Can you bear to watch him get bullied by others?" Naturally, she couldn't bear it. The elderly woman resumed wiping her tears, offering fervent promises to her son. "My boy, don't you worry. Mother understands everything. Mother knows who she should side with, and I'll definitely force her to help you out. If she refuses to lift a finger, I'll smash my head against the wall and die right in front of her." Blue Soldier was quite satisfied upon hearing this, and went on to meet with his wife. His wife, however, was much more direct. "Since things have reached this point, let's get a divorce. That way we can protect our assets and keep our son from being dragged down by your mess." Blue Soldier was initially rather reluctant. Being a thoroughly selfish individual himself, how could he possibly bear to let his wife walk away? Yet his wife made one valid point. If they didn't divorce immediately, all the assets registered under his name would end up frozen. Fine. Before they finish investigating and hand down a formal verdict, let's file for divorce right now, but on one condition. You are not permitted to remarry. A cold sneer played in the woman's heart. This man was truly laughable. Still, this wasn't the time to quibble over such matters. Only by getting a divorce and taking full control of the assets could they secure their future. Everything else could wait. Blue Soldier signed the divorce papers, and his wife promptly had their attorneys finalize the official divorce certificates, leaving the husband with nothing. Blue Moon ran around asking numerous people for help, but every single response came back identical. Blue Soldier was guaranteed to serve prison time and would still be forced to pay back the debts. She was so overwhelmed with busyness that she completely forgot about the opening ceremony for the three little ones. Carrying their school backpacks all by themselves, the three kids sought her out. "Mom, it's time for us to go to school. When are you going to drive us there?" That was when it finally dawned on Blue Moon that the school term had started for the kids. "The school term has started. Oh, I'm so sorry, little ones. Mom completely forgot about it. Mom has been far too busy. Let's head out right now." When they arrived at the school gates, festive archways had been set up, along with numerous vibrant floral displays welcoming the incoming 7th grade freshmen. The moment Blue Moon led the three children past the entrance, figure suddenly surged forward. "It's her!" Several people blocked the path of the mother and her children, prompting Blue Moon to instinctively shield the three kids while casting an icy glare at the crowd. "Who on earth are you people?" Spotting the commotion from afar, the campus security guards hurried over, but those individuals showed no fear whatsoever, shouting with fierce indignation, "We're here looking for you, Blue Moon! You're Blue Soldier's sister, and you and Blue Soldier owe us money. Pay up right now!" Hearing this, Blue Moon furrowed her brows in deep puzzlement. "How could I possibly owe you money? I don't even know you people." At that precise moment, several more women approached from not far away, unfurling large banners bearing the words, "Blue Moon refuses to pay her debts." Since Blue Moon was a faculty member at this very school, and today happened to be the first day of the new term filled with fresh students and parents, a massive crowd of students and guardians quickly gathered around the entrance. Watching the scene unfold, onlookers whispered, "Is that person a student's parent?" Blue Moon felt like she was about to explode with rage. What kind of people are these? What on earth are they trying to pull? Let me tell you, trying to pull off this kind of scam in our district is a criminal offense. Our people have every right to haul all of you down to the police station. If Blue Moon hadn't made that remark, things might have been fine. But those words completely broke the dam. Several older women plumped themselves right down onto the ground and burst into loud, wailing sobs. "Everyone come look at this! A teacher or professor at this prestigious school is bullying innocent people. She refuses to pay back her debts and wants to act like a deadbeat. Our whole family is waiting on this money just to put food on the table. By refusing to pay us, are they trying to starve us to death? We have nothing left to live for anyway, so we're just gonna sit right here every single day." True to their word, they planted themselves firmly on the ground and began broadcasting to the gathering crowd. "You all don't know the half of it. This woman and her older brother jointly ran a snack food factory. To maximize profits, they threw all caution to the wind. They completely ignored safety standards and used the absolute cheapest ingredients available, including gutter oil and absolute garbage. They dumped in excessive food additives and hazardous chemical agents, adding whatever was necessary just to mask the stench of rotting meat. When we workers refused to go along with it, they ruthlessly fired us on the spot. Firing us was one thing, but they refused to even disperse our earned wages. Our entire extended families were relying on those wages to survive." The bystanders gasped. They had only heard rumors until now, but never expected such a scandal to unfold right in front of them. Naturally, they wanted to get to the bottom of it. "Is that snack factory's food really dangerous?" The protesters nodded vigorously. "Not only is it dangerous, but consuming it greatly increases the risk of cancer. None of you should ever eat that stuff. But don't worry, that factory has already been shut down. Now they're trying to reopen it under a different guise, and we are simply here to demand justice from her." Blue Moon felt her head buzzing with an oppressive, deafening roar. Everything happening right now completely defied her comprehension. She wanted nothing whatsoever to do with this mess. She longed to get into a screaming match with these people and tell them all to get lost. Yet deep down she knew perfectly well that if she drove them away now, she would be left to face a tidal wave of malicious gossip and slander for the rest of her days. Swallowing hard, she forced herself to pull off a strained, stiff smile. "There's been a terrible misunderstanding. That wasn't my snack factory. It belonged to my older brother. I had no knowledge of what went on inside his facility, nor how your production lines operated. Furthermore, your unpaid wages have nothing to do with me. You should be taking this up with the boss's wife." Instead of targeting me, Blue Moon was shaking with pure fury. These people are bizarre. Why aren't they going after my sister-in-law instead of coming here to make a scene? Could it be that they were sent by her? As it turned out, Blue Moon's guess was slightly off the mark, though there was definitely a connection. Mo Li emerged from the midst of the crowd, watching Blue Moon flounder miserably in the center of everyone's scrutiny. She looked both utterly disheveled and incandescent with rage. Back in the day, he had been subjected to that exact same judgmental gaze from everyone around him. What was it, she used to say? Don't you even have the most basic mental resilience? Well, now Mo Li wanted to see for himself. If she possessed any resilience at all, she had better endure this properly. The protesters continued shouting, pulling out official factory registration documents and pointing a finger at the listed corporate legal representative. "You are the registered legal representative of the snack factory. We've already been down to the Labor Bureau, and the officials explicitly told us that we have every right to come after you as the legal entity. Even though you might not have run the daily operations yourself, you are still the legal representative." Blue Moon felt as though she had been struck by lightning. She instantly lost her mind. What is going on here? Why am I completely in the dark? It wasn't that Blue Moon didn't understand what a legal representative meant. She simply couldn't fathom why on earth she had been designated as one. This was something she genuinely knew nothing about. Hearing her denial, the protesters grew even more agitated, leaping to their feet as the situation threatened to erupt into all-out chaos. They turned their full firepower toward the surrounding onlookers. "Everyone, look at this. She's trying to deny responsibility. Don't you dare try to deny that you are the legal representative. You must take responsibility right now and pay us our back wages. We've all come straight to your school to let your administrators demand justice for us. You hold a respected position in society. How could you possibly bring yourself to do something so despicable? You swallowed our blood and sweat money, yet you dare stand on a sacred podium to teach and educate the youth?" Blue Moon was utterly stunned. At that moment, an elderly woman stepped forward with trembling steps, wailing, "If you don't give us our money today, I'll smash my head against your school gates and die right here. I'll make sure everyone knows you drove an innocent person to their death." School administrators had already caught wind of the incident and hurried out to handle the crisis. The principal rushed over to Blue Moon, urging, "Teacher Blue Moon, you need to sort this out immediately. Clear up whatever is going on here, and write up a detailed report for my email inbox." Turning to the angry crowd, the principal attempted to pacify them. "Listen, everyone. Today is an important opening day for our students. I'm sure many of you have sons or grandsons studying here, and we shouldn't let our children's first day of school be marred by regret, right? Why don't we move this discussion over to the courtyard next door?" Despite the plea, the protesters refused to budge. "We finally made it all the way here, and we're not moving an inch. What if she runs away while our backs are turned? We aren't trying to make things difficult for you on purpose. We genuinely have no way left to survive." The elderly woman burst into fresh tears, and seeing her genuine distress, the onlookers began to doubt Blue Moon's innocence. Another protester clutched a bandaged hand, crying out, "I suffered a workplace injury inside their factory, but they refused to classify it as an industrial accident. If Blue Moon doesn't give us a satisfactory resolution today, we're all gonna die right here." The school administrator grew frantic, grabbing Blue Moon's arm. "You need to think of a solution right now. Whether this matter has anything to do with you or not, these people are threatening to kill themselves right here on campus, and as you can see, there are so many parents and students watching this area. Go deal with it immediately." All eyes remained locked on the spot, murmuring anxiously amongst themselves. The migrant workers looked genuinely impoverished, bearing none of the hallmarks of professional liars. Their eyes held a profound, hollow despair, as if financial ruin truly spelled death for them. Up until now, this person hadn't offered a single coherent explanation, and even her excuses missed the mark entirely. Several parents began to feel deep misgivings, regretting their decision to enroll their children in this institution. Some parents had already headed back inside to inquire whether it was possible to transfer their kids to a different school. Learning of this, others rushed to ask what was happening, deciding that having such a controversial figure on campus made them too uneasy to leave their children there. Cornered, Blue Moon could only offer general apologies to everyone. "I'm terribly sorry for the disruption. This entire matter is a complete misunderstanding. I am not acquainted with these individuals, and I have no idea what happened, but I promise I will get to the bottom of it." Blue Moon led the group toward the side, initially hoping to settle into a nearby bubble tea shop to talk things through quietly. However, they flatly refused, insisting on staying within 10 meters of the school gates. They chose this spot precisely because of its proximity to the entrance. If negotiations broke down, they could easily march right back to resume their sit-in. Looking at them with utter helplessness, Blue Moon spoke up. "I sincerely apologize, but I really know nothing about what you're alleging, nor am I the legal representative of that food processing plant." Of course, they knew perfectly well that Blue Moon would try to deny it, but they weren't afraid. They had brought concrete evidence. Producing a stack of official factory documents, internal logs, and various records, they shoved them forward to prove their claims. Seeing the paperwork, Blue Moon was struck dumb with shock. She truly had no prior knowledge of this. "Please, give me some time to investigate how all of this happened, but I swear this has nothing to do with me. Think about it. How could I possibly engage in illegal activities? I am a mother myself. It's impossible for me to produce unsafe food products. As for your overdue wages, I will personally visit the factory and check the accounting ledgers with the finance department. I will definitely notify everyone once it's resolved. This is a school, a place where students come to study. I must ask you all not to linger here indefinitely. What do you say? Naturally, they weren't about to be brushed off so easily. What if this woman flees? What if you run away? Let me tell you, we've already called the police, and when they arrive, you'll be hauled away together. You're bound to eat prison food. They weren't fools. Terrified that they might be driven off empty-handed, they had proactively called the police before coming. At this, Blue Moon's vision went black. She never could have anticipated that these people would involve law enforcement. Even if the police come, my conscience is entirely clear. I must ask you not to come looking for me at my school. This is my workplace. And do you think we wanted to show up here? We're all busy struggling to find new jobs and desperate to figure out how to make a living, so why do you think we wasted our precious time tracking you down? It's because that is our hard-earned blood and sweat money. If you refuse to give it to us, we have no choice but to hold you accountable. Sirens wailed as police cars arrived shortly after. Upon stepping out, officers instructed Blue Moon to return with them to file an initial statement. The onlookers and parents who had witnessed the scene hadn't dispersed, watching from a distance as Blue Moon was escorted away. They immediately swarmed the principal's office. We saw it with our own eyes. That person is apparently a school administrator and a high-ranking teacher. We cannot allow someone like that to continue holding an educational leadership position. Exactly. She was hauled away by the police. Who knows what kind of shady criminal activity is going on? Flies don't bite uncracked eggs. If she were innocent, she wouldn't have been dragged off. Voices rose in a chorus of condemnation, their core demand being simple: oust Blue Moon immediately. Left with no alternative, the administration formally suspended Blue Moon pending a full investigation, stating she could only return to work once her name was cleared. Informed of this decision, parents buzzed with discussion, while students whispered amongst themselves. As it happened, a large cohort of students in this middle school had transitioned directly from the elementary division, including Cloud Elegance, Cloud Cute, and Zhou Xiaoya. To keep an eye on their younger sibling, the sisters had just entered the 7th grade, landing in the exact same class as Cloud Continent. Gathering near the school gates earlier, they had recognized the woman as the mother of Cloud Elegance and Cloud Cute. Their classmates crowded around with burning curiosity. "Hey, Cloud Elegance, was that your family outside the school gates just now? Why were those people grabbing onto you guys? Does your family really owe people money? Or is that black-hearted snack factory actually run by your parents?" Ordinarily, the two sisters loved bragging about their family's wealth, portraying themselves as pampered young socialites while ordering other classmates around to fetch tea and run errands. But now, Cloud Elegance, Cloud Cute, those people said your mother refuses to pay workers their wages. Didn't you always claim your family was loaded? Why won't you pay those people what they're due? Those uncles and aunts looked so pitiful, and your mom was acting way out of line. Isn't your mother a school director too? Stealing other people's wages is wrong. Your mother shouldn't act like that. Flushed with humiliation and anger, the two sisters snapped back. What nonsense are you spreading? This is all a huge misunderstanding. My mother would never do anything like that, and our family doesn't even run a food factory. Standing nearby, Cloud Continent chimed in as well. Our family is not involved in any food manufacturing business. The surrounding classmates exchanged skeptical glances, having witnessed the dramatic scene at the front gates firsthand. Just then, Mo Li walked onto campus. The moment they spotted Mo Li stepping through the entrance, their expressions soured. Mo Li had managed to enter the school, and everyone knew admissions here were notoriously selective, not open to just anyone. How did Mo Li dare show up here? They immediately assumed grandfather must have pulled strings to secure Mo Li a backdoor entry. Combining this with the recent humiliation they had suffered outside, the siblings marched directly up to Mo Li with dark, hostile scowls. How on earth did you manage to get in here? Don't you know our school has a strict zero-tolerance policy for backdoor admissions? Pulling stunts like this makes grandfather look terrible. A cold, mocking sneer touched the corner of Mo Li's lips. These few absolute idiots. Why hadn't he realized how profoundly stupid they were in his past life? Setting everything else aside, since he was already here legally as an enrolled student, even if they despised him, They had no right to question his presence. What kind of position did that put grandfather in? I entered through completely legitimate channels. My household registration has been officially transferred, and I am a fully enrolled student here. Furthermore, I passed the entrance examination fair and square. What a piece of bad luck running into you lot, though. Molly plastered his undisguised disgust right across his face, ensuring they understood precisely how unimportant they were to him. Hearing this, nearby students chimed in. Our school rules are ironclad. It's impossible to get in without genuine academic capability and proper registration. Why are you guys picking on a new student anyway? Yeah, Cloud Elegance, why are you bullying the new kid? Kindness? Did kindness have a single shred of connection to people like them? In Molly's eyes, absolutely not. The siblings turned crimson with rage, realizing these classmates knew nothing of the truth. Just as the two sisters opened their mouths to expose Molly's background, Cloud Continent hurriedly grabbed their wrists. Sister, don't say a word. Seeing Cloud Continent act like this, the surrounding students instantly sensed something fishy. Combined with the bizarre spectacle at the school gates earlier, everyone felt these siblings were acting deeply suspicious. Hey, we're all classmates here. If you have something to say, just spit it out. What are you trying to hint at? Under the intense scrutiny, Cloud Elegance and Cloud Cute glared at Molly, prompting Molly to take the initiative instead. I am their biological younger brother, whereas Cloud Continent is actually the son of a convicted child trafficker. To ensure her precious son could live a life of luxury and wealth, she swapped us at birth! The students stared at Cloud Continent in collective shock. Cloud Continent isn't even his parents' biological son? They immediately turned to bombard Cloud Continent with questions. Cloud Continent? Is what the new student's saying true? Are you really the child of a human trafficker? If so, how do you even have the nerve to show up here? A bright smile graced Molly's lips as he watched the three of them flounder in helpless panic. Back in the day, these three siblings had gone out of their way to tell everyone that he was nothing more than a disabled parasite dependent on others, Charity. Now, it was finally their turn to experience what it felt like to be surrounded by the gaze of a curious crowd. Cloud Continent stammered anxiously, I am my parents' true son. Recovering her wits, Cloud Elegance snapped at Molly, I knew it. You're just insanely jealous. Molly took a couple of slow steps toward Cloud Elegance. Jealous? Am I jealous that you guys got chased out of the family estate by grandfather? Or am I jealous that your mother is facing prison time? Those uncles and aunts looked like genuine laborers. Their hands were covered in calluses and scars, and their faces etched with deep wrinkles as the sole breadwinners of their households. If they hadn't been driven to absolute desperation, would they ever have marched straight onto a school campus? The money you spend on a single meal, a piece of clothing, or a luxury watch might seem trivial to you, but to them, it's literal life-or-death survival money. Yet your mother chose to ignore them entirely. It's utterly chilling. The gazes of everyone present practically burned holes into Cloud Continent. This juicy piece of gossip was far too explosive to process. Cloud Continent isn't a biological child, and the whole family of Cloud Cute and Cloud Elegance got kicked out of their estate? No wonder they aren't acting as arrogant as usual. Reading the room, Cloud Cute realized everyone was swallowing Molly's narrative hook, line, and sinker. She hastily turned to the crowd, maintaining a calm facade. Molly is indeed our younger brother, but he grew up in a remote mountain village in the countryside. Before she could finish, Molly raised a hand to cut her off. Your brother is Cloud Continent. I have zero relation to any of you. As long as you lot stop plotting against me, fine. But the moment you deliberately crawl into my space... He cast a glance at them, his eyes chilling to an absolute sub-zero freeze that sent shivers down their spines. Stepping past his two older sisters, Cloud Continent wore a heartbroken expression as he looked at Molly. Just because Mom and Dad love me more, do you have to subject me to all of this? Molly locked eyes with Cloud Continent, holding his ground without a flinch. In contrast, Cloud Continent withered under the pressure, racked with guilt and terror as he averted his gaze. If you really hate me this much, I can just leave. Hearing those words, Molly sneered. I've grown sick to death of hearing that line. If not 10 times, you've pulled it at least 9. Aren't you tired of it? Whether you acknowledge it or not, I was the one abused and tortured all these years, precisely because of your trafficker parents. I lost my memories back then, after being driven into a high fever by their abuse. What about you? Do you really claim to remember nothing? Because I heard you've actually been in secret contact with them all along. Dropping like a nuclear bomb, Molee's words shattered Cloud Continent's composure. You're lying, Cloud Continent shrieked, losing his acting poise completely. I know nothing about that. I am my parents' true son. I understand that because you spent your childhood in the boondocks, you felt resentful of the lack of parental affection when you finally returned. But you can't just frame me like this. The students weren't fools. His clumsy attempt to cover up his panic was transparent to everyone in the room. Believing his excuses now was impossible. Meeting Cloud Continent's eyes, Molee's expression hardened into deadly seriousness. I can take full legal responsibility for every single word I've spoken, and I'm ready to walk into a police station right now. Can you say the same? Do you dare swear that every word you've uttered is... The small group turned deathly pale in an instant. Seeing them shaken to their core, Molee decided to drop the matter for now. From now on, let's treat each other like complete strangers. Trash like you isn't worthy of my acquaintance anyway. Trembling with rage, they could only stamp their feet in frustration. Cloud Elegance simply couldn't hold back anymore. If you didn't care, why bother bringing all of this up in the first place? Turning back to look at her, Molee retorted, I brought it up to prevent shameless liars like you from spreading fabricated rumors. After all, this isn't your first rodeo. Seeing them cornered and lost for words, Zhou Xiaoya suddenly lunged forward, shoving Molee hard, though he didn't budge an inch. Recognizing her as Cloud Continent's fanatical devotee, she screeched, You have no right to bully Cloud Brother. He is the greatest person ever, and you're just some bumpkin straight off the farm. What gives you the right to compare yourself to him? Shielding Cloud Continent behind her, Zhou Xiaoya glared daggers at Molee as if he were a heinous criminal. Molee didn't care about her posturing in the slightest. Locking eyes directly with her, he uttered a single sentence that caused Zhou Xiaoya to instantly choke on her words. Just as she opened her mouth to retaliate, someone else beat her to it. Xiaoya, what on earth happened to that huge scar on your face? Realizing something, Zhou Xiaoya instinctively covered her cheek with her hand and scrambled back to her seat in panic, followed closely by the three disgraced siblings. To put it simply, once the homeroom teacher arrived, the class was informed that a comprehensive diagnostic examination would take place shortly. The highest-scoring students would be placed into the elite honors track, while the bottom 50 would face administrative transfer to a different school. Today, we won't waste time on formal self-introductions. Whether we'll actually become teacher and student by the end of the term remains to be seen. The warning failed to rattle Molee, who was accustomed to rigorous testing. Looking anxious, Cloud Continent turned to him, murmuring, You just transferred from the countryside. Do you really feel confident about this exam? Do you need me to tutor you? Molee smiled faintly. You know what? Half a year ago, your beloved trafficker parents were bragging everywhere that their precious boy was now a young master of high society. Cloud Continent's face drained of color. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect Molee to possess such detailed intelligence. Unable to hold back any longer, Cloud Elegance pointed a shaky finger at Molee. Molee, stop spouting nonsense in here. If you fail this exam, I'll personally drag you to the Dean of Students and get you kicked out of this school. A person like you belongs back in whatever rotten mountain ditch you crawled out of. Who do you think you are, daring to bully Cloud Continent? Molee remained entirely unruffled, replying with breezy ease. Strange. The ones currently facing expulsion from their family seem to be you guys. Cloud Elegance was on the verge of exploding from pure rage. You recycle the exact same lines over and over. Aren't you sick of it? The surrounding students muttered under their breath, secretly thinking that, while it was repetitive, they wouldn't mind hearing it a few more times. Sick of it? You've threatened to leave dozens of times, yet you're still sitting right here. Why are you so obsessed with talking back? Do you have a woman's tongue in that head of yours? Zhou Xiaoya hastily raised her head to interject. Don't you even think about driving Cloud Brother away. He belongs here. You're just a backdoor cheat. The onlookers watched the drama unfold with a rapt fascination. Molly cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Xiaoya. As for who actually entered through the back door, Zhou Xiaoya's expression flickered. For some inexplicable reason, she felt like his words carried a heavily pointed double meaning. "What do you mean by that?" Molly chuckled. "You'll find out next week, won't you?" Zhou Xiaoya suspected he was deliberately targeting someone, and indeed he was fully embracing his role as the villain of the story. Stepping in to diffuse the escalating tension, the homeroom teacher raised a hand. "All right, that's enough. Everyone go home for the next 2 days to review your materials properly and report back on Monday." Outside the gates, the situation had escalated further. Not only had the angry workers returned, but the victims of the factory scandal had also arrived, forming a tight blockade around the school perimeter. For the safety of the student body, administration decided to cancel classes for the day, extending it into a 3-day holiday with diagnostic exams scheduled immediately upon return on the 4th. Hearing this announcement, the students erupted into cheers, their excitement spiking the moment the teacher departed. Of course, a few individuals remained filled with deep anxiety, terrified of bombing the upcoming test. As Mo Li made his way toward the exit, he was intercepted by Cloud Elegance and Cloud Cute. Standing with their hands planted firmly on their hips, they glared at him with hostile intensity. Stepping forward past them, Cloud Continent extended a hand toward Mo Li. "I genuinely hope the two of us can coexist peacefully. No matter what happened, we are all children of the same parents. I'm sure you don't want to see Mom and Dad hurting anymore, right? Let's leave the past in the past and start fresh today." The moment Cloud Continent offered his hand, Mo Li's lips twitched upward in a silent smirk. Having taken up Taekwondo recently, he felt his grip carried considerable physical strength. Trying to pull a fast one with fake goodwill? Let's test that theory. Mo Li reached out, clamping his fingers firmly around Cloud Continent's hand. He didn't lack anything else, but raw physical strength was one area he excelled in. Cloud Continent had originally planned to use the handshake to deliver a crushing squeeze, intending to make Mo Li cry out in pain and humiliate him in front of everyone by exposing his supposed malice. To his horror, Mo Li's grip was like a hydraulic press, crushing his hand with such excruciating agony that he could barely keep his facial muscles from spasming. Jerking his hand away in panic, Cloud Continent stumbled back. "It seems you lack any sincere desire for reconciliation." Cloud Continent fell silent, furiously shaking his injured hand. "This bastard Mo Li did it on purpose. I sprained it walking these past 2 days." A flimsy excuse that fooled absolutely no one. The surrounding students suppressed snickers at the transparent lie. Zhou Xiaoya could no longer restrain herself, lunging forward to insert herself between them once more. "I'm telling you, Grandpa Cloud will see through your hypocritical true colors sooner or later. Furthermore, our school's exams are fiercely competitive. Someone who sneaked in through the back door like you is guaranteed to fail every single subject. When that happens, you'll be the laughingstock of the entire campus and forced to crawl out in disgrace." Casting a brief glance at the fading scar on Zhou Xiaoya's face, Mo Li replied coolly, "In that case, I truly look forward to it. However, whether I stay or leave has zero to do with you lot. I wanted nothing to do with you in the first place. Yet you keep crawling into my space like uninvited pests to stir up trouble. Are you people seriously that starved for entertainment? If you care so deeply about your precious Cloud brother, why don't you finance his life? Buy him a sports car or a mansion. Merely running your mouths accomplishes nothing. What a joke. Now that he's been kicked out of his family estate, he must be desperately strapped for cash." Holy cow. Another massive piece of gossip. The entire Cloud Continent family actually got kicked out? We thought it was just a rumor, but it's completely true. Mo Li, don't get so cocky. Do you dare make a wager with me? If you score lower than us on this exam, you have to publicly apologize to Cloud Brother and concede that there is only one true young master of the Cloud family, and that is Cloud Brother. Childish as the challenge was, Mo Li was curious enough to bite. "And what if you guys lose?" Zhou Xiaoya blurted out without missing a beat. "Cloud Brother will never lose. Cloud Brother is the absolute best, and he cannot possibly lose to a rural nobody like you. You have no idea how exceptional Cloud Brother truly is. Do you think winning a bit of favor from Grandpa Cloud makes you special? Do you know anything about corporate management? Do you know how to run a major enterprise in the future? Do you have connections? Do you possess any social leverage? Handing the company over to someone like you would drive it straight into bankruptcy. You'll only leave Grandpa Cloud utterly heartbroken. Several bystanders winced, feeling the rhetoric had crossed well past the line of acceptable competition. How can anyone predict the future like that? Even if he lacks experience now, he can learn. If you're so confident in yourselves, why are you dodging the question of what happens if you lose? Moley wasn't stupid. Naturally, he intended to bleed them dry for making such a reckless wager. Cloud Continent's academic record was indeed solid. A sympathetic classmate stepped forward to warn Moley in a low murmur. Cloud Continent's grades are consistently in the top 10 of our grade tier, and he's had private tutors prepping him on advanced material for years. You've only just arrived at our school. Even if your score isn't stellar, as long as you avoid the bottom 50, you'll be fine. There's no need to take up their foolish bet. Catching the kind gesture, Moley offered a grateful nod. Thanks for the heads up. Since they haven't put any real stakes on the table, why should I play their game? Besides, my bond with Grandfather isn't something petty instigators can sever. Only those devoid of real capability spend their time whining about unfair fate. Incensed, Zhou Xiaoya charged forward, raising a hand to strike Mo Li, but he gracefully pivoted out of the way. Unable to check her momentum, Zhou Xiaoya crashed heavily onto the paved ground, scraping her hands and knees. Bursting into immediate high-pitched tears, Zhou Xiaoya wailed, "Mo Li! I'm going straight home to tell Grandpa." As Zhou Xiaoya fled in tears, Cloud Elegance and Cloud Cute hastily flanked Cloud Continent, while Mo Li's gaze locked back onto his target. So what stakes are you putting on the table for this wager? Gritting his teeth, Cloud Continent wore the expression of a deeply persecuted martyr. If I lose, I will pack up and leave the family home forever. Will that suffice? Just as he finished his dramatic declaration, Moley raised a hand to cut him off mid-sentence. Everyone claims you're smart, but I'm starting to think you're genuinely mentally unstable with a screw loose. I've told you countless times. Whether you stay or go has zero bearing on my life. In my eyes, you lot are absolute nobodies. And as for your delusions that I care deeply about how your parents view me, let me state this for the absolute final time. Please stop staging these theatrical, demonic performances in front of me. Watching you act makes my stomach churn because it's so disgustingly fake. I have zero interest in winning their favor. To me, those people are nothing more than abstract symbols, much like the three of you. I treat you like air, yet you insist on treating yourselves as major threats, deliberately crawling into my personal space to stage these melodramas. And finally, you're just engineering this so that couple will blame me for chasing you out, thereby squeezing out a bit more misplaced pity from them, right? Even kindergartners aren't this childish. Your cognitive development is genuinely concerning. The surrounding crowd stared in absolute awe. Mo Li pulled zero punches in tearing them apart. As Cloud Elegance and Cloud Cute opened their mouths to counter, Mo Li rolled up his sleeves. Why don't you two find some nice, cool place to go sit down and shut up? Otherwise, I'll call Grandfather right now and report that you're harassing me. Do you think you'll keep receiving your living allowances after that? Given their fondness for riding on other people's coattails, the threat hit home. They were fuming to the point of combustion. Having been cut off financially by Grandfather, life had been miserable recently, and the thought of Mo Li running to snitch gave them ulcers. Stop spouting malicious lies! The onlookers watched in stunned silence, having witnessed the entire exchange with their own eyes. In full view of the siblings, Mo Li pulled out a clunky brick-style mobile phone, pressed it directly against his ear, and spoke clearly. Grandfather, Cloud Elegance and Cloud Cute are bullying me again. They said I entered through the back door and threatened to physically beat me up. Lunging forward to wrestle the phone away, the sisters frantically gestured behind his back. You absolute monster. Stomping their feet in fury, they realized Mo Li was deliberately pushing every button they had just to torment them. Turning on his heel, Mo Li began to walk away when Cloud Continent suddenly called out, If I lose, I swear I will never appear before you again. Halting, Mo Li looked back over his shoulder. That's a bit too low stakes to be interesting. Let's make it simpler. Whoever loses must permanently withdraw from this school and pay the victor 5,000 cash. That sum should be pocket change for you, considering it used to be your standard allowance, right? While 5,000 used to be nothing to him, Losing it now represented a painful sum. Gritting his teeth, Cloud Continent swallowed his fear and agreed. Storming off with his two sisters in tow, Cloud Continent left the remaining students buzzing around Mo Li. "You shouldn't have provoked them like that. This could blow up into a real mess." Offering a genuine smile, Mo Li replied, "Thanks for looking out for me, everyone." Having witnessed the worst depths of human malice in his past life, he found it impossible to open his heart completely just yet. Perhaps in the future, but not today. Still, the students admired his backbone. "Everything you said out there, was it actually true? Are you really Cloud Elegance and Cloud Cute's biological brother?" Mo Li nodded softly, offering a detached response. "As you saw, there is zero emotional bond between us. They wish I had never been born, and would prefer if none of this had ever come to light. They hate the fact that I refuse to play along and pretend we're strangers, preferring instead to invent fantasies about how desperate I am for their attention. As if I'd ever beg for affection from people who despise me. Am I out of my mind? Knowing they loathe me and treat me with utter disgust, why would I crawl back just to let them abuse me? I'm not a psychiatric patient. So where are you staying right now? Are you living completely by yourself?" Intrigued by his composure, the student sensed that Mo Li was far more remarkable than he let on. "Grandfather has been wonderful to me, sheltering and protecting me ever since I moved in. He's the one who finally gave me a true sense of what a family feels like, which is why I don't need those toxic people. Back when I was stuck with that trafficker family, I faced constant beatings, starvation, and forced labor. So to me, the words mother and father carry exclusively negative connotations. Having no parents at all is infinitely better than having theirs." Hearing his tragic backstory, the students felt an even deeper surge of protectiveness. Compared to the pretentious, high-maintenance trio, Mo Li's grounded nature made him immensely likable. "You're going to do great things. We believe in you. Take these next 2 days to focus on studying. You can borrow all of our comprehensive notes. Let's exchange contact info. We'll have them copied and delivered straight to you." Since Mo Li hadn't attended their primary division, he lacked familiarity with their specific academic curriculum and specialized test formats. "I really appreciate this, guys." Jotting down his address for them, Mo Li accompanied them to a nearby print shop, where 3 or 4 classmates helped run off duplicate sets of study packets. "Our school holds diagnostic exams every term, so we've got all the historical archives right here. By the way, are you planning to live in the dorms? The school gives us the option to board or commute daily." Naturally, Mo Li opted to commute, given the various projects he needed to manage on the side. Informing him of the realities, his classmates warned, quote, "If you're commuting, you'll need to find housing close by, because the morning bell rings quite early and the commute eats up a lot of time." Thanking them profusely for their practical advice, Mo Li insisted, "You guys have been so helpful. Let me treat you all to some fried chicken." Locating a small fried chicken stall right inside the campus district, they ordered a batch of freshly battered chicken chunks fried to golden perfection, releasing a rich aroma entirely distinct from modern fast food variants. Munching on the crispy chicken and washing it down with sweet carbonated soda, they agreed the flavor was absolute perfection. Walking back together, Mo Li discovered that 2 of his new friends lived in the exact same residential neighborhood as his grandfather's estate. The stark contrast between these down-to-earth kids and the arrogant, entitled trio proved once again that true character had nothing to do with wealth. Bidding them farewell, Mo Li unlocked the front door and stepped inside, only to find visitors already occupying the living room. A young girl was sobbing hysterically, while an elderly man berated the household. "He went way too far! You have to secure justice for me and drive that delinquent out of your house immediately. Otherwise, I'm gonna camp out crying on your doorstep every single day." Old man Zhou fumed with indignation, turning to the master of the house. "Old Cloud, I know you dote on your biological grandson, but bullying my granddaughter like this crosses the line. You need to discipline him properly, or he's going to grow up completely beyond control." Sitting calmly, Grandfather Cloud acted as if he hadn't heard a word, taking a slow sip of his tea before finally responding. "That's merely your granddaughter's unilateral account of events. My grandson hasn't even returned home yet, so I naturally need to hear his side before jumping to conclusions." as if he would ever take an outsider's word over his own flesh and blood without listening to him first. Regardless of how he viewed Zhou Xiaoya previously, his absolute loyalty lay with his grandson. Old man Zhou struck his knee in frustration. What kind of dismissive attitude is that? Are you implying my granddaughter fabricated lies to frame your grandson? Let me remind you, my granddaughter is sweet, gentle, and was raised right by my side all these years. That Moli kid, on the other hand, comes from unknown origins. What do you actually know about his character? Grandfather Cloud offered another cold, mocking laugh. Even you know how to blindly defend your own grandchild. Naturally, I extend the same courtesy to mine. My grandson possesses an inherently kind and upright soul. Even if he encountered an injured stranger on the street, he would never initiate harm against others unless provoked first. As for your granddaughter's personality, isn't it common knowledge around town? Zhou Xiaoya is headstrong, spoiled, and insists on occupying the center of attention wherever she goes. Who doesn't know that? Just as the verbal sparring threatened to erupt into a full-scale shouting match, Mo Li stepped into the foyer. Catching sight of him, Grandfather Cloud immediately rose to his feet. How was registration today? Did anyone give you a hard time? Tell Grandpa everything right now so I can deal with them. The protective gesture served as a direct slap to Zhou Xiaoya and her grandfather, signaling that Mo Li had someone backing him up just as fiercely. Growing even more furious, Old Man Zhou rounded on Mo Li. You. Confronted by the hostile glare, Mo Li remained entirely unbothered. I honestly don't know where to begin. Should I mention how your granddaughter hurled insults at me and demanded my grandfather expel me from the family? Or should I mention how she challenged me to a high-stakes exam wager where losing means I must drop out of school? Or how she accused my grandfather of pulling backdoor strings? To secure my admission, none of those actions might directly involve her physically, yet she chose to insert herself as the aggressor. When I merely pivoted out of the way of her physical assault, and she tripped over her own feet, somehow that became my criminal offense? Am I supposed to stand frozen like a statue and let her beat me up? In just a few concise sentences, Mo Li laid out the core facts. Grandfather Cloud's expression darkened into thunderous rage as he glared at Old Man Zhou. What is the meaning of this? What business does your granddaughter have sticking her nose into my family's internal affairs? Do you two treat my existence as a joke? Or are you deliberately trying to bully my grandson? Old Man Zhou glanced sideways at Zhou Xiaoya, noting her panicked expression and realizing her claims might have holes in them. Still, refusing to lose face, he stubbornly doubled down. How can you phrase it like that? You naturally believe your grandson's version, while I believe mine. With both sides telling conflicting stories, how can we determine who's at fault? Hearing this, Mo Li let out a light chuckle. That's simple enough to resolve. School surveillance cameras operate 24 hours a day. We can simply pull the footage to clarify everything. I didn't lay a single finger on your granddaughter. As for whether she hurled insults or issued those challenges, you can easily interview the dozen classmates who witnessed it firsthand, instead of relying solely on her one-sided narrative. Zhou Xiaoya panicked, crying out, "Grandpa, look at him! He's using that exact same arrogant tone to bully me right now." Turning to her grandfather, she whined, "Yes, I did try to hit him, but only because I was furious." The position of the eldest young master of the Cloud family rightfully belongs to Cloud Brother. After he came back, look at how much suffering Uncle, Aunt, and Cloud Brother had to endure, culminating in Grandfather driving them out of the estate. How could we just stand by and do nothing? Grandfather Cloud, your actions are breaking their hearts! Bolstered by her grandfather's presence, Zhou Xiaoya regained her footing. Convinced of her own moral righteousness, she pressed on. This entire mess is his fault for showing up and stealing what isn't his. He caused Cloud Brother and the others to lose their home, and now he has the audacity to enroll in the exact same school? What is his game plan if not to flaunt his stolen status? I will never stand by and allow such an injustice. Grandfather Cloud, I'm telling you right now, the only person I like is Cloud Brother, and the only person I will ever marry is Cloud Brother. I want nothing whatsoever to do with Mo Li. Grandfather Cloud couldn't help but chuckle at her dramatic declaration. Glancing down at Zhou Xiaoya, he replied mildly, "You are free to like whoever you wish, and equally free to dislike whoever you please. Naturally, the exact same principle applies to my grandson. Do you like her? Mo Li asked flatly. I have zero interest in dealing with unreasonable, ill-mannered children. Zhou Xiaoye gasped in horror. I hate you! You're already in middle school, yet you throw tantrums like a toddler, constantly flapping your mouth about who you like or hate. Are you still in kindergarten? Old man Zhou bristled, deeply offended by Mo Li's lack of respect. Unable to hold his tongue, he chimed in. Xiaoye is younger than you. As the older boy, you should know how to yield to your younger sister. Old man Zhao's logic was hilarious. She might be younger, but we're both experiencing youth for the very first time. Why on earth should I yield to her? If I need to apologize, let's go review the security footage right now. Otherwise, I'm going back to my studies. Without waiting for a response, Mo Li turned on his heel and walked straight toward his room, refusing to waste another breath on them. Did they seriously think the whole world revolved around their whims? Once Mo Li disappeared down the hallway, the remaining adults turned to Grandfather Cloud, who maintained an expression of absolute indifference. I happen to agree entirely with my grandson. Right and wrong aren't determined by age. Why should my grandson apologize for a fault belonging solely to your granddaughter? What an absurd proposition. Old man Zhou looked ready to pop a blood vessel from rage. If that's how flagrantly you're going to play favorites, there's no need for our families to maintain any further social ties. Snorting in disgust, he grabbed Zhou Xiaoye by the arm and yanked her toward the exit. Once outside the estate gates, Zhou Xiaoye remained deeply disgruntled, leaving old man Zhou thoroughly bewildered. What is running through this girl's head? Meanwhile, inside his quiet study, Mo Li found that his cognitive retention and memory processing had reached exceptional levels. When his private tutors had reviewed advanced concepts with him previously, they had praised his rapid intellect. Currently, he had already self-taught middle school material up to the third-year level, meaning upcoming diagnostic exams held zero terror for him. Furthermore, his grasp of foreign languages had officially graduated past the beginner stage. As dinner time rolled around, regardless of external distractions, Grandfather would invariably side with him unconditionally. That spoiled Zhou girl certainly earned her punishment. Pushing open his study door, Mo Li announced, "Grandpappy, I'm taking a break from studying." Grandson and grandfather sat down to a warm evening meal together, during which the old man shared an update. The business ventures for our beef jerky and chili paste lines are expanding rapidly, requiring major factory expansions. I've already purchased several adjacent plots of industrial land. Mo Li nodded in quiet approval. Given future municipal zoning plans, those plots would translate into massive real estate dividends later on. Seeing his grandson accept the news without resistance, Grandfather Cloud beamed with uncontainable joy. Another successful day of letting my grandson accept my financial shielding. The old man segued into the topic of the purported family engagement with the Zhou household. Back then, it was merely two old men running their mouths over drinks. I never seriously intended for you to marry Zhou Xiaoye, so don't you worry about that. As for Cloud Continent, Grandfather let out a harsh, gravelly snort. Compared to Mo Li, that kid isn't worthy to carry your shoes. Zhou Xiaoye's blind infatuation would eventually lead her off a cliff, and by the time she regretted it, it would be too late. His grandson would never spare her a second glance. Watching Grandfather's animated expressions, Mo Li found him rather endearing. Her family apparently didn't get that memo, though. Grandfather Cloud muttered, his expression darkening further. Snorting once more, he confided in his grandson. During the past 2 years, when their family's business was outperforming ours, they conveniently pretended the engagement didn't exist, dismissing it as a drunken joke we shouldn't take seriously. But now that their financial fortunes have plummeted, they've started floating mentions of the alliance everywhere they go. Why do they suddenly bring up Cloud Continent again? Because that old fox thinks I'm growing too old to manage the conglomerate, and assumes the business will eventually fall into your parents' hands. Since your parents dote on Cloud Continent above all others, he's hedging his bets. Yet he's too cowardly to lock things down immediately, suspecting you remain my favored successor. So he dragged Zhou Xiaoye over here to force an acquaintance, hoping his granddaughter's supposed beauty would instantly hook you. The sheer arrogance of assuming my precious grandson would fall for such shallow tricks. Mo Li smiled faintly. I could never develop feelings for someone like her. The moment she walked through our doors, she tried to bully me into exile. demanded our family welcome those ungrateful parasites back, and declared I had zero qualification to inherit anything or rival her precious Cloud brother. She really suffers from chronic delusions. I've never once deigned to compete with him, because that family's opinions hold zero weight in my world. However, since she specifically chose to weaponize the school system to drive me out, I'll ensure she suffers the consequences of her own trap. Turning back to his grandson, Grandfather reassured him, never feel pressured to compete with anyone. In this house, you will always be my absolute top priority. Mo-Li knew this firsthand, but if inflicting psychological devastation on Cloud Continent and his allies could accelerate reality hitting them, he had no objections. I understand, Grandpa. I also want everyone to witness that I am my grandfather's ultimate source of pride. Trust me, I will give this exam everything I've got. Meanwhile, having been ejected from the estate, Zhao Xiaoya and her grandfather continued fuming during the car ride home, trading complaints about Grandfather Cloud's unyielding bias. Zhao Xiaoya tugged at her grandfather's sleeve, whining, "Grandpa, I'm only ever going to marry Cloud Brother, all right?" Subduing his irritation, Old Man Zhou glanced down at his granddaughter. He genuinely loved her, which was precisely why he wanted to secure her future happiness. But Cloud Continent's current precarious standing meant he couldn't speak freely. He could only offer a soothing compromise. You're still young, so let's put these romantic considerations on hold until you mature a bit more. Whomever you ultimately choose in the future, Grandpa will support you. However, you should also observe Mo-Li more closely. Even if he isn't fawning over you right now, you need to figure out how to make him bend to your will. Don't you agree? If Old Man Cloud manages to live a long life, Mo-Li is practically guaranteed to inherit the entire Cloud conglomerate. Securing a union between you and Mo-Li would secure our family's financial future far better than anything else. Zhou Xiaoya wrinkled her nose in fierce rejection. No way! I hate Mo-Li. Why did Cloud Brother and his family have to get driven out in the first place? Grandpa, you don't even love me anymore. Old Man Zhou fell into a heavy, defeated silence. Time raced forward until Monday morning arrived. With students swarming back onto campus for the new term, Cloud Continent also made his appearance, having spent the entire weekend cramming alongside Cloud Elegance and Cloud Cute. They were determined to make Mo-Li the laughingstock of the student body and drive him out in disgrace. Unbeknownst to them, their mother had been completely absent from home over the weekend. Blue Moon had finally been released from police custody after a grueling 2-day interrogation, where investigators verified that while she had no active role in the fraudulent manufacturing, her name remained legally registered as the corporation's primary representative. Unless she managed to clear all outstanding worker wages and financial penalties immediately, her status as corporate officer meant she remained legally liable for asset seizure and custodial sentencing. Staring up at the slate-gray sky hanging oppressively overhead, she felt as though a crushing storm was about to break. She simply could not fathom how her older brother could betray her so viciously. Consumed by burning fury, she rushed back to her maternal family home, only to discover the entire residence stripped bare and completely abandoned. They had packed up and fled. In short, her parents, her sister-in-law, and her nephew had all escaped, leaving her behind to shoulder the catastrophic fallout alone. Panicking, she rushed to find Cloud River, but he was nowhere to be found either. Hoping to intercept him near his corporate office, she arrived at the lobby just in time to spot Cloud River cozying up over coffee with his former secretary. Snapping instantly, Blue Moon charged across the room and landed 2 sharp slaps across the woman's face before grabbing her by the hair. Back at the school gates, Cloud Elegance and Cloud Cute scanned the incoming crowd for Mo-Li, and when he failed to appear after a prolonged wait, they assumed he had simply chickened out. See? Look around you, everyone. He didn't even have the courage to show up for the exam. He's undoubtedly hiding at home, probably inventing some fake illness or physical ailment to escape accountability. True to form, Cloud Continent adopted a hypocritical posture of magnanimity, playing the benevolent peacemaker. Sisters, don't talk about him like that. Maybe Mo-Li was genuinely delayed by urgent personal matters. It's fine. Even if he skips the exam entirely, I would never force him to leave. He is grandfather's favorite grandson, and for grandfather's sake alone, I would never pressure him out. I only hope he manages to rank somewhere above the bottom 50. Cloud Cute immediately chimed in. My younger brother is far too kind, always looking out for someone like Mo-Li. As for him, The surrounding students weren't fools. The transparent subtext behind their performance was obvious to everyone. They were clearly trying to spin a narrative that Mo Li was too cowardly to attend, while they magnanimously pardoned him. Disgusted onlookers spoke up. If that was your attitude, why did you bother initiating a high-stakes wager in the first place? If you actually cared about him, you wouldn't have spent the whole morning spreading passive-aggressive poison or staging character assassinations. If you truly cared about his well-being today, you should be worried if you ran into trouble on the road instead of crowing about how he's too scared to show his face. Stop treating everyone here like idiots. We can see right through your fake facades. The trio turned crimson with humiliation, glaring daggers at the speakers just as Mo Li stepped through the gates, accompanied by the classmates who had lent him their notes. As it turned out, Mo Li had been delayed on his commute. Midway to campus, his transport had pulled over unexpectedly, prompting him to step out and complete the final leg on foot since the distance wasn't excessive. A brisk 20-minute jog would suffice. However, just a few meters ahead, he spotted an elderly pedestrian who had been struck by a vehicle, suffer multiple traumatic injuries and bleeding heavily. Without hesitation, he rushed over to render emergency triage. During his isolation in the village years prior, the local veteran herbalist had trained him thoroughly in emergency trauma response and stabilization techniques, skills he maintained meticulously. Regarding the injuries in the situation, the old practitioner was well aware of what kind of environment Ren's family life was like. Being beaten and injured was a common occurrence. The old practitioner said this: "If you encounter any trouble outside, you can completely use your medical skills to save yourself. I have prepared various common remedies for you. I hope that you can protect yourself well." That wouldn't do either. That would be practicing medicine without a license. Therefore, it's best to pass the examination. At that time, after taking the countryside traveling practitioner examination, you can obtain a certificate. After finishing all this, the old practitioner also left the village. Having been here for many years, now that he was old, it was time for him to leave. Ren had gone over earlier to help stop the bleeding with silver needles and pressed several acupuncture points. Finally, when the ambulance arrived, he said he only knew how to do those things, and then he left. Afterwards, reporters also arrived. They only managed to capture Ren's back as he walked away. You must know that just moments before, no one had dared to touch the old lady. The ambulance doctor said that thanks to that person stopping the bleeding, otherwise the old lady's life would have been in critical danger. Everyone felt that the figure seen from behind was very imposing. When he arrived at school, he heard everyone standing up for him, while the third of those sisters had a face that turned green and white in succession. Eureka stepped forward directly and spoke up. "What do you guys know? We have already given him many chances, but it is he who doesn't cherish them. Today, it was clearly he who fled from the battle at the last moment. Even if you talk until the sky falls, he is still a coward." Little did she know that Ren had already entered the classroom. "Who did you say lost?" Ren's voice rang out, and everyone's gazes turned toward him. Ren. Only the three of them had their expressions change, becoming extremely unsightly. Just looking at them made people feel that they were unhappy. She spoke with puffed-up cheeks. "You actually still dare to come? I thought you were scared and wouldn't dare show up." Ren glanced at her and replied, "If I had come earlier, where would I have gotten to hear all your wonderful remarks? Day in and day out, you never know how to put your heart into your studies. You really are something else." As soon as these words came out, Eureka became extremely furious, rushed over, and glared at Ren. "What do you mean by that?" Ren took 2 steps back. "Stay away from me. I'm afraid you'll pull a scam on me, claiming that I pushed you or something. And then making me accompany you to the hospital? Wouldn't that make it impossible for me to take the exam?" Eureka was shocked. How could I possibly be that kind of person? Everyone else thought to yourself, "You certainly are that kind of person." Whether you are or not, I really can't say for sure. But this behavior of yours, talking bad about others behind their backs, is extremely repulsive. Eureka is so angry that she wanted to say something more, but was held back by Yumemo. "Forget it. Stop talking. You can't win an argument against him right now. Let's just focus on doing well on the exam and wait for the results." Reluctantly, they returned to their seats, and Ren also went back to his own. The teacher arrived, mixed up all the seating arrangements once again, and then told them, "I hope you will all answer carefully and not engage in any petty tricks. Over here in our classroom, there are security cameras. The equipment used by this school is the top of the line. Hearing this, the others obediently sat up straight. Now, hand in your mobile phones as well. The people at this school could all afford phones. Nokia, Ericsson, Motorola. This exam was officially about to begin. Soon, the proctor arrived, and the atmosphere was just like the National College entrance examination. Read the questions carefully, then answer them properly without talking too much to anyone, just sitting quietly at your desk to rest before the next subject. There were a total of 3 subjects. During the break, right before the final English exam, "Ren, you probably don't even have this English subject, right? I heard that they only teach it starting in junior high, so aren't you completely done for now? Even if grandfather helped you find a tutor, it's absolutely impossible for you to score higher than us." Yerika was extremely certain of this point, which is why she kept telling Yushi not to worry. Shoko, standing nearby, was also very happy upon hearing this. Ren simply didn't deserve to compare with Brother Yushi. She even chimed in, "You will never surpass Brother Yushi." Ren felt that the two of them were like foolish parrots, repeating the exact same phrase every single time, as if they never got tired of it. Ren completely ignored them. Why bother saying anything to fools? Since Ren didn't speak, the two of them instead became dissatisfied. They walked right up to Ren, and this time Shoko was the first to speak. She glared at Ren with an aggressive sneer. "Speak! Why aren't you talking anymore? Are you feeling guilty?" Yurika also chimed in. "Just looking at him, you can tell he doesn't know anything. Ren, why won't you admit it?" The rest of the class couldn't stand watching anymore and stepped forward to look at them. A female student and a handsome boy shouted loudly, "Shoko, have you two lost your minds? What are you trying to force Ren to admit?" Shoko didn't take these two classmates seriously at all, acting as if no one else was there. "Stop meddling in other people's business here." Somei certainly wasn't going to give her any face. "What do you mean by meddling? All of us hate the way you act. What are you coercing him into admitting? I think you two are the ones feeling guilty." Ren stood up and gave Somei a grateful look. They were just afraid that Yushi would lose. Lacking confidence, they wanted to extract an answer from him, as if that could somehow calm their own minds. Even they themselves knew he wasn't nearly as amazing as they claimed. That's right, isn't that the point? Well now, even fewer people among the rest believed them. Hearing this, Yushi stood up and demanded, "What is your dissatisfaction? How can you act like this? Elder sister was only doing it for my own good when she said those things to you." Others nodded along. "That's how it is. Why should they? The ones who stirred up trouble." Yushi was a bit confused, his mind failing to keep up. He only heard Yushi say, "Reason and logic dictate that you should do this. You bullying me is only right. It's all my fault." His elder sister. How did Ren feel like he had just heard the funniest joke in the world? The very next second, the other continued, "Did I ever admit to it? How utterly ridiculous." The faces of Yurika and Yumemo turned dark and extremely ugly, even though they had consistently refused to acknowledge Ren all this time. "How dare you actually refuse to acknowledge us?" Yumemo also chimed in. "On what grounds are you refusing to recognize us? We're just waiting for you to place dead last in English." The exam began, and the bell rang shortly after. The results would be known tomorrow morning, and class reassignments would start in the afternoon. The three of them simply felt certain that Ren had lost, and their smugness was completely unmasked. The handsome Somei walked over, sat down next to Ren and said, "Don't worry, I believe you can do it. Do you want to go get lunch together? They have 3 cafeterias here, and the food isn't bad." Ren went along with them to the cafeteria. The 3 of them ordered 4 dishes. Before they even finished eating, they looked up and noticed that reporters had arrived. Everyone was curious about what had happened and followed the reporters over. They came right up to Ren. The reporter shoved a microphone toward Ren. "You're student Ren, right? You saved someone this morning, do you remember?" All gazes turned toward them, everyone curious about what had taken place. The reporter told them, "Student Ren saved an elderly woman this morning. The old lady is now out of danger at the hospital, so we rushed over to visit Ren." Yushi's expression turned extremely unsightly. This Ren really knows how to steal the spotlight. Her eyes lit up as a thought struck her. She walked over and said to the reporter, "How could a little brat like him possibly save someone?" You don't know anything. Recklessly attempting rescue is a bad idea. What if it worsens the person's condition? That's just being irresponsible with a human life. That seemed to make some sense. If he just messed around blindly and put the person in even greater danger, what then? Yumemo also came over and told the reporter he'd just returned from a small rural village and doesn't know anything. If nothing went wrong this time, it was just dumb luck on their part. Don't go thinking he's amazing. That's the kind of thing that sets a terrible example for others. If people start casually playing the doctor whether they are one or not in the future and make someone's condition worse, what happens then? I'm Ren's elder sister, and he doesn't know any medical principles at all. It's a miracle he didn't end up killing someone. The reporter paused in speech. The reporter was somewhat helpless. Normally, wouldn't an elder sister feel proud when her younger brother saves someone? Why is she tearing him down with all these criticisms while talking to us about it? Still, this kind of angle actually made their news story much more sensational. Thus, the reporter asked, "Student, why would you say things like that? Was your younger brother just blindly messing around with the rescue?" Yurika and Yumemo looked at each other, then turned to face the camera with resolute expressions. Precisely because we are his elder sisters, we cannot allow everyone to view this as correct behavior. Although we don't know how to treat illnesses and save lives, non-doctors shouldn't recklessly attempt rescue because it delays treatment and can even worsen the condition. Yumemo also nodded. We shouldn't do things that harm others just to chase a moment of the spotlight. These words were telling everyone that Ren saved someone purely to show off. Everyone understood now. This Yurika and Yumemo simply looked down on Ren and were saying these things on purpose. Meanwhile, Yushi also stepped forward at this moment, looked at Yurika and Yumemo and said, "We know that you've always been good sisters and that you're just worried about Ren. I believe Ren can understand your good intentions." You have to hand it to them, they really are a family. That tone of voice and those petty little schemes were an exact match. What kind of reporters hadn't they seen before? They naturally understood what was going on. So in your view, if you encounter someone needing help, would you absolutely refuse to lend a hand? At this, the two sisters froze like deer in headlights. Soon, they snapped back to reality. If we encounter someone in need, we will also help without hesitation. But we wouldn't do it this way. We would help within the limits of our own capabilities. We wouldn't perform unnecessary actions ourselves because we are very clear that we lack that kind of ability. Blundering through something might just cause a different kind of harm. In the eyes of many, this logic actually sounded correct. What if it made the patient's condition even worse? I also think Yumemo and the others are right. I have an uncle who was like that. After fainting on the side of the road, someone moved him under the guise of saving him, but it actually worsened his condition, and he couldn't be saved once he reached the hospital. Sometimes, self-righteous help turns out to be a form of harm. Ren, this time your two sisters aren't wrong. Hearing people say this, the rest of the crowd froze up. How did this somehow turn into Ren's fault? Does that mean people shouldn't rescue others anymore in the future? It seemed like a valid point too. If someone tries to help out of ignorance and ends up harming the person, but shouldn't you go help someone who is injured? Didn't the reporter just say that the patient is fine now? Everyone was discussing the matter heatedly. Yurika and Yumemo were overjoyed, and Yurika pressed her advantage. Ren, why don't you hurry up and apologize to everyone? This whole matter was your fault to begin with. As long as you apologize, I believe everyone will forgive you and won't hold you responsible anymore. We'll even have Mom and Dad go visit that patient and explain clearly that you did this on your own, independent of Mom and Dad. Yumemo was practically about to burst into laughter and had to force herself to hold it back. Ren, we want to get along with you properly too, but you're just too insensible and care far too little about human life. Ren took out his certificate. I have always known that practicing medicine without a license is forbidden. I am a traditional practitioner, and at the time I naturally knew I couldn't move things blindly, so I was only responsible for stopping the bleeding. Afterwards, I also informed the people nearby and the ambulance doctor of the entire situation. From beginning to end, I did nothing wrong. Oh ho, this. The reporter also verified this fact. Student Ren was licensed. You people wronged Student Ren. At this, the bunch of them froze up and refused to admit fault. We were just looking out for those who got injured. We have things to do, so we're leaving." The few of them slunk away in disgrace. The reporter proceeded to ask Ren a few questions, which Ren answered. Finally, the reporter dropped a line. "Student Ren, are those people really your family members?" Ren answered with unshakable conviction. "They have never once regarded me as family. I was swapped by a human trafficker, and I was switched with their current precious younger son, Yushi. Yet upon my return, their entire family felt extreme disgust toward me. My parents probably view my existence as a stain on their record. The two girls just now think they only need one younger brother and that I ruined their family. Only my grandfather took pity on me for the abuse I suffered all those years. They are not my family. Other people, even complete strangers, upon seeing the scars I bore, would shed tears out of deep sympathy for me, yet they harbor not a single shred of affection toward me, terrified that my return would disturb their family reunion." Ren wanted to say it out loud, wanted to let everyone know about this. Precisely because they all loathed him, they naturally wouldn't say anything nice, just like how they coerced me into making a wager. If I failed to outperform Yushi, the top student, I would have to get lost from this school. They were extremely confident, figuring that someone like me from the countryside could never measure up to them, and that they were going to make me pack my bags and scram. The reporter was shocked, her eyes lighting up. She had originally come to film a story about an ordinary citizen hero, and now she got to film a dramatic soap opera plot instead. "So, Student Ren, or rather, if I treat you to a meal, would you allow me to interview you further? I really want to write down your story." Ren naturally agreed. Thus, Ren, the reporter, and Somei changed locations, heading over to the second cafeteria next door. There were private rooms on the second floor. The reason Somei was there was because Ren had asked him to stay. Since he was his first friend, he definitely had to be included. The reporter stopped filming and pulled out a voice recorder. Ren shook his head. "I don't mind." The reporter was delighted. "Wonderful. Then let's just chat casually like this. You don't need to worry about anything else. Whatever I ask you, just answer naturally." Ren was also quite satisfied with this style of interview. "All right, your name is very familiar. You seem to be the biological grandson whom the chairman of the Yun group just recently found, right? May I ask if you can tell us how the chairman managed to find you, and what kind of life you were living before?" The moment Somei heard this question, he felt that it shouldn't be asked in such a direct manner right at the start, and he looked at Ren with some concern. Yet Ren acted as if he didn't care at all. When grandfather and I crossed paths, it was already several years ago. At that time, seeing grandfather collapsed on the ground, I sent him to the hospital and also notified the police. Back then, due to a mental lapse, grandfather's memory was somewhat chaotic. After being discharged, he went to a nursing home in our area. Every single week I would go visit him, and grandfather would teach me some knowledge. In that household, I had no sense of presence at all. Or rather, I was treated like their family's workhorse. I had to do a massive amount of chores every single day. I had to get up at 5 a.m. to make breakfast for them and feed the chickens, after which I had to head up the mountain to work, first cutting pig feed before heading out to work the fields. Whenever I said a single wrong word, I would be beaten up. As he spoke, Ren lifted his shirt, revealing scars that were truly shocking to behold, with crisscrossing marks etched across his skin. The reporter pulled out her camera and snapped a few photos. And on my stomach, and on my legs. They couldn't believe just how much trauma this person had endured. Moreover, in his eyes at this moment, there was no hatred whatsoever. Instead, he recounted that past period of time with complete calmness. "Then, didn't you ever think about calling the police?" A bitter smile touched the corners of his mouth, and tears flashed in his eyes. "Back then, I figured the reason I wasn't well liked was because, as the older sibling, I should naturally have to do a bit more. I thought my younger brother was still young, so it was only natural for my mom and dad to dote on him. If I didn't do the work, who would? I always thought, as long as I put in just a little more effort, mom and dad would surely notice. My sensible appearance would earn me a smile or a word of encouragement. I didn't ask for much. I just wanted to see in their eyes, but that was nothing more than wishful thinking on my part. They couldn't wait for me to finish all the chores. Who knew that their lack of love for me wasn't just ordinary favoritism? A few months ago, when they told me I didn't need to continue junior high, even though they knew my academic grades were actually quite good, they refused to let me continue anyway. They wanted to send me off to work at a factory with some relative. The factory that relative worked at was exceptionally grueling. Several kids from our village who had been taken there reportedly had accidents while operating the machinery. But they didn't care, they only wanted me to go earn money. I refused. That was when I knew for certain that they didn't love me. I had been secretly saving up money all those years. Because if I didn't work hard and secretly go dig for wild herbs, I would starve to death. My master saw that I had it hard and took me in as an apprentice, teaching me to recognize wild medicinal herbs on one hand, while teaching me medicine on the other. Naturally, since his greatest specialty was treating injuries from falls and strikes, that was what I learned best. That arrogant grandmother of mine brought home another family's chicken that had been poisoned by bait and boiled it to eat. Unwilling to give me any meat, they beat me up and drove me out. I ran into Auntie Pang, the kindest person in the village, who took me over to my master's place so he could treat my injuries. I told my master that I didn't want others to find out because I was afraid of that family of mine who lacked any human decency. He simply charged a tiny bit of money for it. Their whole family got poisoned and that grandmother of mine ended up paralyzed. And I also found out. Hearing this, the reporter couldn't help but redden her eyes. She hadn't expected the boy in front of her to have gone through so much. Then what happened later? A smile bloomed at the corners of Ren's mouth, as if emerging from despair. Later on, grandfather said he wanted to help me find my family. Since it was a human trafficker who deliberately swapped us, I figured that family must treat that child very well, making me nothing more than an extra person. Even so, grandfather said, it turned out I was his biological grandson. My biological parents didn't like me. In fact, they thoroughly loathed my existence. Because of me, the happy life of their family had been disrupted. Because of me, they were forced to have a rift with their precious son. They wished more than anything that I had never existed in the first place. Ren's mouth carried a bitter smile, tinged with faint heartache, but then he brushed it off as if it didn't matter. We stayed over there for another 2 months, and they never came to pick us up. When we finally returned home, they flat out told me that Yushi would always be their child. To them, they detested me intensely, and of course, I didn't like them either. Grandfather was wonderful to me. Upon arriving at school, they subjected me to all sorts of schemes. I didn't want to care, but on what grounds? Ren raised his head to look at the reporter, his gaze firm and his words filled with absolute resolve. I did nothing wrong. Being abducted by a human trafficker back then wasn't my fault. Being swapped by a trafficker wasn't either. I just want to ask, does a child really change into a completely different person? Did they genuinely have no suspicions, or did they simply not care? At that time, they just needed some child to appear so they could treat them as their own. Of course, none of that really matters anymore. I don't care anymore. I just hope to live and let live, keeping out of each other's way. I don't like them either, and I don't want any unnecessary entanglements with them. It's pointless. But their children don't seem to see it that way. They always love to make their presence known in front of me, and always want to prove they're superior. I don't understand what the point of that is. At the very end, the reporter left with reddened eyes, telling him, "Didn't you say you know how to make beef jerky? Then you definitely have to invite me to try some next time, okay?" With sister reporter gone, Some remained immersed in that story, unable to snap back to reality for a long time. Some spoke up. "I have a bit of pocket money myself, and I want to go into business with you. What can the two of us do?" After hearing his story, Some also felt that just letting money sit idle was no good. He had to make money breed more money. Thus, he thought about going into business with Ren, never expecting that he actually wanted to go into business with him. Everything I've looked into so far has to do with food, but I think we could check out other places, things that our local area doesn't have. What do you think? Some caught on instantly and immediately named 2 locations. One was Wucheng, and the other was Haicheng. Wucheng's department stores had a lot of product exchange with across the river, while Haicheng's clothing and home appliances were fantastic. How about this? Some was his first friend after all, and a handsome, straightforward one at that. No problem. Both of them were moneyed individuals who didn't hesitate in the slightest. Besides, young children make choices. They wanted to go see both. The two of them set a time and only then prepared to head back to the classroom, only to find that the 3 of them were still there. Yurika bolted over directly, glaring at Ren with intense fury. "Ren, what did you say to the reporter? Don't you dare spout any nonsense. If you dare talk nonsense, Mom and Dad won't let you off. Oh ho!" Even at this point, still old enough to only know how to run and complain to your mommy and daddy. Why are you people so pathetic? Besides, what on earth makes you think I care about your parents? I feel like you people genuinely lack reading comprehension. After saying that, Ren turned around and walked away. Who has time to keep talking to them? Returning home, Grandfather didn't bring up the incident. Ren talked to Grandfather about going to Haicheng. "Grandfather, I want to go look around Haicheng with a friend. We want to check out the clothing over there and then come back here to open a clothing boutique or something. We also want to look at electronic products." Speaking of which, Ren remembered something. The mobile phone industry was ready for investment. I feel like mobile phones are getting better and better over the last 2 years, with more and more functions. Has Grandfather ever thought about researching phones, computers, and other electronic products? That's going to be extremely lucrative in the future. Hearing this, Grandfather urged Ren to keep talking and share his thoughts in detail. Look, mobile phones are already very convenient. You can send text messages, you can make calls, and in the future, maybe you'll even be able to play more games. If arcade games can all be played on phones or computers, a ton of people will definitely use them. Right now, the brands we use are all foreign ones, and I don't like that. We should establish our own domestic brand. What do you think, Grandfather? Recently, it seems there's a domestic company looking for investment. It's Aiyun Country, and that's actually a company founded by the son of an old friend of mine. Since you're interested in this, Grandfather will make an investment. Grandfather has a nephew who opened a company like that called Aiyun, established just 3 years ago. How much do you think Grandfather should invest? Ren was stunned. This was one of the future big 3 of the mobile phone industry. At the beginning, it hadn't attracted much attention, but later it grew into one of the top 3 giants, and it had remained entirely domestic without accepting outside investment. Invest, 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 invest. This is a domestic brand, we absolutely have to invest. Seeing his grandson so excited, though they weren't just doing phones, but other electronics too, and he'd heard there were even more directions. Grandfather had been hesitating earlier, but since you put it that way, Grandfather will invest in your name. That way, you'll be one of the shareholders. Ren was stunned, looking up at Grandfather. Hearing that, Grandfather reached out and patted his head. "You, stop looking at me with that kind of gaze. Grandfather will feel like I still haven't been good enough to you, which is why you're being so polite with me. You are Grandfather's precious grandson. If it weren't for you, Grandfather would have died long ago. Whatever Grandfather gives you, I give gladly. Because of you, Grandfather now feels like I can live another 20 years, at least long enough to see you get married, have children, and see your great-grandchildren. I used to feel like life had no drive, but now I feel like I need to live well and witness my grandson's future." Ren's face instantly turned red, and Grandfather was overjoyed to see it. He had never seen this grandson of his act so shy before. All right, Grandfather won't tease you. Exercise properly every day." Speaking of exercise, Ren remembered something. Why don't you practice the Vajra Qigong and Longevity Qigong? Of course, Ren had originally learned those later on short video websites, following along with a certain Taoist priest. If they wanted to practice now, they'd have to go find that priest, right? Grandfather was a bit curious. He had practiced Tai Chi for a couple of days, but not these Vajra and Longevity Qigong exercises. Ren quickly chimed in. "Grandfather, these are also Taoist cultivation methods. Practicing these 2 forms is fantastic for the body and can also cure various ailments. Let's go visit the place where that Taoist priest lives. Why don't I go with you?" Ren knew the address. It was just in the neighboring province. "I heard from my master that to go see the Taoist priest, you have to walk all the way up from the base of the mountain. Can I go with you? I arranged to meet Somei on Saturday, so how about we, Grandpa and grandson, go on Thursday? Friday is class reassignment day, and I just need to know where it is." Ren felt that since they were going, they couldn't drag their feet. Grandfather's health was of the utmost importance. "Then let's go on Friday." Seeing his grandson caring about him, Grandfather naturally agreed. Ren got up very early, started reading English vocabulary words, and then ate breakfast before heading to school. Somei rushed over. "Elder Yun called my grandpa saying you're taking him to Misty Cloud Mountain to find a Taoist priest." Ren paused speech. "That's right. That Taoist priest is amazing. Back then, everyone on Duyan was following along to practice. He's definitely a true master. Definitely a true master. That way the two of us can just head straight to Haichang together. Hearing this, Ren replied, "No problem, but the place where that Taoist priest is located is deep in the mountains. If you want to ask the priest for medical treatment, you have to walk up on foot." So Mai was quite confident in himself. Don't worry, both my grandpa and I are great at walking. Since he put it that way, naturally Ren believed him. All right. Students ran inside excitedly, hearing this. How did it go? So I figured that, with their notes, no matter what, they wouldn't be at the very bottom. As long as it wasn't the bottom 50, Ren wouldn't be forced to leave the school. By then, they could just ship that third sister and that Shoko off to a different class. Somei definitely had the ability to pull that off. Zhou slapped his thigh in excitement. I can't even believe it. At this, even Somei was surprised, followed by pleasant surprise. Not bad. I was worried about you for ages, thinking that if those girls kept causing trouble, we'd just have a falling out. But I never expected you to be this awesome. You went straight to first place. Overall, he was thrilled for Ren. This was simply fantastic. A surprised expression bloomed on the corners of Ren's mouth as well. I didn't expect it either. Actually, over the past couple of days, I've been practicing desperately, just thinking I needed to work a bit harder. When answering the questions, I kept telling myself to be doubly careful. I couldn't let you guys worry about me. Somei patted his shoulder again. Come on, let's go see the looks on some people's faces when their defenses shatter. That group of brothers and sisters had their defenses completely broken. They simply couldn't believe this was real. Looking at Ren in first place, they could only view it as cheating. Seeing Ren walk away, Eureka told everyone don't get fooled by him. There's no way in hell he's first place. He definitely cheated. Studying in some run-down, backward village. How could he possibly test into first place? How amazing is our school? We came up through experimental primary schools, and none of us even scored a perfect score. How could he? Yumemo also felt it had to be cheating. Otherwise, there was no way he could be this amazing on his very first try. Something was definitely fishy. However, they couldn't find evidence of the problem right away, which was the annoying part. Yumemo walked up to Ren and earnestly urged, Ren, I hope you'll go find a teacher and confess your wrongdoing so you still have room for redemption. A cold sneer curled her lips. Aren't you just telling everyone? Prove I cheated? By saying that? Earlier, you claimed I was practicing medicine without a license. And now you claim I'm cheating. You lot are just blindly targeting me without a single hesitation. Since you're the ones raising the issue, please prove that I cheated right now. Otherwise, I'm going to start settling scores with you for all those times you slandered me. Faced with Eureka and Yumemo's onslaught, their first instinct was usually to prove they didn't cheat, but they never expected Ren to reverse the script entirely. While Yumemo hadn't thought of a solution yet, Eureka chimed in from the side. You came from some backwater place. How could you possibly outscore us? You must have colluded with some teacher, and you must have secretly peeked at the test papers beforehand. Otherwise, how could you be first place? We've studied diligently through the windows for years. How could we possibly lose to someone from the countryside? What a joke. So slander wasn't enough? Now they want to slander the school too? Well, then let the teachers handle it. If they can't handle it properly, we'll just call the police. You can't just throw dirty water around whenever you feel like slandering someone. Their argument was loud and coupled with the fact that everyone else was discussing the incident, with the vast majority believing Ren. How could Ren possibly cheat when there were proctors and security cameras for this exam? Everyone felt that these people were just making unreasonable demands and arbitrarily splashing dirty water onto Ren. In the past, their persona had always been about being pure, kind, and caring toward every classmate. Oh ho! So the so-called pure and kind act can be faked too. They finally got a front row view of it. Hearing the commotion over here, the head of discipline walked over, looked at them, and demanded, What's going on? What are you arguing about over here? Seeing the head of discipline arrive, Eureka wasn't scared in the least. Director, it's like this. Ren is in first place this time, and we have serious doubts about this score. He's from the countryside, so how could he possibly score this high? How could he possibly suppress all the top academic elites of our school? That is an absolute impossibility. Something must be wrong here. The discipline director was so angry, he laughed. Nowadays, kids just open their mouths and accuse others of cheating. First, I must issue a clarification. Second, I want to tell you one thing. No matter where someone comes from, you cannot use your prejudiced lens to view other people. Just because someone comes from another school doesn't mean their academic performance is poor. With so many surveillance cameras right under the teachers' noses, student Ren couldn't possibly have cheated. As you yourself said, he's a newly transferred student, meaning he has no acquainted teachers here. Then let me ask you, how on earth could he have gotten access to our exam papers? Furthermore, this set of exam papers never even appeared in the school beforehand. They were delivered directly from the Education Bureau this very morning. Finally, student, do you realize that your suspicions will cause other people severe emotional distress? Suspecting someone without evidence is an extremely egregious thing to do. Right now, I require you to apologize to student Ren. For students who had been at this school for a long time, if someone wasn't a brand new transfer, perhaps they would investigate. But Ren was both a new student and had just arrived, making it impossible for him to have any ties or entanglements with other students. This kid was an absolute genius. Upon learning of his scores, the faculty had wanted to have a good chat with him and place him in the experimental class straight away, only to run into this nonsense the moment he arrived here. These few individuals really knew how to stir up trouble. Hearing this, the rest of the crowd believed Ren even more. They all told the trio, "You lost fair and square, yet you still have the nerve to look for excuses here and slander Ren." At this, people grew even angrier, telling the director directly, "You have no idea. Just a moment ago they were even claiming that he colluded with a teacher and that the faculty must have shown Ren the test papers." Hearing this, the head of discipline flew into a rage. "Call your parents in right here and now." Hearing that, their faces turned white. Eureka hurriedly stepped forward. "I'm the one who said it. I just felt that someone coming from a small-town background could never possibly score such a high mark. I sensed something fishy and just wanted him to prove it." Hearing this wording, Ren looked at her and said, "Well then, I also feel like you stole my belongings. You didn't steal my belongings." Eureka instantly flew into a rage, extremely furious. "When did I ever steal your belongings?" "Following your exact logic. You feel I cheated, so I feel you stole things. Therefore, you stole things." Watching her throw a tantrum, the director intervened. "All right, stop all that. We'll deal with her other issues later. But right now, the two of you, Eureka and Yumamo, must apologize to student Ren in front of everyone. Behavior like yours. My sister was just feeling a bit doubtful, that's all. Is it possible he copied off the second-place student?" As soon as these words came out, everyone laughed. What kind of logic was that? Please, if you're going to make things up, at least make it sound plausible, would you? Copying homework from someone ranked ahead of you is one thing, but pray tell, how does first place copy off second place? The second place student stepped forward at that moment as well. His name was Lin Hang. I looked at the gap between student Ren and myself. The difference came down to the final complex problem. The fact that he solved it is fully sufficient to demonstrate his capability. He then glanced at Eureka and Yumemo. Naturally, at your level, you wouldn't understand what my words mean. But making accusations of plagiarism like that is truly garbage behavior toward a fellow student. Student Ren is exceptionally talented, but we will definitely chase after his footsteps. Since junior high has only just begun, I believe over the next 3 years I will undoubtedly catch up to student Ren's pace. True academic elites appreciated one another and strove together, rather than resorting to petty tricks to accuse others of copying. The trio felt utterly disgraced. Eureka was furious upon hearing this and glared fiercely at Ren, purely because this top student was someone Eureka harbored a crush on, her idol, so to speak. Seeing Lin Hang say this caused her heart immense agony. I'm not jealous of him. I just feel he couldn't possibly be that amazing. I'm very familiar with him and know clearly what kind of place he came from. How could he possibly be that good? Subsequently, Eureka looked toward the discipline director and told him, I'm his elder sister, and he used to live in a small mountain village. You're talking about that kind of educational resource, meaning that without you knowing it, student Ren must have worked terribly hard. Eureka, making baseless conjectures about others like this is going way too far. Bring your parents here immediately. If your mother isn't available, then call your father. He had already explained that Ren couldn't possibly have cheated, Yet Yurika kept tangling herself up in this mess. He really wanted to ask Ran Tsukiko how on earth she taught her daughters. Other classmates quickly chimed in, "We believe student Ren." "That's right, director." Everyone else expressed belief in Ren, while Yurika, Yumemo, and Yunyuan were hauled straight off to the administrative office. Accompanying them were Ren, Linhang, and Somei. Yurika and Yumemo still wanted to argue, but Yurika, Yumemo, you need to understand your identities, making endless a fuss. Do you even know this constitutes harassment? Yurika and Yumemo were reduced to hanging their heads in humiliation. There are surveillance cameras, and student Ren is a newcomer whose academic results are there for everyone to see. School test papers cannot be stolen in advance. Hurry up and call your father to come deal with this. At this, they panicked. Can we call Mom instead? We want Mom to come. Mom definitely won't scold us and will stand on our side. The director glanced at them. You kids really are clueless and completely out of touch with reality. Panic fluttered through the director. This matter truly couldn't be let go of lightly. Your mother hasn't been to school for days anyway, and even if she came, she'd still make you apologize. Ran Tsukiko simply didn't have the time right then either. Although she had been released, she had to rush to that factory immediately to see how much money needed to be prepared, disperse wages to the workers, settle the required fees. In short, a mountain of matters. She was running herself ragged right now, and if she couldn't sort it all out, her job might not even survive, along with all her reputation built over the years. Yurika and Yumemo were extremely displeased, lowering their heads in silence after being put in their place. Go call your father! They had no choice but to make the phone call. When Yunhee received the call, his mind hadn't even processed it properly yet. He was currently looking for work. With his abilities, finding a job shouldn't be difficult, right? He hoped a company would invite him in for guidance, but now that he went, they simply said he wasn't a fit, claiming there were no suitable positions for him. So many days had passed, and not a single job offer had materialized. If he had known this, he wouldn't have gotten into a shouting match with the old man. Yet in front of his children, he couldn't show any weakness. He was, after all, their great and mighty father. Hearing her father's voice, Yurika felt immensely wronged, her eyes welling up with tears as she sniffled and explained what had happened. Hearing that it involved Ren, Yun, he felt his head spin. Why is it always tied to Ren again? Can't they just stay away from Ren? The old man protects Ren like the apple of his eye, leaving him utterly helpless. I'm coming right over! Seeing Yunhee arrive, Yurika and Yumemo hurriedly scurried over, looking at him with pitiful expressions. The director frowned, at which point they obediently stepped back. Yun. He walked over, casting a glance at Ren, only to find Ren's gaze completely ignoring him. Respectfully, he asked the teacher what had happened. Yunhee, father, your daughters Yurika and Yumemo casually slandered student Ren, accusing him of cheating the moment they opened their mouths. How can you make wild accusations without evidence? Grandfather strode in as well, marched right up to Yunhee and delivered a sharp slap across the face. Yunhee was instantly stunned into a daze. The director hurriedly rushed over to play peacemaker. If these two family members started brawling in his office, it would spell total disaster. Ah, Ren's grandfather, right? Grandfather wore a smile, speaking gently to the teacher. Teacher, it's fine. The discipline director paused speech. Your whole family is. So what exactly were Yurika and Yumemo playing at? Grandfather immediately denied it. We are certainly not a family with them. Understanding the situation on his way here, as Ren's legal guardian, I demand on his part that they issue an apology at the all-school assembly and write a formal self-criticism letter. Otherwise, since my grandson was groundlessly accused by them, they must apologize, and I also expect your school to step forward and issue a public clarification. Standing off to the side, Yun, he didn't dare utter a single syllable. His face was still burning with a stinging pain, and if he dared say one more word, who knew what fate would befall him the next second? Yurika and Yumemo looked pitifully at their father for a long time, but failed to elicit any miracles. The director ordered them to write self-criticisms and issue an apology at the all-school assembly. The two of them whimpered and tried to bolt, but the director warned. Yurika and Yumemo's father, if your daughters simply run off like this, showing zero respect for teachers and completely disregarding school rules, then please take them back with you. You can choose to enroll them in some other school. Exhibiting an attitude that completely defied authority, the moment they heard those words, Yurika and Yumemo scuttled back to stand obediently. This school was already a premier key middle school. Never mind that other key schools had already stopped accepting transfer students. Even if they hadn't, their family couldn't afford to go elsewhere anyway. Previously, they had banked on having Mom's connections to shield them, but seeing the director refuse to give Mom an ounce of face, they naturally caved. Yawn. He had no choice but to sit with them while they wrote it. Yushi was also accompanying them nearby, but the director directly dismissed him. Yushi, head back to your class. Class reassignment notifications will be posted this afternoon. Yushi cast a worried glance at his two elder sisters. They waved him off, and he headed back with frequent backward glances. Grandfather sat off to the side watching them write, occasionally throwing a scathing look at Yoonhee. Yoonhee remained silent. The three of you are in the experimental class. You can head over there now. Your homeroom teacher is waiting for you on that side. Furthermore, regarding this exam, the director looked earnestly at Ren. We don't harbor a single shred of doubt toward you. Our goal is to let everyone witness your true strength. This isn't about proving you didn't cheat. It's about showing everyone what you're capable of. Ren nodded, speaking with utmost sincerity, deeply grateful for the firm belief the director placed in him. The all-school assembly would be convened that afternoon. Grandfather also nodded toward Ren. He had originally thought class reassignments wouldn't happen until the following day, but unexpectedly, alongside the release of the scores, the reassignments dropped instantly. The roster for the experimental class did not contain Yushi's name, as the experimental class comprised only the top 50 students in the school. Yushi, who had previously boasted about being a top-tier elite, had just delivered a resounding slap to his own face. Even as they went back to pack up their belongings, Yushi slumped face down over his desk, not daring to lift his head even a fraction, wishing he could pretend the entire incident never happened. But the rest of the class weren't about to let him off. Yushi, weren't you certain you'd beat Ren? Earlier, you were saying all sorts of things about how he wouldn't dare show up, putting on a fake facade of claiming you wouldn't make him actually leave. Why aren't you arrogant anymore? Previously, Yushi frequently looked down on others, claiming to be the supreme academic elite, yet now he had fallen outside the top 100. While he could technically remain enrolled at the school, compared to his former top 10 rankings, people naturally felt compelled to give him a piece of their mind given his current state. They shoved his shoulder. Yushi, stop playing dead. Didn't you claim you were guaranteed top 10? Your past scores were the only reason we even gave you the benefit of the doubt. Yushi felt that these people's mouths were far too venomous. He didn't want to let a single word sink in, refusing to listen. A boy walked over and yanked his head back up. Yushi was forced to face everyone. What do you guys want? I only dropped because my family has been going through too much turmoil, which impacted my performance. Even though I'm outside the top 100, I'm still not in the bottom 50. I can still study here. So what if it's the experimental class? What if it's a regular class? I can still test into high school, and I can still let my youth bloom in the most magnificent way. If placed anywhere else, that speech might have sounded hot-blooded, but not here. Everyone stared at him, some looking at him as if he were a clown, their mouths curving into the exact same mocking smiles he used to wear when laughing at others. What are you staring at me like that for? Even though they didn't speak, Yushi still felt they were mocking him. Somi strolled over to him and smiled. You've got some thick skin, don't you? You didn't really think you could just act like nothing ever happened, did you? According to the terms of your wager back then. What are you supposed to do now? Yushi glared fiercely at Somi. This Somi was doing it on purpose. Per the terms of the wager, he had to leave the school and pay Ren money. Yet he was unwilling to accept this, and turned his gaze toward Ren, who had remained silent the entire time. I don't have that much money. Not right now, anyway. Mom, Dad, and I are struggling right now. We're not like you relying on Grandfather. If you force me to drop out of this school, I won't have anywhere to study, and people will start pointing fingers at you for being in the wrong, which will ruin your reputation. Yushi gritted his teeth as he forced those words out, knowing full well he'd be mocked, but figuring that once he climbed back to first place in the future, These people wouldn't dare laugh anymore, provided someone helped him outline key points like before. Hearing these words, Ren also smiled. Let me tell you, are you dreaming? If I had lost today, you lot wouldn't have hesitated for a single second to kick me out of this school. You can get lost. As for where you go to school next, or what your future looks like, I'm not your daddy. Who is right and who is wrong is clear at a glance. Everyone has eyes like saucers. Hearing this, the surrounding people chuckled. That's right, they saw things crystal clear. Ren hadn't even bothered paying attention to them to begin with, yet they insisted on repeatedly throwing themselves in his path, laughing their way right into a brick wall only to regret it now. He tried to bolt from the spot, but before he could escape, Ren grabbed him firmly by the wrist. Yushi flared up with anger, his eyes burning with fury, though at that moment he just wanted to escape as fast as possible. Let go of me! Yushi struggled incessantly, yet found it impossible to wrench his hand free from Ren's grip. Ren stared at him coldly and stated bluntly, "Hand over those 5,000 yuan. Ren didn't care where Yushi went, but the money had to stay behind. Squeezing a few words through gritted teeth, Ren glanced at Somei. Have him write an IOU. Yushi naturally refused. If I write it. Just as he entered the classroom, wondering what was going on, everyone looked over. Yushi scurried over, crying out, Dad, save me! Ren is trying to make me write an IOU. Hearing Yushi turn things upside down and black into white, everyone grew furious. We can testify. Yushi was the one who insisted on challenging Ren to a wager. Their trio of siblings wanted to drive Ren out, and now that Yushi has lost. Yun. He glanced at Ren, hoping his son would say something, imagining he could play the emotional card with him since he hadn't yet had a proper chance to make amends with Ren. He figured a boy this age must surely yearn for a father figure. He stared for a long time, but Ren never once cast his gaze toward his face, leaving Yoonhee deeply distressed. He waited for his father to reply, yet his father's eyes were fixed entirely on Ren. He felt disappointed, sensing his heart cooling down bit by bit. This father, who had promised to always treat him like a son, seemed about to break his promise, and he felt deeply aggrieved. Yun, he finally snapped back to reality, but he hadn't heard a single thing Yushi had said. Yushi fell silent. Everyone burst into loud laughter. So much for Yushi claiming how doted on he was. Looking at it now, it was nothing like what he claimed. Ren is asking me for 5,000 yuan, and also making me scram from the school. I don't want to leave. He looked pitifully at his father, his eye sockets blazing red, tears spinning on the brink of falling, threatening to spill over at any second. He sniffled his nose and held them back, resolving that even if people accused him of going back on his word, he simply wouldn't leave. Yun, he let out a heavy sigh and walked up to Ren. Can we talk? Only then did Ren look at him, though his gaze remained icy cold, sending a chill through Yoonhee's heart. Either you pay up for your son, or I go tell grandfather to cancel giving money to your 2 daughters. After all, it was just a joke anyway. Everyone can just pretend it never happened. Yoonhee's expression darkened further. Must you be like this? I am your father. Ren raised a hand to cut him off. Don't spout nonsense. I never acknowledged that I'm your son, even though the facts are crystal clear. Those words about cutting ties that you uttered back then. I'm not the type to shamelessly cling to people either. Rest assured, you and I are either total strangers or sworn enemies. Yoonhee's face grew even uglier. This Ren? Ren, I know you're angry about what happened the day you came back. Ren looked at him with utter contempt. Don't make a fool of yourself. What did you say back then? Do you need me to broadcast it on television on a loop? Yushi fell silent. Then what do you want? At this point, he harbored a trace of resentment as well. The kid truly was impervious to reason. I already told you. This was the wager he proposed himself. If he thinks it's a joke, I can also talk to grandfather. Grandfather loves me dearly, and I'm certain he'll listen to me. At that exact moment, grandfather walked in from outside, followed by a large group of people carrying numerous boxes filled with beef jerky and chili paste. Our Ren is so happy to become classmates with everyone. These snacks are a treat for you all, so don't worry. The entire room erupted in cheers. Thank you, Grandpa Ren. Yun, he instinctively shrank back to the side, a sight that filled grandfather with utter disgust. Useless piece of trash, trying to bully my grandson again, are you? Let me tell you, If you don't do exactly as my grandson says, I won't give a single dime to your two daughters either. Their tuition? Consider it all cut off. You must know that was a massive expense. Grandfather decided to save it. Yunhee's eyes widened in horror, deeply depressed. Why do you listen to him about everything? Grandfather cast a gentle look toward his own grandson. Because I want to. You can make your own choice, but you should know that any decision I make is final. He glanced at the heartbroken Yushi. I can't pull off something like that. Yushi is also my son. Grandfather delivered yet another heavy slap, kicking him straight down to the floor. Grandfather apologized to the crowd. Apologies, everyone. Grandpa lost his temper just now, but I simply couldn't hold it back. Why is the son of this human trafficker standing here? On what grounds does he get to enjoy everything that is mine, and on what grounds does he get to act as my grandson? He's the one who usurped my grandson's life. He's the one who enjoyed all these years of happiness in place of my grandson. Everything he currently possesses belongs to my grandson, and he should be driven out, scrammed right back to wherever he came from, forced to do farm labor. To see just how much effort it takes to stay alive, Grandfather glowered, pressing down on the prostrate Yunhee. You talk to me about your family bonds? If not for his parents, if not for that accursed human trafficker, you people would never have brought him back, as far as I'm concerned. Even if I had never found my biological grandson, I would never allow a counterfeit imposter to enjoy blessings meant for my grandson, let alone someone who is the spawn of a human trafficker. My Ali was sensible enough not to broadcast how bitterly he suffered in the past, but you, how dare you utter those words? I'm telling you right now, if you ever want to squeeze a single cent out of me in the future, you must send this trafficker spawn right back to that old trafficker's side without giving him a single penny. Otherwise, even if the two of you drop dead out on the streets, I won't lift a finger. Yoon. He was dumbfounded. He didn't understand how a single sentence of his could ignite such massive fury. Meanwhile, Yushi remained too terrified to speak, his legs trembling violently. Grandfather's enraged appearance was simply too terrifying. Long moments later, Yunhee emitted a low, gravelly voice. Back then, Yushi was also still a child. I don't want to say any more to you anyway, you just need to know my decision. Of course, you don't even have to look for me, it's as simple as that. Now you can get lost. Whether your daughter has a dowry in the future depends entirely on this good son of yours. Are you willing to accept the bet and admit defeat, or not? Anyway, your living expenses and tuition fees are gone. Grandfather's attitude is very clear. If you don't obediently accept the bet and admit defeat, then neither of your two girls will get any dowry either. Uno Yuki glared at Mori several times, finding that Mori's gaze toward him remained completely icy, and then looked at the old master. With a look that could kill, he dejectedly dragged Uno Shogo up and left. He didn't object right away. Uno Shogo was pulled far away, and Uno Yuki looked back, noticing the old master wasn't looking, which is when he finally stopped. Uno Shogo looked at his father with a hint of sorrow. I made things difficult for you. If I had known when the older sisters brought up this matter, I shouldn't have agreed. Now it's caused the older sisters to get into trouble, and Dad, you even got hit by Grandfather. I really feel like I'm a burden. Hearing this, Uno Yuki let out another sigh. Stop saying things like that from now on. Hearing it too much is pretty tiring. After all, it wasn't like he could actually send Uno Shogo away. If he really did that, it would be a miracle if Ran Tsukiko didn't throw a massive fit. Actually, what made him the saddest was the old master's attitude. Uno Shogo was also very sad. Discovering this father's attitude made him extremely sorrowful. Dad, I won't say it anymore, Uno Yuki frowned. Let's go wait for your two older sisters. They're still writing their self-criticisms. After gathering their things, everyone felt quite happy. Mori, Hearing this, Mori quickly spoke up. Of course I'm willing. The reason Mori hadn't brought it up all this time was because in his past life, that entire family had told him that someone like him was not worthy of sharing the UN family surname. Now things were different. The old master was overjoyed upon hearing this. The old master hadn't brought it up earlier simply for fear that Mori would be unhappy. Tomorrow we'll go change it. Mori of course agreed. From this moment on, he would be Unri. Wait, let's go change it right now. After saying that, he went and told the old master, let's wait until after the all-school assembly. The old master suddenly remembered there was also that self-criticism assembly for those two foolish granddaughters. The old master simply couldn't understand why his granddaughters could be so foolish. why they insisted on entangling themselves with a counterfeit. Then the old master thought about it. Having parents like that, it wasn't surprising at all. Affection is mutual. He hadn't treated them poorly, but what about them toward him? They hadn't been very good to him at all, so how could they ever dare to compare themselves to Ri? Absolutely no one could compare to him. Over the past couple of days, watching over him as he ate and soaked his feet, but someone was caring for him, just like an old woman, rather than offering just a few perfunctory words of concern. Eunri looked in confusion toward the direction where the old master was. The old master snapped out of it and smiled at him, right after the all-school assembly. The old master had just zoned out, thinking to himself that you are the only one who truly cares about the old master. Eunri hurriedly pulled the old master's hand. I should be the one saying those words. You are the one who made me willing to trust familial affection once again, and you are the one who let me know that there is someone in this world who will love me. Hearing this, the old master's heart ached even more. His grandson was letting his imagination run wild again. It's all that damn bastard's fault. We're going to live good lives from now on, and we won't think about those infuriating things. Come on, Grandpa's going to find your principal. This matter must be handled clearly for me. The old master went straight to find the principal. The principal expressed the old master was so happy he donated 2 buildings. The dormitory building and the cafeteria had to be fixed up properly as well. His grandson would be right here for the next 3 years, so everything had to be arranged perfectly. Winters could be a bit cold, so heating had to be fully arranged. He was footing the bill. At this moment, the principal looked at Eunri's gaze as if he were looking at a golden boy shining brightly from head to toe. Rest assured, Student Mori, we will definitely give you a satisfactory resolution. The all-school assembly began. This time, the principal didn't waste any words on nonsense and went straight to handling the matter. Good afternoon, students. A new semester has arrived, which is our happiest moment. The mock exams have concluded. Congratulations to every student for achieving good scores. Next, let's have our head of discipline speak about a matter. After taking the stage, the head of discipline didn't waste any time either. Students, this was the exact same standard as the final exam. Every classroom has security cameras. There were also 2 proctors, and furthermore, our test papers were delivered directly from the Board of Education to the school's teachers. We trust every single student, yet someone felt that another person's scores were obtained through cheating, and thus demanded that person prove their own scores. This matter is utterly ridiculous. There has never been a single person who was slandered who needed to prove they were slandered. Since you are the ones raising accusations of cheating against someone else, we often say you should think twice before you speak, but certain students seem not to have listened at all. First-year students Uno Saya and Uno Mayu slandered Student Mori's first-place score as being obtained through cheating. Student Mori did not cheat. It was Uno Saya and Uno Mayu who slandered Student Mori. Second, Student Mori has no obligation to prove anything to them. Even if proof were needed, they should be the ones bringing forth evidence. I hope students will think twice before speaking in the future. For such irresponsible behavior, we are issuing disciplinary demerits to Uno Saya and Uno Mayu. Slandering a fellow student is an extremely egregious action. Students should be united and friendly with one another. Our new school rule: maliciously reporting others or spreading rumors results in a demerit. Malicious reporting and spreading rumors results in a demerit, with severe cases leading to major demerits or expulsion. They were made to come up and read their self-criticism letters themselves. Reading them aloud in front of everyone, feeling utterly mortified, they hurriedly looked toward their father, but their father looked back at them with helpless resignation. If they refused to read the self-criticism, they would be expelled. Gritting their teeth in frustration, they had no choice but to go up. The 2 of them braced themselves and began reading toward the chairs. People down in the audience kept whispering and chattering among themselves. Talk about cheating on their school's exams. What a joke. Who among them ever knew what would be tested on the mock exams, especially for first years? How could anyone possibly cheat, making wild accusations of cheating completely out of thin air? Furthermore, what warmed everyone's hearts especially was that not a single teacher would casually doubt them. The teachers had explicitly stated they trusted every single child. Looking at the people on stage, they felt thrilled. It should be this way. Otherwise, those shameless people would report this person today and report that person tomorrow, acting like they had some mental illness. Reporting now carried a cost. Not everyone was someone they could just bully. Most importantly, everyone understood one crucial thing. The school would genuinely protect every single child. Hearing that this Mori was a newly transferred student, the sight of the people down in the audience whispering was also seen by the two girls. Their faces turned completely red. People were talking about them, calling them shameless, calling them disgusting. They could only feel their faces burning with heat. What did those people know anyway? That Mori didn't deserve it. He didn't deserve to have such scores. And he didn't deserve to be compared with Uno Shogo. No matter what they thought, they still had to finish reading their self-criticisms. With every line, their faces burned hotter and hotter. They felt they had no face left to show the world and wanted to run away, only to be blocked by the head of discipline. You need to apologize to student Mori. Mori also walked up onto the stage at that moment. Standing on stage, he greeted everyone, neither servile nor overbearing. Hello students, my name is Mori. Starting today, my name is changed to Unri. Thank you to all the teachers for your concern, and thank you to all the students for your trust. I have felt a great deal of warmth. The head of discipline told Uno Saya and Uno Mayu to apologize. The two of them walked over unwillingly, squeezing words of apology out from between their clenched teeth. Mori, we're sorry. We shouldn't have slandered you, and we shouldn't have said you were ruining things without knowing the facts. But you come from a small place, how could you possibly... Mori interrupted Uno Saya's words. Does a passion for learning have anything to do with geographical location or with cities? It seems you haven't yet learned how to be a proper human being. Uno Saya wanted to say something, but remembering this was the all-school assembly, she could only bite her tongue. Mori looked at her with a cold sneer. I know. Uno Saya was shocked, her eyes widening in speechlessness. It doesn't matter if you didn't mean it. I am not willing to forgive you. You slandered me. You wronged me to begin with. Your apologies to me are only right and proper, but I do not forgive the harm you inflicted on me. Uno Mayu tugged at Uno Saya's sleeve. Only then did Uno Saya stop talking. Uno Mayu had also figured out the situation. Right and reason were not on their side. It was our groundless conjecture, and it was our misunderstanding that brought you a great deal of harm. Please forgive us. Mori looked at her as well. I do not forgive. This Mori really didn't know what was good for him. The head of discipline also stepped forward to address everyone. In the past, we always told you that when someone says, I'm sorry, you must reply, that's all right. But how can it possibly be all right? The pain you suffered was real. Therefore, today the teachers are telling you, when someone tells you they're sorry, if you are still deeply troubled, if you are still very sad, and if you are still extremely unhappy, there is no need to force yourself to say, that's all right. All right, next. Mori returned to the old master's side. The old master glared fiercely at Uno Yuki down below. Let's go change our name. Happily, the old master led Mori away. He had to get it sorted out this afternoon, or else he wouldn't even be able to eat in peace. Following the old master into the car, on the way the old master asked, Do you want to choose a different name instead? When asking this, the old master was afraid Unri might be displeased. Unri hadn't even thought about this matter. He felt the name Unri was quite nice. Let's just go with Unri. Whenever he thought of the name, it would remind him not to let any of them off the hook. Then let's make it Unri. Grandfather and grandson got out of the car together. Handing over all the paperwork, the name on the family household registry officially became Unri, household head, grandfather Un, grandson Unri. The old master was overjoyed. Let's go eat something good. While the grandfather and grandson here were endlessly happy. On the other side, Uno Saya and Uno Mayu stepped off the stage with no face left to see anyone. Uno Shogo and Uno Yuki also hurried over. Older sister, second sister, looking at Uno Shogo's self-reproachful expression. If this were in the past, the two of them would have rushed to comfort him right away. But today they truly couldn't find any comfort to give. Being disciplined was a minor issue, but they had just read their self-criticisms in front of the entire school. When had they ever suffered such humiliation before? Watching his two daughters cry, Uno Yuki felt a heavy knot in his heart as well. Uno Saya, Uno Mayu. Daddy wants to discuss something with you. When the two girls looked toward Uno Yuki with reddened eye rims, their eyes were filled with red veins. Aside from grievances, Their gazes held deep sorrow and disappointment. Their father hadn't even protected them, which made them extremely sad. Grandfather hadn't helped them either. Grandfather really was as biased toward boys as Mom had said. They would never like Grandfather again, never again. Yet Uno Yuki still spoke up. What Daddy wants to talk to you about is regarding that wager. What are your thoughts on it? Why don't you just pay the money and transfer schools? That way, at least the old man won't drive things to such an absolute extreme. The two girls were momentarily stunned before snapping back to reality. You mean that Mori wants Uno Shogo to leave the school, right? I knew he had bad intentions all along. He just wants to drive all of us away. Uno Mayu thought and thought. Daddy, actually I've been thinking a bit about transferring schools. In this school, everyone knows about our situation, and they'll definitely point fingers at us in the future. A change of scenery. Even though many people from our social circle are here, just the thought of having no face to see anyone. Their school is a key middle school, and furthermore, it has a direct high school track. Future high school admissions are given top priority there. Hearing this, Uno Saya became extremely displeased. What are you doing? Why on earth should we leave? You don't need to be afraid of anything. If they dare talk nonsense in front of our faces, I'll have people beat them up. Uno Mayu wasn't nearly as optimistic as Uno Saya. If we don't transfer. Uno Yuki was just about to speak when he heard Uno Saya chime in. If we really transferred, that would be playing right into Mori's hands. I don't agree. You must stand in the exact same front line as me. We just won't pay the money. What can he possibly do to us? Uno Shogo nodded obediently. Uno Saya was very satisfied with Uno Shogo's response. And Mom, when Mom gets back, Mom will definitely stand on our side. Will Mom come back today? Since Daddy is unreliable. She will. He didn't even go pick up Ran Tsukiko today. Let's go back and find Mom. Arriving home. At that moment, Ran Tsukiko looked at that long string of zeros and began to question the meaning of life. She simply couldn't produce the money. She never imagined that payments had gone uncollected for 3 whole months. Coupled with fines, various operating expenses, and accumulated debts, she was still short over 100,000. Even if she used every single cent she had, she would still be short over 100,000, and that was just a rough estimate. How many families couldn't even scrape together 10,000 yuan, let alone over 100,000? Furious, Ran Tsukiko rushed over to her eldest sister-in-law's house. The person who opened the door was a stranger. The eldest sister-in-law had already sold the house. In other words, the eldest sister-in-law had known about this situation all along. The whole family had done it on purpose. She went to her parents' house. Returning to her parents' hometown, she still didn't find the eldest sister-in-law. Only her parents were there with the child. Looking at that child, what did her parents being in this place signify? They had chosen the eldest sister-in-law. I'm asking you, tell me right now. She was gonna go settle accounts with the eldest sister-in-law. How could the two of them be so heartless? How could they push her to this point? Seeing Ran Tsukiko acting in such a frantic, deranged manner, the Lan family parents still panicked a little. But thinking of their precious grandson, they hardened their expressions and glared at their daughter. What kind of attitude is that? What are you trying to pull here? Who are you trying to scare? The UN family has so much money. Pulling out a bit of cash is just pocket change to them. How could they possibly not be able to come up with it? Seeing her parents' attitude, Ran Tsukiko's heart turned another half-shade colder, filled with infinite desolation. She knew she could never compare to her eldest brother, who made her not a son. Even the eldest sister-in-law was someone they protected. Do you have any idea what my eldest brother and sister-in-law did? What kind of situation they turned me into? Even though she already had a suspicion in her heart, seeing her parents' guilty, evasive gazes made everything crystal clear. Her own parents were protecting the very people who had pushed her into the abyss. She took 2 desperate steps backward. Ha 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 ha, she laughed in despair. Seeing her daughter like this, Ran Shizue suddenly spoke up. Why are you acting like this? Ran Tsukiko laughed even harder as tears streamed down her face. She felt she was the most pathetic joke in existence. You are my mom and dad, yet you're helping my eldest sister-in-law harm me. You're my own flesh and blood, but you refuse to stand on my side. Hearing this, the Lan family parents utterly refused to accept it. What kind of nonsense are you saying? What outsiders and non-outsiders? If we're talking about outsiders, you're a married-off daughter." Ran Shizue shouted out. Ran Kazuyuki let out a cold snort and turned his back on Ran Tsukiko without speaking. "That's right. Water splashed out is gone for good. You belong to someone else's family now. There's no logic to taking you back in. Ran Tsukiko is the real outsider here." This plunged Ran Tsukiko into even deeper agony. So in her father's eyes, she was an outsider all along. Every time she came home, she always brought bags upon bags of goods and all kinds of expensive health supplements. She never once arrived empty-handed. All of that was just to give them face, to make their lives more comfortable, and to give them money, funding her eldest brother's factory startup costs, and later even having Unoyuki introduce business deals to them. Had a daughter really done enough when she reached this point? "Your dad didn't mean it that way. Don't be upset," Ran Shizue said pallidly. The old man was truly foolish. What good did it do to make his daughter sad? Only by making her feel heartache. Could they squeeze more things out of her? "It's not that your mom and dad don't want to help you, but we really are powerless. Your sister-in-law dumped the child here with us, and God knows where she ran off to." "Impossible! Dad didn't look like that just a moment ago." They definitely knew, they just weren't willing to tell her. "You just tell me where my eldest sister-in-law is. They owe so much money, I have no way of paying it back at all. I've already calculated. Even if I take out every single cent of my savings, if I still can't pay it back, my eldest brother and I won't be able to get out of this. Do you want to watch that happen?" There was an edit earlier. Tens of thousands seems a bit too small, huh? Hearing this, they still remained silent. Ran Tsukiko's heart grew even colder. But she had to keep talking. "You know very well we don't have any money left. If I take those savings out, it means we won't even have a way to live our lives from now on. You've always been very clear that my salary is low, and Unoyuki doesn't make much either. Most of our monthly funds actually come from the grandfather, giving us the bulk of it. Back then, she figured Unoyuki was the old man's only son, so in the future, wouldn't everything belong to Unoyuki anyway? They never had to consider spending money. Their credit cards and bank accounts were freely usable. Who could have imagined the old master would be so ruthless as to cut everything off entirely? And now, even if she took every cent in her hands..." Hearing this, her father snapped. "Then go look for your father-in-law. Why are you looking at your sister-in-law? A daughter-in-law's money will all belong to the grandsons in the future, but a daughter's money won't go to his precious eldest grandson." Ran Tsukiko trembled with rage, roaring in despair at her father. Because they're the ones who caused this. All of this was caused by them. It was they who set up that factory. They who defrauded people. They who produced unqualified snacks. And they who caused the factory to be sealed up. Finally, Ran Tsukiko looked at her parents in absolute despair. "You made me sign blank documents right from the beginning. You schemed against me. Was it from that very moment that you were already thinking, if one day this matter became public knowledge, if one day something went wrong, you would make me take the fall as your scapegoat?" Even though she had already anticipated this possibility, her heart still ached, as if being sliced by knives. She had been cast aside right from the start. Her voice grew hoarse. "Why did you have to treat me this way?" At this moment, Ran Tsukiko looked utterly disheveled. Her hair was hanging loose in disarray. Her eye sockets were choked with red veins, and her nose was red from crying. A far cry from the high and mighty director she used to be. The Lan family parents remained silent once again. No matter what their daughter said, they felt they had done nothing wrong. People were naturally selfish, and favoring their son and grandson was only normal. There was no logic to saving money for someone else's family. Thus, they carefully chimed in. "Get up already. Things have already reached this point. You should hurry back and borrow money from your father-in-law so your eldest brother can get out." Ran Tsukiko stared blankly at the old woman. At this very moment, she took several more steps backward, blocked by Ran Tsukiko. "You people are terrifying. Are you even my mom and dad? What good is it for you to protect your eldest sister-in-law? What can you possibly gain from that?" They refused to believe it. With their grandson right here, Ran Shitue began to shed tears as well. "Ran Tsukiko, hurry back and find Unoyuki. Making a fuss with us here is useless. Where your eldest sister-in-law is." No matter what she said, it was useless. They were determined to protect the eldest sister-in-law. She nodded. "Since you've all said so, I certainly can't force you, right? Just don't end up regretting this." Stumbling and tripping, she ran out of the village. Seeing this, Ran Shizue called out, "Old man, do you think what we're doing? Look at how sad our daughter is. Ran Kazuyuki glared at her fiercely. "Our grandson is our real family." Ran Shizue sighed, ultimately saying nothing more. Ran Tsukiko returned to the city center once again. It was already nighttime. Returning home, she found the place in complete chaos. Clothes scattered everywhere, takeout boxes and messes littering the table. All her suppressed emotions erupted in that single instant. "Get your ass out here!" Uno Yuki hurriedly emerged from the bedroom, looking at Ran Tsukiko's face. "Why are your eyes swollen from crying?" Ran Tsukiko's tears flowed endlessly, and as they fell, she pointed frantically at the table. "What is the meaning of this? You ate, and you're just waiting around for me to come home and clean up? Do you all treat this household like your hotel?" At this moment, Ran Tsukiko looked just like a madwoman. Uno Shogo, Uno Saya, and Uno Mayu also came running out. Seeing their mother like this, they retreated backward in silence. Ran Tsukiko swept her gaze across them. "You guys, stand right there." At this, they behaved exceptionally obediently. Seeing this situation, Ran Tsukiko slowly calmed down a bit. Uno Yuki poured her a cup of water. "Calm down. How did things go on your end?" Hearing this, Ran Tsukiko raised her head to look at Uno Yuki. "Now, anyway, I have to hand over all that money. Otherwise, I'll be the one going behind bars. I don't have the mental energy left. That whole family completely scammed me. They must have planned it all out together, wanting me to fill this bottomless pit. If I'm not willing to fill it, I'll have to go to prison. I've already calculated our combined savings, the cars registered in both our names, and this house. We're still short over 100,000, and I only have a little over 10 days left. Uno Yuki, go back and talk to Dad. Just help me this once, I will pay it back." As soon as those words left Ran Tsukiko's mouth, Uno Yuki muttered, "What? Mom, what on earth happened?"